This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, see LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Recording by Hugh McGuire,
Mike Trevino,
Thierry Collins,
Colin Robertson, Andrew Skinner,
Alan Fenton,
Wilson Blakely.
Ulysses, Part 1. Stately, plump Buck Mulligan came from the stairhead, bearing a bowl of lather on which a mirror and a razor lay crossed. A yellow dressing gown, ungirdled, was sustained gently behind him by the mild morning air. He held the bowl aloft and intoned, Introibo ad alteri Dei. Halted, he peered down the dark, winding stairs and called up coarsely, Come up, Kinch! Come up, you fearful Jesuit! Solemnly, he came forward and mounted the round gunrest. He faced about and blessed gravely thrice the tower, the surrounding country, and the awaking mountains. Then, catching sight of Stephen Dedalus, he bent towards him and made rapid crosses in the air, gurgling in his throat and shaking his head. Stephen Dedalus, displeased and sleepy, leaned his arms on top of the staircase and looked coldly at the shaking, gurgling face that blessed him, equine in its length, and at the light, untonsured hair, grained and hued like pale oak. Buck Mulligan peeped an instant under the mirror, and then covered the bowl smartly. Back to barracks, he said sternly. He added in a preacher's tone, For this, O dearly beloved, is the genuine Christine. Body and soul, blood and ouns. Slow music, please. Shut your eyes, gents. One moment. A little trouble about those white corpuscles. Silence all. He peered sideways up and gave a long, low whistle of call, then paused a while in rapt attention, his even white teeth glistening here and there with gold points. Chrysotamos. Two strong, shrill whistles answered through the calm. Thanks, old chap, he cried briskly. That will do nicely. Switch off the current, will you? He skipped off the gunrest and looked gravely at his watcher, gathering about his legs the loose folds of his gown. The plump shadowed face and the sullen oval jaw recalled a prelate, patron of arts in the Middle Ages. A pleasant smile broke quietly over his lips. The mockery of it, he said gaily, your absurd name, an ancient Greek. He pointed his finger in friendly dress. He pointed his finger in friendly jest and went over to the parapet, laughing to himself. Stephen Dedalus stepped up, followed him wearily halfway and sat down on the edge of the gunrest, watching him still as he propped his mirror on the parapet, dipped the brush in the bowl, and lathered his cheeks and neck. Buck Mulligan's gay voice went on. My name is absurd too, Malachi Mulligan. 2 dactyls, but it has a Hellenic ring, hasn't it? Tripping and sunny like the buck himself. We must go to Athens. Will you come if I can get the aunt to fork out 20 quid? He laid the brush aside and, laughing with delight, cried, Will he come, the jejune Jesuit? Ceasing, he began to shave with care. Tell me, Mulligan, Stephen said quietly. Yes, my love? How long is Haines going to stay in this tower? Buck Mulligan showed a shaven cheek over his right shoulder. God, isn't he dreadful, he said frankly. A ponderous Saxon. He thinks you're not a gentleman. God, these bloody English, bursting with money and indigestion. Because he comes from Oxford, you know, Dedalus. You have the real Oxford manner. He can't make you out. Oh, my name for you is the best. Kinch, the knife blade. He shaved warily over his chin. He was raving all night about a Black Panther, Stephen said. Where is his gun case? A woeful lunatic, Mulligan said. Were you in a funk? I was, Stephen said, with energy and growing fear. Out here in the dark with a man I don't know raving and moaning to himself about shooting a Black Panther? You saved men from drowning. I'm not a hero, however. If he stays on here, I am off. Buck Mulligan frowned at the lather on his razor blade. He hopped down from his perch and began to search his trouser pockets hastily.
Scudder, he cried thickly. He came over to the gun rest and, thrusting a hand into Stephen's upper pocket, said, Lend us a loan of your nose rag to wipe my razor. Stephen suffered him to pull out and hold up on show by its corner a dirty, crumpled handkerchief. Buck Mulligan wiped the razor blade neatly. Then, gazing over the handkerchief, he said, The bard's nose rag, a new art colour for our Irish poets. Snot green. You can almost taste it, can't you? He mounted to the parapet again and gazed out over Dublin Bay, his fair oak-pale hair stirring slightly. God, he said quietly, isn't the sea what Algy calls it? A grey sweet mother? The snot-green sea, the scrotum-tightening sea, epi onipa panton. Ah, Daedalus, the Greeks, I must teach you. You must read them in the original. Thalata, Thalata, she is our great sweet mother. Come and look. Stephen stood up and went over to the parapet. Leaning on it, he looked down on the water and on the mail boat clearing the harbour mouth of Kingstown. Our mighty mother, Buck Mulligan said. He turned abruptly, his great searching eyes from the sea to Stephen's face. The aunt thinks you killed your mother, he said. That's why she won't let me have anything to do with you. Someone killed her, Stephen said gloomily. You could have knelt down, damn it, Kinch. When your dying mother asked you, Buck Mulligan said. I'm Hyperborean, as much as you. But to think your mother begging you with her last breath to kneel down and pray for her, and you refused. There's something sinister in you. He broke off and lathered again slightly his farther cheek. A tolerant smile curled his lips. But a lovely murmur, he murmured to himself. Kinch, the loveliest murmur of them all. He shaved evenly, with care, in silence, seriously. Stephen, an elbow rested on the jagged granite, leaned his palm against his brow, and gazed at the fraying edge of his shiny black coat sleeve. Pain. That was not yet the pain of love, fretted his heart. Silently in a dream she had come to him after her death, her wasted body within its loose brown grave's clothes, giving off an odour of wax and rosewood. Her breath, that had bent upon him, mute, reproachful, a faint odour of wetted ashes. Across the threadbare cuff edge he saw the sea hailed as a great sweet mother by the well-fed voice beside him. The ring of bay and skyline held a dull green mass of liquid. A bowl of china and had stood beside her deathbed, holding the green sluggish bile which she had torn up from her rotting liver by fits of loud groaning, vomiting. Buck Mulligan wiped again his razor blade. Ah, poor dog's body. he said in a kind voice. I must give you a shirt and a few nose rags. How are the second-hand breeks? They fit well enough, Stephen answered. Buck Mulligan attacked the hollow beneath his underlip. The mockery of it, he said contentedly. Second leg they should be. God knows what poxy bowsy left them off. I have a lovely pair with a hair-striped grey. You'll look spiffing in them. I'm not joking, Kinch. You look damn well when you're dressed. Thanks, Stephen said. I can't wear them if they're grey. He can't wear them, Buck Mulligan told his face in the mirror. Etiquette is etiquette. He kills his mother, but he can't wear grey trousers. He folded his razor neatly, and with stroking palps of finger felt the smooth skin. Stephen turned his gaze from the sea to the plump face with its smoke-blue mobile eyes. That fellow I was with in the ship last night, said Buck Mulligan. Say you have GPI, he's up in Dottyville with Connolly Norman. General paralysis of the insane. He swept the mirror a half-circle in the air to flash the tidings abroad in sunlight now radiant on the sea. His curling, shaven lips laughed, and the edges of his white, glittering teeth. Laughter seized all his strong, well-knit trunk. Look at yourself, he said. You dreadful bard. Stephen bent forward and peered at the mirror held out to him, cleft by a crook cracked on end. As he and others see me. Who chose this face for me? This dog body to rid of vermin? It asked me too. I pinched it out of the skivvy's room, Buck Mulligan said. It does her all right. The aunt always keeps pains-looking servants for Malachi. Lead him not into temptation. And her name is Ursula. Laughing again, he brought the mirror away from Stephen's peering eyes.
The rage of Caliban had not seen his face in a mirror, he said. If while they were only alive to see you, drawing back and pointing, Stephen said with bitterness, it is a symbol of Irish art, the cracked looking glass of a servant. Buck Mulligan suddenly linked his arm in Stephen's and walked with him round the tower. His razor and mirror clacking in the pocket where he had thrust them. It's not fair to tease you like that, Rick. Whoops. Shut up, sorry. It's not fair to tease you like that, Kinch, is it? He said kindly. God knows you have more spirit than any of them. Pirate again. He fears the lancet of my art as I fear that of his, the cold steel pen. Cracked looking glass of a servant. Tell that to the oxy chap downstairs and touch him for a guinea. He's thinking with money and thinks you're not a gentleman. His old fellow made his tin by selling jalap to Zulus, or some bloody swindle or other. God, Kinch, if you and I could only work together, we might do something for the Highland. Hellenize it. Cranley's harms his arm. And to think of your having to beg from these swine. I'm the only one that knows what you are. Why don't you trust me more? What have you up your nose against me? Is it Ains? If he makes any noise here, it will bring down Seymour and will give him a raging war. If he makes any noise here, if he makes any noise here, I'll bring down Seymour. We'll give him a raging worse than they gave Clive Kemp. I'm gonna skip it. Young shouts of moneyed voices in Clive Kempthorpe's rooms. Pale faces, they hold their ribs with laughter, one clasping another. Oh, I shall expire. Break the news to her gently, Aubrey. I shall die. With slip ribbons of his shirt whipping the air, he ups and obbles around the table, with trousers down at heels, chased by Addis of Magdalen, with the tailors, with the tailor's shears. Oh, I can't go through all this. I can't go back there. Was it through?
Yeah.
It's difficult.
Come back.
Yeah.
You know where you are?
Yeah, I think so. A scared calf's face, gilded with marmalade. I don't want to be debagged. Don't you play the giddy ox with me. Shouts from the open window. Startling evening in the quadrangle. A deaf gardener, aproned, masked with Matthew Arnold's face, pushes his mower on the somber lawn, watching narrowly the dancing motes of grass elms. To ourselves, new paganism. Omphalos. Let him stay, Stephen said. There's nothing wrong with him except at night. Then what is it? Buck Milligan asked impatiently. Cough it up. I'm quite frank with you. What have you against me now? They halted, looking towards the blunt cape of Bry Head that lay on the water like the snout of a sleeping whale. Stephen freed his arm quietly. Do you wish me to tell you? He asked. Yes, what is it? Buck Mulligan answered. I don't remember anything. He looked in Stephen's face as he spoke. A light wind passed his brow, fanning softly his fair, uncombed hair, and stirring silver points of anxiety in his eyes. Stephen, depressed by his own voice, said, Do you remember the first day I went to your house after my mother's death? Buck Mulligan frowned quickly and said, What? Where? I can't remember anything. I remember only ideas and sensations. Why? What happened in the name of God? You were making tea, Stephen said, and I went across the landing to get more hot water. Your mother and some visitor came out of the drawing room. She asked you who was in your room. Yes, Buck Mulligan said. What did I say? I forget. You said, Stephen answered, Oh, it's only Daedalus, whose mother is heartily dead. You said, Stephen answered, Oh, it's only Daedalus, whose mother is beastly dead. A flush which made him seem younger and more engaging rose to Buck Mulligan's cheek. Did I say that? He asked. Well, what harm is that? He shook his constraint from him nervously. And what is death? He asked. Your mother's or yours or my own? You saw only your mother die. I see them pop off every day in the Mater in Richmond and cut up into tripes in the dissecting room. It's a beastly thing and nothing else. It simply doesn't matter. You wouldn't kneel down to pray for your mother on her deathbed when she asked you. Why? Because you have the cursed Jesuit strain in you, only it's injected the wrong way. To me it's all a mockery and beastly. Her cerebral lobes are not functioning. She calls the doctor Sir Petal Teasel and picks buttercups off the quilt. Humor her till it's over. You crossed her last... Humor her till it's over. You crossed her last wish in death, and yet you sulk with me because I don't whinge like some hired mute from Lalouette's. Absurd! I suppose I did say it. I didn't mean to offend the memory of your mother. He had spoken himself into boldness. Stephen, shielding the gaping wounds which the words had left in his heart, said very coldly, I am not thinking of the offence to my mother. Of what then? Buck Mulligan asked. Of the offence to me, Stephen answered. Buck Mulligan swung around on his heel. Oh, an impossible person, he exclaimed. He walked off quickly, round the parapet. Stephen stood at his post, gazing over the calm sea towards the headland. Sea and headland now grew dim. Pulses were beating in his eyes, veiling their sight, and he felt the fever of his cheeks.
A voice within the tower called loudly, "Are you there, Mulligan?" "I'm coming," Buck Mulligan answered. He turned towards Stephen and said, "Look at the sea. What does it care about offences? Chuck Loyola, Kinch, and come on down. The Sazenge wants his morning rashers." His head halted again for a moment at the top of the staircase, level with the roof. Don't mope over it all the day," he said. "I'm inconsequent. Give up the moody brooding." His head vanished, but the drone of his descending voice boomed out over the starhead. "And no more turn aside and brood upon love's bitter mystery, for Fargus rules the brazen cars." Wood shadows floated silently by through the morning peace from the stairhead seaward where he gazed. Inshore and further out the mirror of water whitened, spurned by light-shod hurrying feet. White breast of the dim sea. The twinning stresses, 2 by 2. A hand plucking the hamstrings, merging their twining chords. Wave-white wedded words shimmering on the dim tide. A cloud began to cover the sun slowly, shadowing the bay in deeper green. It lay behind him a bowl of bitter waters. Fergus's song. I sang it alone in the house, holding down the long dark chords. Her door was open. She wanted her music, silent with awe and pity. I went to her bedside. She was crying in her wretched bed. For those words, Stephen, love's bitter mystery. Where now? Her secrets, old feather fans, tasseled dance cards, powdered with musk, a god of amber beads in her locked drawer. A birdcage hung in the sunny window of her house when she was a girl. She heard old Royce singing in the pantomime of Turco the Terrible and laughed with others when he sang, I am the boy that can enjoy invisibility. Phantasmal mirth, folded away, musk perfumed. And no more turn aside and brood. Folded away in the memory of nature with her toys, memories beset her brooding brain. Her glass of water from the kitchen tap when she approached from the sacrament. A cored apple filled with brown sugar, roasting for her at the hob on the dark autumn evening. Her shapely fingernails reddened by the blood of squashed lice from the children's shirts. In a dream, silently, she had come to him, her wasted body within its loose grave clothes, giving off an odor of wax and rosewood. Her breath bent over him with mute secret words, a faint odor of wedded ashes. Her glazing eyes staring out of death, to shake and bend my soul. On me alone, the ghost candle to light her agony. Ghostly light on the tortured face, her hoarse, loud breath rattling in horror, while all prayed on her knees. Her eyes on me to strike me down. Lailata rotundum te confessorum terma circumeret, imbiolatinum te virginum chorus expatidet. Gal, chewer of corpses. No, mother, let me be and let me live. Kinch ahoy. Buck Mulligan's voice sang from within the tower. It came nearer up the staircase, calling again. Stephen, still trembling at his soul's cry, heard warm running sunlight in the air behind him, friendly words. Daedalus, come now. Come down like a good mosey. Breakfast is ready. Haynes is apologizing for waking us last night. It's all right. I'm coming, Stephen said, turning. Do for Jesus' sake, Buck Mulligan said. For my sake and for all our sakes. His head disappeared and reappeared. I told him your symbol of Irish art. He says it's very clever. Touch him for a quid, will you? A guinea, I mean. I get paid this morning, Stephen said. The school kip? Buck Mulligan said. How much? 4 quid? Lend us one. If you want, Stephen said. 4 shining sovereigns, Buck Mulligan cried with delight. We'll have a glorious drunk to astonish the druids. 4 omnipotent sovereigns. He flung up his hands and tramped down the stone stairs, singing out of a tune with a Cockney accent. Oh, won't we have a merry time, drinking whiskey, beer, and wine, on Coronation Day, and don't we have a merry time on Coronation Day.
Warm sunshine merrying over the sea. The nickel shaving bowl shone forgotten on the parapet. Why should I bring it down, or leave it there all day, forgotten friendship? He went over to it, held it in his hands a while, feeling its coolness, smelling the calming sulphur of the lather in which the brush was struck. in which the brush was stuck. So I carried the boat of incense then to Glongaus. I am another now, and yet the same, a servant too, a server of the servant. In the gloomy, doomed living room of the tower, Buck Mulligan groaned form moved briskly about the hearth to and fro, hiding and revealing its yellow glow. 2 shafts of soft daylight fell across the flag floor from the high barbicans, and at the meeting of their rays a cloud of coal smoke and fumes of fried grease floated, turning. We'll be choked, Buck Mulligan said. Haines, opened that door. Will ya? Haines, open that door, will ya? Stephen laid the shaving bowl on the locker. A tall figure rose from the hammock where it had been sitting, went to the doorway, and pulled open the inner doors. Have you the key? A voice asked. Daedalus has it, Buck Mulligan said. Janie Mac, I'm choked, he howled without looking up from the fire. Kinch! It's in the lock, Stephen said, coming forward. The key scraped around harshly twice, and, when the heavy door had been set ajar, welcome light and bright air entered. Haines stood at the doorway looking out. Stephen hailed his unended valise to the table and sat down to wait. Buck Mulligan tossed the fry onto the dish beside him. Then he carried the dish and a large teapot over to the table, set them down heavily, and sighed with relief. A meltin', he said, as the candle remarked when, but hush, not a word more on the subject. Kitch, wake up. Bread, butter, honey. Haines, come in. The grub is ready. Bless us, O Lord, and thy gifts. Where's the sugar? Oh, Jay, there's no milk. Stephen fetched the loaf and the pot of honey from the butter cooler from the locker. Buck Mulligan sat down in a sudden pet. What sort of kip is this? He said. I told her to come after 8. We can drink it black, Stephen said. There's a lemon in the locker. Oh, damn you and your Paris fads, Buck Mulligan said. I want Sandy Cove milk. Haines came in from the doorway and said quietly, That woman is coming up with the milk. The blessings with you, the blessings of God on you, Buck Mulligan cried, jumping up from his chair. Sit down. Pour out the tea there. The sugar is in the bag. Here, I can't go fumbling at the damn eggs. He hacked through the fry on the dish and slapped it out on 3 plates, saying, In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Haines sat down to pour out the tea. I'm giving you 2 lumps each, he said. But, I say, Mulligan, you do make strong tea, don't you? Buck Mulligan, hewing thick slices of loaf, said in an old woman's wheedling voice, When I makes tea, as my old grandmother Grogan said. And when I makes water, I makes water. By Jove, it is tea. Haines said. Buck Mulligan went on, hewing and wheedling. So do I, Miss Kyle, says she. Be gob, ma'am, says Kyle. God send you, don't make them in the one pot. He lunged forward towards messmates, in turn a thick slice of bread impaled in his knife. That's folks, he said very earnestly. For your book, Haines, 5 lines of text and 10 pages of notes about the folk and the fish gods of Dundrum, printed by the weird sisters in the year of the big wind. He turned to Stephen and asked in a fine puzzled voice, lifting his brows, Can you recall, brother, is Mother's Grogan's tea and water pot spoken of in Mabigons, or is it in Upanishads? I doubt it, said Stephen gravely. Do you now? Buck Mulligan said in the same tone. Your reasons, pray? I fancy, Stephen said, as he ate, it did not exist in or out of the Mabigun. Mother Grogan's was, one imagines, a kinswoman of Marianne. Buck Mulligan's face smiled with delight. Charming, he said in a finical, sweet voice, showing his white teeth and blinking his eyes pleasantly. Do you think she was quite charming? Then, suddenly, overclouding all his features, he growled in a hoarsened, rasping voice as he hewed again vigorously at the loaf. For old Marianne, she doesn't care a damn, but hissing up her petticoats. He crammed his mouth with fry and munched and droned. The doorway was darkened in by an entering form. The milk, sir. Come in, ma'am, Mulligan said. Kinch, get the jug. An old woman came forward and stood by Stephen's elbow. That's a lovely morning, sir, she said. Glory be to God. To whom? Mulligan said, glancing at her.
Again, to be to God.
To be to God.
To whom, Mulligan? To whom, Mulligan said, glancing at her. Ah, to be sure. Stephen reached back and took the milk jug from the locker. The islanders, Mulligan said to Haines casually, speak frequently of the collector of prepuces. How much, sir? Asked the old woman. A quart, Stephen said. He watched her pour into the measure and then into the jug rich white milk, not hers. Old shrunken paps. She poured again a measureful. The tilly. Old and secret, she had entered from a morning world, maybe a messenger. She praised the goodness of the milk, pouring it out. Crouching by a patient cow at daybreak in the lush field, a witch on her toadstool, her wrinkled fingers quick at the squirting dugs. They lowed about her whom they knew, dew silky cattle. Silk of the kind and poor old woman, names given her in old times. A wandering crone, lowly form of an immortal serving, her conqueror and her gay betrayer, their common cuckquean, a messenger from the secret morning. To serve or to upbraid, whether he could not tell, but scorn to beg her favour. 'Tis indeed, ma'am, Buck Mulligan said, pouring milk into their cups. Taste it, sir, she said. He drank at her bidding. If we could only live on good food like that, he said to her somewhat loudly, we wouldn't have the country full of rotten teeth and rotten guts. Living in a bog swamp, eating cheap food and the streets paved with dust, horse dung and consumptive spits. Are you a medical student, sir? The old woman asked. I am, ma'am, Buck Mulligan answered. Stephen listened in a scornful silence. She bows her old head to a voice that speaks to her loudly. Her bone setter, her medicine man, me she slights. To the voice that will shrive and oil for the grave all there is of her but her woman's unclean loins, of man's flesh made not in God's likeness, the serpent's prey. And to the loud voice that now bids her be silent with wondering and steady eyes. Do you understand what he says? Stephen asked her. Is it French you are talking, sir? The old woman said to Haines. Haines spoke to her again, a longer speech, confidently. Irish, Buck Mulligan said. Is there Gaelic on you? I thought it was Irish, she said, by the sound of it. Are you from the West, sir? I'm an Englishman, Haines answered. He's English, Buck Mulligan said, and he thinks we ought to speak Irish in Ireland. Sure we ought to, the old woman said, and I'm ashamed I don't speak the language myself. I'm told it's a grand language by them that knows. Grand is no name for it, said Buck Mulligan. Wonderful entirely. Fill us out some more tea, Kinch. Would you like a cup, ma'am? No, thank you, sir, the old woman said, slipping the ring of the milk can on her forearm and about to go. Haines said to her, Have you your bill? We had better pay her, Mulligan, hadn't we? Stephen filled the 3 cups. Bill, sir, she said, halting. Well, it's 7 mornings, a pint at 2 pence is 7 twos is a shilling and 2 pence over in these 3 mornings, and a quart at 4 pence is 3 quarts is a shilling and 1 and 2 is 2 and 2, sir. Buck Mulligan sighed, and having filled his mouth with a crust thickly buttered on both sides, stretched forth his legs and began to search his trouser pockets. Pay up and look pleasant, Haines said to him, smiling. Stephen filled a 3rd cup, and a spoonful of tea colouring faintly the thick, rich milk. Buck Mulligan brought up a florin, twisted it round in his fingers, and cried, A miracle! He passed it along the table towards the woman, saying, Ask nothing more of me, sweet. All I can give you, I give. Stephen laid the coin in her uneager hand. We'll owe 2 pence, he said. Time enough, sir, she said, taking the coin. Time enough. Good morning, sir. She curtsied and went out, followed by Buck Mulligan's tender chant. Heart of my heart, were it more would be laid at your feet. He turned to Stephen and said, Seriously, Dedalus, I'm stony. Hurry out to your school, Kip, and bring us back some money. Today the bards must drink and junket. Ireland expects that every man this day will do his duty.
Okay.
That reminds me, Haines said. Rising. That I have to visit your National Library today.
Lord Green, next.
Our swim first, Buck Mulligan said. He turned to Stephen and asked blandly, Is this the day of your monthly wash, Kinch? Then he said to Haines, The unclean bard makes a point of washing once a month. All Ireland is washed by the Gulf Stream, Stephen said, as he let honey trickle over his slice of the loaf. Haines from the corner, where he was knotting easily a scarf about the loose collar of his tennis shirt, spoke. I intend to make a collection of your sayings, if you will let me. Speaking to me, they wash and tub and scrub. A genbite of inwit, conscience. Yet there's a spot. That one about the crackled looking-glass of a servant being the symbol of Irish art is deuced good. Buck Mulligan kicked Stephen's foot under the table and said with a warmth tone, Wait till you hear him on Hamlet, Haines. Well, I mean it, Haines said, still speaking to Stephen. I was just thinking of it when the poor old creature came in. Would I make money by it? Stephen asked. Haines laughed and, as he took his soft grey hat from the holdfast of the hammock, said, I don't know, I'm sure. He strolled out to the doorway. Buck Mulligan bent across to Stephen and said with coarse vigour, You put your hoof in it now. What did you say that for? Well, Stephen said, the problem is to get money. From whom? From the milkwoman or from him? It's a toss-up, I think. I blow 'em out about you, Buck Mulligan said, and then you come along with your lousy leer and your gloomy Jesuit jibes. I see little hope, Stephen said, from her or from him. Buck Mulligan sighed tragically and laid his hand on Stephen's arm. From me, Kinch, he said. In a suddenly changed tone, he added, To tell you the God's truth, I think you're right. Damn all else they are good for. Why don't you play them as I do? To hell with them all. Let us get out of the kip. He stood up gravely, ungirdled, and disrobed himself of his gown, saying resignedly, Mulligan is stripped of his garments. He emptied his pockets onto the table. There's your snot rag, he said. And putting on his stiff collar and rebellious tie, he spoke to them, chiding them, and to his dangling watch chain. His hand plunged and rummaged in his trunk while he called for a clean handkerchief. Agenbite of Inuit. God will simply have to dress the character. I want puce gloves and green boots. Contradiction. Do I contradict myself? Very well, then, I contradict myself. Mercurial Malachi. A limp black missile flew out of his talking hands. And there's your Latin quarter hat, he said. Stephen picked it up and put it on. Haines called to them from the doorway. Are you coming, you fellows? I'm ready, Buck Mulligan answered, going towards the door. Come on, Kinch. You have eaten all we left, I suppose. Resigned. He passed out with grave words and gait, saying well nigh with sorrow. And going forth, he met Butterfly.
Stephen, taking his ash plant from its leaning place, followed them out, and as they went down the ladder, pulled to the slow iron door and locked it. He put the huge key in his inner pocket. At the foot of the ladder, Buck Mulligan asked, Did you bring the key? I have it, Stephen said, preceding them. He walked on. Behind him he heard Buck Mulligan club with his heavy bath towel the leather shoots of ferns or grasses. Down, sir? How dare you, sir? Haines asked. Do you pay rent for this tower? 12 quid, Buck Mulligan said. To the Secretary of State for War, Stephen added over his shoulder. They halted while Haines surveyed the tower and said at last, Rather bleak in winter time, I should say. Martello, you call it? Billy Pitt had them built, Buck Mulligan said, when the French were on the sea. But ours is the Omphallus. What is your idea of Hamlet? Haines asked Stephen. No, Buck Mulligan shouted in pain. I'm not equal to Thomas Aquinas, the 55 reasons he has made to prop it up. Wait till I have a few pints in me first. He turned to Stephen, saying as he pulled down neatly the peaks of his primrose waistcoat, You couldn't manage it under 3 pints, Kinch, could you? It waited so long. Stephen said listlessly, It can wait longer. You pique my curiosity, Haines said amiably. Is it some paradox? Pooh, Buck Mulligan said. We've grown out of wild and paradoxes. It's quite simple. He proves by algebra that Hamlet's grandson is Shakespeare's grandfather and that he himself is the ghost of his own father. What? Haines said, beginning to point at Stephen. He himself? Buck Mulligan slung his towel stolewise round his neck and bending in loose laughter said to Stephen's ear, Oh, shade of Kinch the elder, Japhet in search of a father. We're always tired in the morning, Stephen said to Haines, and it is rather long to tell. Buck Mulligan, walking forward again, raised his hands. sacred pint alone can unbind the tongue of Daedalus, he said. I mean to say, Haines explained to Stephen as they followed, this tower and these cliffs here remind me somehow of Elsinore. That beetles o'er his base into the sea, isn't it? Buck Mulligan turned suddenly for an instant towards Stephen, but did not speak. In the bright silent instant, Stephen saw his own image in cheap, dusty mourning between their grey attires. It's a wonderful tale, Haines said, bringing them to a halt again.
Eyes, pale as the sea the wind had freshened, paler, firm and prudent. The sea's ruler, he gazed southward over the bay, empty save for the smoke plume of the mailboat, vague on the bright skyline, and a sail tacking by the Muglins. I read a theological interpretation of it somewhere. He said, bemused. The Father and the Son ID, the Son striving to be atoned by the Father. Buck Mulligan at once put on a broadly smiling face. He looked at them, his well-shaped mouth open happily, his eyes, from which he had suddenly withdrawn all shrewd sense, blinking with mad gaiety. He moved the doll's head to and fro, the brims of his Panama hat quivering, and began to chant in a quiet, happy, foolish voice. I'm the queerest young fellow that ever you heard. Come again. I'm the queerest young fellow that ever you heard. My mother's a Jew, my father's a bird. With Joseph the joiner, I cannot agree. So here's to disciples. You're all laughing at me. So here's to disciples and Calvary. He held up a forefinger of warning. If anyone thinks that I am divine, he'll get no free drinks when I'm making the wine. But I have to drink water and wish it were plain that I make when the wine becomes water again.
What happened?
I got cut.
Keep on going.
Bring him back. Move on.
He tugged swiftly at Stephen's ash plant in farewell, and, running forward to the brow of the cliff, fluttered his hands at his sides like fins, or wings of one about to rise in the air, and chanted, Goodbye now, goodbye. Write down all I said, and tell Tom, Dick, and Harry I rose from the dead. What's bred in the bone cannot fail me to fly, and all of it's breezy. Goodbye now, goodbye. He capered before them down towards the 40-foot hole, fluttering his wing-like hands, leaping nimbly, Mercury's hat quivering in the fresh air that bore back to them his brief bird-like cries. Haines, who had been laughing guardedly, walked on beside Stephen and said, We oughtn't to laugh, I suppose. He's rather blasphemous. I'm not a believer myself, that is to say. Still, his gaiety takes the harm out of it somehow, doesn't it? What did he call it? Joseph the Joiner? The Ballad of Joking Jesus, Stephen answered. Oh, Haines said. You've heard it before. 3 times a day after meals, Stephen said dryly. You're not a believer, are you? Haines asked. I mean, a believer in the narrow sense of the word. Creation from nothing and miracles and a personal God. There's only one sense of the word, it seems to me, Stephen said. Haines stopped to take out a smooth silver case in which twinkled a green stone. He sprang it open with his thumb and offered it. Thank you, Stephen said, taking a cigarette. Haines helped himself and snapped the case to. He put it back in his side pocket and took from his waistcoat pocket a nickel tinderbox. Sprang it open too, and having lit a cigarette, held the flaming spunk towards Stephen in the shell of his hands. Yes, of course, he said, as they went on again. Either you believe or you don't, isn't it? Personally, I couldn't stomach that idea of a personal God. You don't stand for that, I suppose. You behold in me, Stephen said with grim displeasure, a horrible example of free thought. He walked on, waiting to be spoken to, trailing his ash plant by his side. Its ferule followed lightly on the path, squealing at his heels. My familiar, after me, calling me Stephen. A wavering line along the path. They will walk on it tonight, coming here in the dark. He wants that key. It is mine, I paid the rent. Now I eat his salt bread. Give him the key too, all. He will ask for it. That was in his eyes. After all, Haines began. Stephen turned and saw that the cold gaze which had measured him was not all unkind. After all, I should think you were able to free yourself. You are your own master, it seems to me. I am a servant of two masters, Stephen said. An English and an Italian. Italian, Haines said. A crazy queen, old and jealous. Kneel down before me.
And a third, Stephen said. And there is who wants me for odd jobs. Italian? Haines said again. What do you mean? The Imperial British State, Stephen answered, his colour rising, and the Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church. Haines detached from his underlip some fibres of tobacco before he spoke. I can understand that, he said calmly. An Irishman think like that, I dare say. We feel in England that we have treated you rather unfairly. It seems history is to blame. The proud, potent titles clanged over Stephen's memory, the triumph of their brazen bells. E unum sanctum catholicum e apostolicum ecclesiam. The slow growth and change of rite and dogma, like his own rare thoughts, a chemistry of stars. Symbol of the apostles in the mass for Pope Marcellus. The voices blended, singing alone aloud in affirmation. And behind their chant, the vigilant angel of the church, militant, disarmed, and menaced in her Hyzerex. A horde of heresies fleeing with mitres awry. Photius and the brood of mockers of whom Mulligan was one, and Arius wearing his life long upon constant ability of the Son with the Father and Valentine, spurning upon Christ's terrene body, and the subtle African hierarch Sabulus, who held that the Father was himself his own Son. Words Mulligan had spoken a moment since in a mockery to the stranger. Idle mockery. The void awaits surely all them that weave the wind. A menace, a disarming and a worsting from those embattled angels of the church. Michael's host who defend her ever in the honour of conflict with their lances and their shields. Hear, hear, prolonged applause. Zut! Nom de Dieu! Of course I'm a Britisher, Haines' voice said, and I feel as one. I don't want to see my country fall into the hands of German Jews either. That's our national problem, I'm afraid, just now. Two men stood at the verge of the cliff watching. Businessmen, boatsmen. She's making for Bullock Harbour. The boatsman nodded toward the north of the bay with some disdain. There's 5 fathoms out there, he said. It'll be swept up that way when the tide comes in about 1. It's 9 days today. The man that was drowned, a sail veering about the blank bay, waiting for a swollen bundle to bob up, roll over to the sun, a puffy face, Salt white. Here I am. They followed the winding path down to the creek. Buck Mulligan stood on a stone in shirt sleeves, his unclipped tie rippling over his shoulder. A young man clinging to a spur of rock near him moved slowly frog-wise, his green legs in the deep jelly of the water. Is your brother with you, Malachi? Deep in Westmeath. With the Bannons. Still there? I got a card from Bannon. Says he found a sweet young thing down there. Photo girl, he calls her. Snapshot, eh? Brief exposure. Buck Mulligan sat down to unlace his boots. An elderly man shot up near the spur of a rock, a glowing red face. He scrambled up by those stones, water glistening on his plate on its garland of grey hair, water riling over his chest and paunch and spilling jets out of his black sagging loincloth. Buck Mulligan made his way to scramble past and glancing at Haines and Stephen, crossed himself piously with his thumbnail at brow and lips and breastbone. Seymour's back in town, the young man said, gasping his spur of rock. Chucking medicine, going in for the army? Ah, go to the god, Buck Mulligan said. Going over next week to Stu. You know that Red Carlisle girl, Lily? Yes. No. Maybe.
Seymour's back in town, the young... Oh, are you going here, Malachi? Yes, make room in the bed. The young man shoved himself backward through the water and reached the middle of the creek in two long crane strokes. Haines sat down on a stone smoking. Are you not coming in, Buck Mulligan? Later on, Haines said. Not on my breakfast. Stephen turned away. I'm going, Mulligan, he said. Give us the key, Kinch, Buck Mulligan said, to keep my chemise flat. Stephen handed him the key. Buck Mulligan laid it across his heaped clothes. And 2 pence, he said, for a pint. Throw it there. Stephen threw 2 pennies on the soft heap, dressing, undressing. Buck Mulligan, erect, with joined hands before him, said solemnly, He who stealeth from the poor lendeth to the Lord. Thus spoke Zarathustra. His plump body plunged. We'll see you again, Haines said.
Alan, we need you.
Turning as Stephen walked up the path and smiling at wild Irish. Horn of a bull, hoof of a horse, smile of a Saxon. The ship, Buck Mulligan cried. 12:30. Good, Stephen said. He walked along the upward curving path. Liata reutilium turma circulum det jubilatium e virginum. The priest's grey nimbus in a niche where he dressed discreetly. I will not sleep here tonight. Home also I cannot go. A voice, sweetened and sustained, called him from the sea. Turning the curve, he waved his hand. It called again, the sleek brown head, a seal's, far out on the water, round, usurper.
End of part 1. Sorry, section 1.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 2. You, Cochrane, what city sent for him? Tarentum, sir. Very good. Well? There was a battle, sir. Very good. Where? The boy's blank face asked the blank window. Fabled by the daughters of memory, and yet it was in some way, if not as memory fabled it. A phrase, then, of impatience, thud of Blake's wings of excess. I hear the ruin of all space, shattered glass and toppling masonry, and time one livid final flame. What's left us, then? I forget the place, sir. 279 B.C. Asculum, Stephen said, glancing at the name and date in the gore-scarred book. Yes, sir. And he said, another victory like that and we are done for. That phrase the world had remembered. A dull ease of the mind. From a hill above a corpse-strewn plain a general speaking to his officers leaned upon his spear. Any general to any officers. They lend ear. You, Armstrong, Stephen said. What was the end of Pyrrhus? End of Pyrrhus, sir? I know, sir. Ask me, sir, Comyn said. Wait. You, Armstrong, do you know anything about Pyrrhus? A bag of fig-rolls lay snugly in Armstrong's satchel. He curled them between his palms at whiles and swallowed them softly. Crumbs adhered to the tissue of his lips. A sweetened boy's breath. Well-off people, proud that their eldest son was in the navy. Vico Road, Dalkey. Pyrrhus, sir? Pyrrhus, a peer. All laughed. Mirthless, high, malicious laughter. Armstrong looked round at his classmates. Silly glee in profile. In a moment they will laugh more loudly, aware of my lack of rule and of the fees their papas pay. Tell me now, Stephen said, poking the boy's shoulder with the book. What is a pier? A pier, sir, Armstrong said. A thing out in the water, a kind of a bridge. Kingstown Pier, sir. Some laughed again, mirthless but with meaning. Two in the back bench whispered. Yes, they knew. Had never learned nor ever been innocent. All. With envy he watched their faces, Edith, Ethel, Gertie, Lily, their likes, their breaths too, sweetened with tea and jam, their bracelets tittering in the struggle. Kingstown Pier, Stephen said. Yes, a disappointed bridge. The words troubled their gaze. How, sir? Comyn asked. A bridge is across a river. For Haynes' chapbook, no one here to hear, tonight deftly amid wild drink and talk, to pierce the polished mail of his mind. What then? A jester at the court of his master, indulged and disesteemed, winning a clement master's praise. Why had they chosen all that part? Not wholly for the smooth caress. For them, too, history was a tale like any other too often heard, their land a pawnshop. Had Pyrrhus not fallen by a bedlam's hand in Argos, or Julius Caesar not been knifed to death? They are not to be thought away. Time has branded them, and fettered they are lodged in the room of the infinite possibilities they have ousted. But can those have been possible, seeing that they never were? Or was that only possible which came to pass? Weave, weaver of the wind. Tell us a story, sir. Oh, do, sir, a ghost story. Where do you begin in this? Stephen asked, opening another book. Weep no more, Comyn said. Go on then, Talbot. And the story, sir? After, Stephen said. Go on, Talbot. A swarthy boy opened a book and propped it nimbly under the breastwork of his satchel. He recited jerks of verse with odd glances at the text. Weep no more, woeful shepherds, weep no more, for Lycidas your sorrow is not dead, sunk though he be beneath the watery floor. It must be a movement, then, an actuality of the possible as possible. Aristotle's phrase formed itself within the gabbled verses and floated out into the studious silence of the library of Saint Genevieve, where he had read, sheltered from the sin of Paris, night by night. By his elbow a delicate Siamese conned a handbook of strategy. Fed and feeding brains about me, under glow lamps, impaled, with faintly beating feelers, and in my mind's darkness a sloth of the underworld, reluctant, shy of brightness, shifting her dragon scaly folds. Thought is the thought of thought, tranquil brightness. The soul is in a manner all that is. The soul is the form of forms. Tranquillity sudden, vast, candescent, form of forms. Talbot repeated. Through the dear might of him that walked the waves, through the dear might... Turn over, Stephen said quietly. I don't see anything. What, sir? Talbot asked simply, bending forward. His hand turned the page over. He leaned back and went on again, having just remembered. Of him that walked the waves. Here also over these craven hearts his shadow lies, and on the scoffer's heart and lips and on mine. It lies upon their eager faces who offered him a coin of the tribute. To Caesar what is Caesar's, to God what is God's. A long look from dark eyes, a riddling sentence to be woven and woven on the church's looms. Aye. Riddle me, Randy Roe, my father gave me seeds to sow. Talbot slid his closed book into his satchel. Have I heard all? Stephen asked. Yes, sir. Hockey at 10, sir. Half day, sir, Thursday. Who can answer a riddle? Stephen asked. They bundled their books away, pencils clacking, pages rustling. Crowding together they strapped and buckled their satchels, all gabbling gaily. A riddle, sir. Ask me, sir. Oh, ask me, sir. A hard one, sir. This is the riddle, Stephen said. The cock crew, the sky was blue, the bells in heaven were striking 11. 'Tis time for this poor soul to go to heaven. What is that? What, sir? Again, sir, we didn't hear. Their eyes grew bigger as the lines were repeated. After a silence, Cochrane said, What is it, sir? We give it up. Stephen, his throat itching, answered, The fox burying his grandmother under a holly bush. He stood up and gave a shout of nervous laughter to which their cries echoed dismay. A stick struck the door, and a voice in the corridor called, Hockey! They broke asunder, sidling out of their benches, leaping them. Quickly they were gone, and from the lumber room came the rattle of sticks and clamour of their boots and tongues. Sargent, who alone had lingered, came forward slowly, showing an open copybook. His thick hair and scraggy neck gave witness of unreadiness, and through his misty glasses weak eyes looked up, pleading. On his cheek, dull and bloodless, a soft stain of ink lay, date-shaped, recent, and damp as a snail's bed. He held out his copybook. The word Sums was written on the headline. Beneath were sloping figures, and at the foot a crooked signature with blind loops and a blot. Cyril Sargent, his name and seal. Mr. Deasy told me to write them out all again, he said, and show them to you, sir. Stephen touched the edges of the book. Futility. Do you understand how to do them now? He asked. Numbers 11 to 15, Sergeant answered. Mr. Deasy said I was to copy them off the board, sir. Can you do them yourself? Stephen asked. No, sir. Ugly and futile, lean neck and thick hair, and a stain of ink, a snail's bed. Yet someone had loved him, borne him in her arms and in her heart. But for her the race of the world would have trampled him underfoot, a squashed, boneless snail. She had loved his weak watery blood drained from her own. Was that then real? The only true thing in life? His mother's prostrate body the fiery Columbanus in holy zeal bestrode. She was no more, the trembling skeleton of a twig burnt in the fire, an odour of rosewood and wetted ashes. She had saved him from being trampled underfoot and had gone, scarcely having been. A poor soul gone to heaven, and on a heath beneath winking stars a fox, red reek of rapine in his fur, with merciless bright eyes, scraped in the earth, listened, scraped up the earth, listened, scraped and scraped. Sitting at his side, Stephen solved out the problem. He proves by algebra that Shakespeare's ghost is Hamlet's grandfather. Sergeant peered askance through his slanted glasses. Hockey sticks rattled in the lumber room, the hollow knock of a ball and calls from the field. Across the page the symbols moved in grave Morris, in the mummery of their letters, wearing quaint caps of squares and cubes. Give hands, traverse, bow to partner. So, imps of fancy of the moors. Gone too from the world, Averroes and Moses Maimonides, dark men in mien and movement, flashing in their mocking mirrors the obscure soul of the world, a darkness shining in brightness, which brightness could not comprehend. Do you understand now? Can you work the second for yourself? Yes, sir. In long shaky strokes, Sergeant copied the data. Waiting always for a word of help, his hand moved faithfully the unsteady symbols, a faint hue of shame flickering behind his dull skin. Amor matris, subjective and objective genitive. With her weak blood and whey-sour milk she had fed him, and hid from sight of others his swaddling bands. Like him I was, these sloping shoulders, this gracelessness. My childhood bends beside me. Too far for me to lay a hand there once or lightly. Mine is far, and his secret as our eyes. Secrets silent, stony sit in the dark palaces of both our hearts, secrets weary of their tyranny, tyrants, willing to be dethroned. The sum was done. It is very simple, Stephen said as he stood up. Yes, sir, thanks, Sergeant answered. He dried the page with a sheet of thin blotting paper and carried his copybook back to his bench. You had better get your stick and go out to the others, Stephen said as he followed towards the door the boy's graceless form. Yes, sir. In the corridor his name was heard, called from the playfield. Sergeant! Run on, Stephen said. Mr. Deasy is calling you. He stood in the porch and watched the laggard hurry towards the scrappy field where sharp voices were in strife. They were sorted in teams, and Mr. Deasy came away stepping over wisps of grass with gaitered feet. When he had reached the schoolhouse, voices again contending called to him. He turned his angry white moustache. What is it now? He cried continually, without listening. Cochrane and Halliday are on the same side, sir, Stephen said. Will you wait in my study for a moment, Mr. Deasy said, till I restore order here? And as he stepped fussily back across the field, his old man's voice cried sternly, What is the matter? What is it now? Their sharp voices cried about him on all sides. Their many forms closed round him, the garish sunshine bleaching the honey of his ill-dyed head. Stale smoky air hung in the study with the smell of drab abraded leather of its chairs. As on the first day he bargained with me here. As it was in the beginning, is now. On the sideboard the tray of Stuart coins, base treasure of a bog, and never shall be. And snug in their spoon-case of purple plush, faded, the 12 apostles having preached to all the Gentiles, world without end. A hasty step over the stone porch and in the corridor. Blowing out his rare moustache, Mr Deasy halted at the table. "First, our little financial settlement," he said. He brought out of his coat a pocket-book bound by a leather thong. It slapped open, and he took from it 2 notes, one of joined halves, and laid them carefully on the table. "2," he said, strapping and stowing his pocket-book away. And now his strong-room for the gold. Stephen's embarrassed hand moved over the shells heaped in the cold stone mortar, whelks and money-cowries and leopard shells, and this, whirled as an emir's turban, and this, the scallop of St. James. An old pilgrim's hoard, dead treasure, hollow shells. A sovereign fell, bright and new, on the soft pile of the tablecloth. 3, Mr Deasy said, turning his little savings-box about in his hand. "These are handy things to have, see? This is for sovereigns, this is for shillings, 6pences, half-crowns, and here crowns, see?" He shot from it 2 crowns and 2 shillings. 3.12, he said. "I think you'll find that's right." "Thank you, sir," Stephen said, gathering the money together with shy haste and putting it all in a pocket of his trousers. "No thanks at all," Mr Deasy said. "You have earned it." Stephen's hand, free again, went back to the hollow shells. Symbols, too, of beauty and of power. A lump in my pocket. Symbols soiled by greed and misery. "Don't carry it like that," Mr Deasy said. "You'll pull it out somewhere and lose it. You just buy one of these machines. You'll find them very handy." "Answer something." "Mine would be often empty," Stephen said. "The same room and hour, the same wisdom, and I the same. 3 times now. 3 nooses round me here. Well, I can break them in this instant if I will." "Because you don't save," Mr Deasy said, pointing his finger. "You don't know yet what money is. Money is power. When you have lived as long as I have. I know. If youth but knew. What does Shakespeare say? Put but money in thy purse." "Iago," Stephen murmured. He lifted his gaze from the idle shells to the old man's stare. "He knew what money was," Mr Deasy said. "He made money. A poet, yes, but an Englishman too. Do you know what is the pride of the English? Do you know what is the proudest word you will ever hear from an Englishman's mouth?" The sea's ruler. His sea-cold eyes looked on the empty bay. It seems history is to blame, on me and on my words unhating. "That on his empire," Stephen said, "the sun never sets." "Bah!" Mr Deasy cried. "That's not English. A French Celt said that." He tapped his savings-box against his thumbnail. "I will tell you," he said solemnly, "what is his proudest boast. I paid my way." Good man, good man. "I paid my way. I never borrowed a shilling in my life. Can you feel that? I owe nothing. Can you?" Mulligan, £9, 3 pairs of socks, 1 pair brogues, ties. Curran, 10 guineas, McCann, 1 guinea, Fred Ryan, 2 shillings, Temple, 2 lunches, Russell, 1 guinea, Cousins, 10 shillings, Bob Reynolds, half a guinea, Köhler, 3 guineas, Mrs. McKernan, 5 weeks' board. The lump I have is useless. "For the moment, no," Stephen answered. Mr Deasy laughed with rich delight, putting back his savings-box. "I knew you couldn't," he said joyously. "But one day you must feel it. We are a generous people, but we must also be just." "I fear those big words," Stephen said, which make us so unhappy. Mr Deasy stared sternly for some moments over the mantelpiece at the shapely bulk of a man in tartan philibegs, Prince Albert Edward, Prince of Wales. You think me an old fogey and an old Tory, his thoughtful voice said. I saw 3 generations since O'Connell's time. I remember the famine in '46. Do you know that the Orange Lodges agitated for a repeal of the Union 20 years before O'Connell did, or before the prelates of your communion denounced him as a demagogue? You Fenians forget some things. Glorious, pious, and immortal memory, the Lodge of Diamond in Armagh, the splendid behung with corpses of papishes. Horse, masked and armed, the Planters' Covenant, the Black North and True Blue Bible, Croppies Lie Down. Stephen sketched a brief gesture. I have rebel blood in me too, Mr Deasy said, on the spindle side, but I am descended from Sir John Blackwood, who voted for the Union. We are all Irish, all kings' sons. Alas, Stephen said. Per vias rectas, Mr Deasy said firmly, was his motto. He voted for it and put on his top boots to ride to Dublin from the Ards of Down to do so. Lal the ral the ra, the rocky road to Dublin. A gruff squire on horseback with shiny top boots. Soft day, Sir John, soft day, your honour. Day, day. 2 top boots jog dangling on to Dublin. Lal the ral the ra, lal the ral the raddy. That reminds me, Mr Deasy said. You can do me a favour, Mr Dedalus, with some of your literary friends. I have a letter here for the press. Sit down a moment. I have just to copy the end. He went to the desk near the window, pulled in his chair twice, and read off some words from the sheet on the drum of his typewriter. Sit down. Excuse me, he said over his shoulder. The dictates of common sense. Just a moment. He peered from under his shaggy brows at the manuscript by his elbow and, muttering, began to prod the stiff buttons of the keyboard slowly, sometimes blowing as he screwed up the drum to erase an error. Stephen seated himself noiselessly before the princely presence. Framed around the walls, images of vanished horses stood in homage, their meek heads poised in air. Lord Hastings' repulse, the Duke of Westminster's Shotover, the Duke of Beaufort's Ceylon, Prix de Paris, 1866. Elfin riders sat them, watchful of a sign. He saw their speeds, backing king's colours, and shouted with the shouts of vanished crowds. Full stop, Mr Deasy bade his keys, but prompt ventilation of this all-important question. Where Cranley led me to get rich quick, hunting his winners among the mud-splashed brakes, amid the balls of bookies on their pitches and reek of the canteen, over the motley slush. Fair rebel, even money the favourite, 10-1 the field. Dicers and thimble-riggers we hurried by after the hooves, the vying caps and jackets, and past the meat-faced woman, a butcher's dame, nuzzling thirstily her clove of orange. Shouts rang shrill from the boys' playfield, and a whirring whistle. Again, a goal. I am among them, among their battling bodies, in a medley, the joust of life. You mean that knock-kneed mother's darling who seems to be slightly craw-sick? Jousts. Time-shocked rebounds, shock by shock. Jousts, slush and uproar of battles, the frozen death-spew of the slain, a shout of spear-spikes baited with men's bloodied guts. Now then, Mr Deasy said, rising. He came to the table, pinning together his sheets. Stephen stood up. I have put the matter into a nutshell, Mr Deasy said. It's about the foot-and-mouth disease. Just look through it. There can be no 2 opinions on the matter. May I trespass on your valuable space? That doctrine of laissez-faire which so often in our history, the cattle trade, the way of all our old industries, Liverpool ring which jockeyed the Galway harbour scheme, European conflagration, grain supplies through the narrow waters of the Channel, the Pluto-perfect imperturbability of the Department of Agriculture, pardoned a classical allusion, Cassandra, by a woman who was no better than she should be, to come to the point at issue. "I don't mince words, do I?" Mr Deasy asked as Stephen read on. "Foot and mouth disease, known as Koch's preparation, serum and virus, percentage of salted horses, rinderpest, emperor's horses at Merzsteg, Lower Austria, veterinary surgeons, Mr Henry Blackwood Price, courteous offer a fair trial, dictates of common sense, all-important question, in every sense of the word take the bull by the horns, thanking you for the hospitality of your columns." "I want that to be printed and read," Mr Deasy said. "You will see at the next outbreak they will put an embargo on Irish cattle. And it can be cured. It is cured. My cousin, Blackwood Price, writes to me it is regularly treated and cured in Austria by cattle doctors there. They offer to come over here. I am trying to work up influence with the department. Now I'm going to try publicity. I am surrounded by difficulties, by intrigues, by backstairs influence, by—" He raised his forefinger and beat the air oddly before his voice spoke. "Mark my words, Mr Dedalus," he said. "England is in the hands of the Jews, in all the highest places, her finance, her press, and they are the signs of a nation's decay. Wherever they gather they eat up the nation's vital strength. I have seen it coming these years. As sure as we are standing here, the Jew merchants are already at their work of destruction. Old England is dying." He stepped swiftly off, his eyes coming to blue life as they passed a broad sunbeam. He faced about and back again. "Dying," he said again, "if not dead by now. The harlot's cry from street to street shall weave old England's winding sheet." His eyes, open wide in vision, stared sternly across the sunbeam in which he halted. "A merchant," Stephen said, "is one who buys cheap and sells dear, Jew or Gentile, is he not?" "They sinned against the light," Mr Deasy said gravely, "and you can see the darkness in their eyes, and that is why they are wanderers on the earth to this day." On the steps of the Paris Stock Exchange, the gold-skinned men quoting prices on their gemmed fingers, gabble of geese, they swarmed loud, uncouth about the temple, their heads thick-plotting under maladroit silk hats. Not theirs, these clothes, this speech, these gestures. Their full, slow eyes belied the words, their gestures eager and unoffending, but knew the rancours massed about them, and knew their zeal was in vain. Vain patience to heap and hoard. Time surely would scatter all. A hoard heaped by the roadside, plundered and passing on. Their eyes knew their years of wandering, and, patient, knew the dishonours of their flesh. "Who has not?" Stephen said. "What do you mean?" Mr Deasy asked. He came forward a pace and stood by the table. His underjaw fell sideways open uncertainly. "Is this old wisdom? He waits to hear from me." "History," Stephen said, "is a nightmare from which I am trying to awake." From the playfield the boys raised a shout, a whirring whistle. "Goal!" What if that nightmare gave you a back kick? "The ways of the Creator are not our ways," Mr Deasy said. "All human history moves towards one great goal, the manifestation of God." Stephen jerked his thumb towards the window, saying, "That is God." "Hooray! Aye! Whooree!" "What?" Mr Deasy asked. "A shout in the street," Stephen answered, shrugging his shoulders. Mr Deasy looked down and held for a while the wings of his nose tweaked between his fingers. Looking up again, he set them free. "I am happier than you are," he said. "We have committed many errors and many sins. A woman brought sin into the world, for a woman who was no better than she should be, Helen, the runaway wife of Menelaus. 10 years the Greeks made war on Troy. A faithless wife first brought the strangers to our shore here, MacMurrough's wife and her leman, O'Rourke, prince of Breffni. A woman too brought Parnell low. Many errors, many failures, but not the one sin. I am a struggler now at the end of my days, but I will fight for the right till the end. For Ulster will fight, and Ulster will be right." Stephen raised the sheets in his hand. "Well, sir," he began. "I foresee," Mr Deasy said, "that you will not remain here very long at this work. You were not born to be a teacher, I think. Perhaps I am wrong." "A learner, rather," Stephen said. "And here what will you learn more?" Mr Deasy shook his head. "Who knows?" he said. "To learn one must be humble. But life is the great teacher." Stephen rustled the sheets again. "As regards these," he began. "Yes," Mr Deasy said. "You have 2 copies there. If you can have them published at once." Telegraph. Irish Homestead. "I will try," Stephen said, "and let you know tomorrow. I know 2 editors slightly." "That will do," Mr Deasy said briskly. "I wrote last night to Mr Field, MP. There is a meeting of the Cattle Traders' Association today at the City Arms Hotel. I asked him to lay my letter before the meeting. You see if you can get it into your 2 papers. What are they?" "The Evening Telegraph." "That will do," Mr Deasy said. "There is no time to lose. Now I have to answer that letter from my cousin." "Good morning, sir," Stephen said, putting the sheets in his pocket. "Thank you." "Not at all," Mr Deasy said as he searched the papers on his desk. "I like to break a lance with you, old as I am." "Good morning, sir," Stephen said again, bowing to his bent back. He went out by the open porch and down the gravel path under the trees, hearing the cries of voices and crack of sticks from the playfield. The lions couchant on the pillars as he passed out through the gate, toothless terrors. Still, I will help him in his fight. Mulligan will dub me a new name, the bullock-befriending bard. "Mr Dedalus!" Running after me. No more letters, I hope. "Just one moment." "Yes, sir," Stephen said, turning back at the gate. Mr Deasy halted, breathing hard and swallowing his breath. "I just wanted to say," he said, "Ireland, they say, has the honour of being the only country which never persecuted the Jews. Do you know that? No. And do you know why?" He frowned sternly on the bright air. "Why, sir?" Stephen asked, beginning to smile. "Because she never let them in," Mr Deasy said solemnly. A cough-ball of laughter leaped from his throat, dragging after it a rattling chain of phlegm. He turned back quickly, coughing, laughing, his lifted arms waving to the air. "She never let them in," he cried again through his laughter as he stamped on gaitered feet over the gravel of the path. "That's why." On his wise shoulders, through the checkerwork of leaves, the sun flung spangles, dancing coins. End of chapter 2. Read by Kara Schallenberg on March 3rd, 2006, in Oceanside, California, and left completely unedited at Hugh's request. Hope you enjoyed it.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That's LibriVox.org. Today's reading by Miette and Philip. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 3. Ineluctable modality of the visible, at least that, if no more, thought through my eyes. Signatures of all things I am here to read, sea spawn and sea rack, the nearing tide, that rusty boot, snot green, blue, silver, rust, coloured signs, limits of the diaphane. But, he adds, in bodies. Then he was aware of them bodies before of them coloured. How? By knocking his sconce against them, sure. Go easy. Bald he was and a millionaire, maestro di cola che sano. Limit of the diaphane in. Why in? Diaphane, adiaphane. If you can put your 5 fingers through it, it is a gate, if not a door. Shut your eyes and see.
Stephen closed his eyes to hear his boots crush, crackling, rack, and shells. You are walking through it howsomever. I am, a stride at a time. A very short space of time through very short times of space. 5, 6. The...
Knocking under.
Exactly. And that is the ineluctable modality of the audible. Open your eyes. No, Jesus! If I fell over a cliff, that beetles o'er his base. Fell through the...
Neben yonder.
Ineluctably. I am getting on nicely in the dark. My ash sword hangs at my side. Tap with it, they do. My 2 feet in his boots are at the ends of his legs.
Neben yonder.
Sounds solid. Made by the mallet of Los Demiurgos. Am I walking into eternity along Sandy Mount Strand? Crush, crack, crick, crick, wild sea money. Domini Desi Kenzeme.
Won't you come to Sandy Mount, Madeline the mare? Rhythm begins, you see. I hear a catalectic tetrameter of iams marching. No, a gallop. Deline the mare. Open your eyes now, I will. 1 moment. Has all vanished since. If I open and am forever in the black adiaphane, basta. I will see if I can see. See now. There all the time without you, and ever shall be, world without end. They came down the steps from Leahy's terrace prudently, Frauenzimmer, and down the shelving shore flabbily, their splayed feet sinking in the silted sand. Like me, like Algy coming down to our mighty mother, number 1 swung lordily her midwife's bag, the others gamp-poked in the beach. From the Liberties, out for the day. Mrs. Florence McCabe, relict of the late Patrick McCabe, deeply lamented of Bride Street. One of her sisterhood lugged me squealing into life, creation from nothing. What has she in the bag? A Miss Birth with a trailing navel cord, hushed in ruddy wool. The cords of all link back, strand entwining cable of all flesh. That is why mystic monks. Will you be as gods? Gaze in your omphalos. Hello, Kinch here. Put me on to Edenville, Aleph, Alpha, not 1. Spouse and helpmate of Adam Cademan. Eva, naked Eve. She had no navel. Gaze. Belly without blemish, bulging big, a buckler of taut vellum. No, white-heaped corn, orient and immortal, standing from everlasting to everlasting. Womb of sin.
Wombed in sin darkness I was too, made not begotten. By them the man with my voice and my eyes, and a ghost woman with ashes on her breath. They clasped and sundered, did the coupler's will. From before the ages he willed me, and now may not will me away or ever. Alex eterna stays about him. Is that then the divine substance wherein Father and Son are consubstantial? Where is poor dear Arius to try conclusions, warring his life long upon the contransmagnificand jubantantiality? Ill-starred, Hirciarch in a Greek water closet, he breathed his last. Euthanasia. with a beaded mitre and a crozier, stalled upon his throne, a widower of a widowed see, with upstiffed Omorphorian, with clotted hinderpants. Hares romped round him, nicking his eager airs. Their coming waves, the white-maned seahorses chomping, bright wind-bridled the steeds of Manan. I mustn't forget his letter for the press. And after, the ship, 12:30. By the way, go easy with that money like a good young imbecile. Yes, I must.
His pace slackened. Here. Am I going to Aunt Sarah's or not? My consubstantial father's voice. Did you see anything of your artist brother Stephen lately? No? Sure, he's not down in Strasbourg Terrace with his Aunt Sally. Couldn't he fly a bit higher than that, eh? And tell us, Stephen, how is Uncle C? Oh, weeping God, the things I married into. The boys up in the hayloft, the drunken little cost drawer, and his brother, the cornet player. Highly respectable gondoliers. And ski-weird Walter sirring his father, no less. Sir, yes, sir, no, sir. Jesus wept, and no wonder, by Christ. I pull the wheezy bell of their shuttered cottage, and wait. They take me for a dun, peer out from the coign of vantage.
It's Stephen, sir.
Let him in, let Stephen in.
A bolt drawn back, and Walter welcomes me.
We thought you were someone else.
In his broad bed, Uncle Richie, pillowed and blanketed, extends over the hillock of his knees a sturdy forearm. Clean-chested, he has washed the upper moiety. Morrow, nephew.
He lays against the lapboard whereon he drafts his bills of costs for the eyes of Master Guff and Master Shapland Tandy, filling consents in common searches and a writ of ducis tecum. A burgook frame over his bald head. Wild requiescat. The drone of his misleading whistle brings Walter back.
Yes, sir.
Malt for Richie and Stephen. Tell mother. Where is she?
Bathing Chrissy, sir. Papa's little bed pal, lump of love. No, Uncle Richie.
Call me Richie. Damn your lithia water. It lowers. Whisky.
Uncle Richie, really?
Sit down, or by the law, Harry, I'll knock you down.
Walter squints vainly for a chair. He has nothing to sit down upon, sir.
He has nowhere to put it, you mug. Bring our Chippendale chair. Would you like a bite of something? None of your damned lordy-do airs here. The rich of a rasher fried with a herring? Sure? So much the better. We have nothing in the house but backache pills. A letter. He drones bars at Fernando's aria di sortita, the grandest number, Stephen, in the whole opera. Listen. His tuneful whistle sounds again, finely shaded with rushes of the air, his fists big drumming on his padded knees. This wind is sweeter.
Houses of decay, mine, his, and all. You told the Clongowes gentry you had an uncle, a judge, and an uncle, a general in the army. Come out of them, Stephen. Beauty is not there, nor in the stagnant bay of Marsh's library where you read the fading prophecies of Joachim Abbas. For whom? The 100-headed rabble of the cathedral close. A hater of his kind ran from them to the wood of madness, his mane foaming in the moon, his eyeballs stars. Hoyam, horse-nostrilled, the oval equine faces. Temple, Buck Mulligan, Foxy Campbell, lantern jaws. Abbas' father, furious dean, what offence laid fire to their brains? Puff! Descende calve ut ne amplius de calveris. Garland of grey hair on his culminated head. See him, me, clambering down to the footpace. Descende! Clutching a monstrance. Basilisk-eyed. Get down, bald pole. A choir gives back menace and echo, assisting about the altar's horns the snorted Latin of jack priests moving burly in their albs, tonsured and oiled and gelded, fat with the fat of kidneys of wheat.
And at the same instant, perhaps a priest round the corner is elevating it. Dring, dring, and 2 streets off another looking it into a pyx. Dring-a-dring, and in a lady chapel another taking housel all to his own cheek. Dring, dring, down, up, forward, back. Dan Oakham thought of that invincible doctor. A misty English morning, the imp hypostasis tickled his brain, bringing his host down and kneeling he heard twine with his second bell, the first bell in the transept. He is lifting this, and rising, heard, now I am lifting, their 2 bells, he is kneeling, twang in diphthong. Cousin Stephen, you will never be a saint. Isle of Saints. You were awfully holy, weren't you? You prayed to the Blessed Virgin that you might not have a red nose. You prayed to the devil in Serpentine Avenue that the fubsy window in front might lift her clothes still more from the wet street. Oh, si, certo. Sell your soul for that, do. Dyed rags pinned round a squaw. More, tell me more still. On the top of the house, tram alone crying to the rain. Naked women, what about that, eh?
What about what? What else were they invented for? Reading 2 pages apiece of 7 books every night, eh? I was young. You bowed to yourself in the mirror, stepping forward to applause, earnestly, striking face. Hooray for the goddamned idiot, hooray! No one saw, tell no one. Books you were going to write with letters for titles. Have you read his F? Oh yes, but I prefer Q. Oh yes, but W is wonderful. Oh yes, W. Remember your epiphanies written on green oval leaves? Deeply deep. Copies to be sent if you died to all the great libraries of the world, including Alexandria. Someone was to read them there after a few thousand years, a Mahamavantara, Pico della Mirandola, very like a whale. When one reads these strange pages of one long gone, one feels that one is at one with one who once. The grainy sand had gone from under his feet. His boots trod again a damp, crackling mast, razor shells, squeaking pebbles, that on the unnumbered pebbles beats, wood sieved by the ship-worm, lost armada. Unwholesome sand flats waited to suck his treading soles, breathing upwards sewage breath. A pocket of seaweed smoldered in sea fire under a midden of man's ashes. He coasted them, walking warily. A porter bottle stood up, stogged to its waist, in the cakey sand dough. A sentinel, isle of dreadful thirst. Broken hoops on the shore, at the land, a maze of dark, cunning nets. Farther away, chalk-scrawled back doors, and on the higher beach, a drying line with true crucified shirts. Ring's End, wigwams of brown steersmen and master mariners, human shells. He halted. I've passed the way to Aunt Sarah's. Am I not going there? Seems not. No one about. He turned northeast and crossed the firmer sands toward the pigeon house.
Qui vous a mis dans cette fichue position?
C'est le pigeon, Joseph.
Patrice, home on furlough, lapped warm milk with me in the bar McMahon, son of the wild goose Kevin Egan of Paris. My father's a bird. He lapped the sweet lace show with pink young tongue, plump bonet's face. Lap, lapin. He hopes to win the gros lot. About the nature of women he read in Michelet. But he must send me La Vie de Jesus by M. Leo Taxil. Lent it to his friend. C'est étonnant, vous savez. Moi, je suis socialiste. Je ne crois pas en l'existence de Dieu. Faut pas le dire à mon père.
Il croit? How do you say that?
Quoi?
Il croit?
Mon père, oui.
Schluss. He laps.
My Latin Quarter hat. God, we simply must dress the character. I want puce gloves. You were a student, weren't you? Of what in the other devil's name? P-C-N, you know? Physique, chimique, et naturel. Aha! Eating your goat's worth of mou en civet, flesh pots of Egypt, elbowed by belching cabmen. Just say in the most natural tone, when I was in Paris, boulimiche, I used to carry punched tickets to prove an alibi if they arrested you for murder somewhere. Justice. On the night of the 17th of February 1904, the prisoner was seen by 2 witnesses. One fellow did it, other me. Hat, tie, overcoat, nose. Louis, c'est moi. You seem to have enjoyed yourself.
Proudly walking. Whom were you trying to walk like? Forget. A dispossessed. With mother's money order, 8 shillings, the banging door of the post office slammed in your face by the usher. Hunger toothache. Encore 2 minutes. Look, clock. Must get. Ferme. Hired dog. Shoot him to bloody bits with a bang shotgun. Bits, man. Spattered walls, all brass buttons. Bits all crack in place, clack back. Not hurt? Oh, that's all right. Shake hands. See what I mean? See? Oh, that's all right. Shake a shake. Oh, that's only all right. You were going to do wonders, what? Missionary to Europe after fiery Columbanus. Fiacre and Scotus on their creepy stools in heaven, split from their pint pots. Loud Latin laughing. Eugie, pretending to speak broken English as you dragged your valise, porch of 3 pence across the slimy pier at New Haven. Comment? Rich booty you brought back. Le tutu. 5 tattered numbers of pantalon blanc, et culotte rouge, a blue French telegram. Curiosity to show.
Mother dying. Come home, father.
The aunt thinks you killed your mother. That's why she won't.
Then here's a health to Mulligan's aunt, and I'll tell you the reason why. She always kept things decent in the Hannigan family. His feet marched in sudden proud rhythm over the sand furrows, along by the boulders of the south wall. He stared at them proudly. Piled stone mammoth skulls. Gold light on sea, on sand, on boulders. The sun is there, the slender trees, the lemon houses. Paris, rawly walking, crude sunlight on her lemon streets. Moist pith of fowls of braid, the frog-green wormwood, her matin incense, caught the air. Belluomo rises from the bed of his wife's lover's wife, the kerchiefed housewife is astir, a saucer of acetic acid in her hand. In Rodo's Yvonne and Madeleine new make their tumbled beauties, shattering with gold teeth, chaussons of pastry, their mouths yellowed with the puce of Flan-Breton. Faces of Paris men go by, their well-pleased pleasures, curled conquistadores.
Noon slumbers. Kevin Egan rolls gunpowder cigarettes through fingers smeared with printer's ink, sipping his green fairy as Patrice is white. About us gobblers fork spiced beans down their gullets.
Un demi-septier?
A jet of coffee steam from the burnished cauldron. She serves me at his beck.
Il est Hollandaise? Non fromage. 2 Irlandais nus, Irlande. Vous savez, ah oui.
She thought you wanted a cheese.
Hollandais.
Your postprandial. Do you know that word? Postprandial. There was a fellow I once knew in Barcelona, a queer fellow, used to call it his postprandial. Well.
You do it.
Slaint. Around the slab tables, the tangle of whined breaths and grumbling gorges. His breath hangs over a saucer-stained plates, the green fairy's fang thrusting between his lips. Of Ireland, the Dalcassians, of hopes, conspiracies, of Arthur Griffith now, A.E. Pimander, good shepherd of men, to yoke me as his yoke-fellow, our crimes, our common cause. You're your father's son, I know the voice, his fustian shirt, sanguine-flowered, trembles its Spanish tassels at his secrets. M. Drumont, famous journalist, Drumont, I know what he called Queen Victoria. Old hag with yellow teeth. Vile ogressa with donjons. Maud Gaume, beautiful woman. La Patrie. Mademoiselle Miliot, Felix Faure, you know how he died? Licentious men. The Froken, bon à tout faire, who rubs male nakedness in the bath at Uppsala. Moi faire, she said, tous les messieurs. Not this, monsieur, I said. Most licentious custom. Bath, a most private thing. I wouldn't let my brother, not even my own brother, most lascivious thing. Green eyes, I see you, fang, I feel. Lascivious people.
The blue fuse burns deadly between hands and burns clear. Loose tobacco shreds catch fire, a flame and acrid smoke light our corner. Raw face bones under his peep of day boy's hat. How the head centre got away, authentic version. Got up as a young bride, man, veil, orange blossoms, drove out the road to Malahide. Did, fate, of lost leaders the betrayed, wild escapes. Disguises clutched at, gone, not here. Spurned lover. I was a strapping young gossin at that time, I tell you. I'll show you my likeness one day. I was, faith, lover. For her love he prowled with Colonel Richard Burke, tanist of his sept, under the walls of Clerkenwell, and, crouching, saw a flame of vengeance hurl them upward in the fog. Shattered glass and toppling masonry. In gay Paris he hides, Egan of Paris, unsought by any save by me. Making his day's stations, the dingy printing case, his 3 taverns, the Montmartre lair he sleeps short night in, Rue de la Goutte d'Or, damascened with fly-bound faces of the gone. Loveless, landless, wifeless. She is quite nicely comfy without her outcast man, Madame in Rue Guite-le-Cour, canary and 2 buck lodges. Peachy cheeks, a zebra skirt, frisky as a young thing's. Spurned and undespairing. Tell Pat you saw me, won't you? I wanted to get poor Pat a job one time. Mon fils, soldier of France. I taught him to sing the boys of Kilkenny our stout roaring blades. Know that old lay? I taught Patrice that. Old Kilkenny, Saint Canice, Strongbow's Castle on the Nore. Goes like this. Oh, oh, he takes me Napatandy by the hand. Oh, oh, the boys of Kilkenny. Weak wasting hand on mine. They have forgotten Kevin Egan, not he them. Remembering thee, O Sion.
He had come near the edge of the sea, and wet sand slapped his boots. The new air greeted him, harping in wild nerves, wind of wild air and seed's brightness. Here, I am not walking out to the Kish lightship, am I? He stood suddenly, his feet beginning to sink slowly in the quaking soil. Turn back. Turning, he scanned the shore south, his feet sinking again slowly in new sockets. The cold domed room of the tower waits. Through the barbicans the shaft of light are moving ever, slowly ever, as my feet are sinking, creeping duskward on the dial floor. Blue dusk, nightfall, deep blue night. In the darkness of the dome they wait, their pushed-back chairs, my obelisk valise, around a board of abandoned platters. Who to clear it? He has the key. I will not sleep there when this night comes, a shut door of a silent tower, entombing their blind bodies. The Panther Sahib and his pointer call. No answer. He lifted his feet up from the suck and turned back by the mole of boulders. Take all, keep all. My soul walks with me, form of forms. So in the moon's mid-watches I pace the path above the rocks in sable-silvered, hearing Elsinore's tempting flood. The flood is following me, I can watch it flow past from here. Get back then by the Poolbeg road to the strand there. He climbed over the sedge and eely oarweeds and sat on a stool of rock, resting his ash plant in a grike. A bloated carcass of a dog lolled on the bladder rack. Before him the gunwale of a boat sunk in sand. Un coche en sable. Louis Vuillot called Gautier's prose. These heavy sands our language, tide and wind have silted here. And these, the stone heaps of dead builders, a warren of weasel rats. Hide gold there, try it. You have some. Sands and stones, heavy of the past, Sir Lout's toys. Mind you don't get one bang on the ear. I'm the bloody well gigant rolls all them bloody well boulders, bones for my stepping stones. Fee for fum, I smell the bloods of the Irishman.
A point, live dog, grew into sight running across the sweep of sand. Lord, is he going to attack me? Respect his liberty. You will not be master of others or their slave. I have my stick. Sit tight. From farther away, walking shoreward across from the crested tide. Figures. 2. The 2 Marias. They have tucked it safe among the bulrushes. Peekaboo, I see you. No, the dog. He is running back to them. Who? Gullies of the Lochlands ran here to the beach in quest of prey, their blood-beaked prows riding low on a molten pewter surf. Dane Vikings, talks of tomahawks a-glitter on their breasts when Malachi wore the colour of gold. A school of Tyrrell-hide whales stranded in hot noon, spouting, hobbling in the shallows. Then from the starving cagework city a horde of jerkined dwarves, my people, with flayers' knives, running, scaling, hacking in green blubbery whale meat. Famine, plague and slaughters, their blood is in me, their lust's my waves. I moved among them on the frozen Liffey, that I, a changeling, among the sputtering resin fires. I spoke to no one, none to me. The dog's bark ran towards him, stopped, ran back. Dog of my enemy. I just simply stood pale, silent, bayed about. Terribilia meditans. A primrose doublet, fortune's knave, smiled on my fear. For that are you pining the bark of their applause. Pretenders live their lives. The Bruce's brother, Thomas Fitzgerald, silken knight, Perkin Warbeck, York's false scion, in breeches of silk, of white rose ivory, wonder of a day. And Lambert Simnel, with a tale of nans and sutlers, a scullion crowned. All kings' sons, a paradise of pretenders then and now. He saved men from drowning, and you shake at a cur's yelping. But the courtiers who mocked Guido or in Or Saint-Michel were in their own house. House of... We don't want any of your medieval abstrusiosities. Would you do what he did? A boat would be near, a lifebuoy. Naturleek, put there for you. Would you or would you not? The man that was drowned 9 days ago off Maiden's Rock. They're waiting for him now. The truth, spit it out, I would want to. I would try. I am not a strong swimmer. Water cold, soft. When I put my face into it, in the basin it clone glows. Can't see? Who's behind me? Out quickly, quickly. Do you see the tide flowing quickly in on all sides, sheeting the lows of sand quickly? Shell cocoa coloured. If I had land under my feet. I want his life still to be his, mine to be mine. A drowning man, his human eyes scream to me out of horror of his death. I, with him together down, I could not save her. Waters, bitter death, lost.
A woman and a man. I see her skirties, pinned up, I bet. Their dog ambled about a bank of dwindling sand, trotting, sniffing on all sides. looking for something lost in a past life. Suddenly made off like a bounding hare, ears flung back, chasing the shadow of a low-skimming gull. The man's shrieked whistle struck his limp ears. He turned, bounded back, came nearer, trotted on twinkling shanks. On a field tenny a buck, trippant, proper, unattired. At the lace fringe of the tide he halted with stiff forehoofs, seaward pointed ears. His snout lifted, barked at the wave noise, herds of sea morse. They serpented towards his feet, curling, unfurling many crests, every ninth breaking, plashing from farther out, waves and waves. Cockle pickers. They waded a little way in the water and stooping, soused their bags and lifting them again, waded out. The dog yelped, running to them, reared up and pawed them, dropping on all fours, again reared up at them with mute bearish fawning. Unheeded, he kept by them as they came towards the drier sand, a rag of wolf's tongue, red panting from his jaws. His speckled body ambled ahead of them and then loped off at a calf's gallop. The carcass lay on his path. He stopped, sniffed, stalked round it. Brother, nosing closer, went round it, sniffing rapidly like a dog all over the dead dog's bedraggled fell. Dog skull, dog sniff, eyes on the ground, moved to one's great goal. Ah, poor dog's body. Here lies poor dog body's body. Tatters, out of that, you mongrel! Cry brought him skulking back to his master, and a blunt, bootless kick sent him unscathed across a split of sand. Crouched in flight. He slunk back in a curve. Doesn't see me. Along by the edge of the mole he lolloped, dawdled, smelt a rock, and from under a cocked hind leg pissed against it. He trotted forward, and lifting again his hind leg, pissed quick short at an unsmelt rock. Simple pleasures of the poor. His hind paws then scattered the sand, then his forepaws dabbled and delved. Something he buried there, his grandmother. He rooted in the sand, again with the fury of his claws soon ceasing, a pard, a panther, got in spouse breech, vulturing the dead.
That's my favourite. After he woke me last night, the same dream, or was it? Wait, open hallway, street of harlots. Remember? Harun al-Rashid? I am almosting it. That man led me, spoke. I was not afraid. The melon he held against my face. Smiled. Cream fruit smell. That was the rule, said. In, come. Red carpet spread. You will see who. Shouldering their bags, they trudged the red Egyptians. His blued feet, out of turned-up trousers, slapped the clammy sand, a dull brick muffler strangling his unshaven neck. With woman's steps she followed, the ruffian in his strolling mort. Spoils slung at her back, loose sand and shell grit crusted her bare feet. About her windrow face hair trailed. Behind her lord, his helpmate, being awast to Romeville. When night hides her body's flaws, calling under her brown shawl from an archway where dogs have mired. Her fancy way is treating 2 royal Dublins in O'Loughlin's of black pits. Bus her rapping rogues rum lingo, oh my dimber whopping dell, a she-fiend's whiteness under her rancid rags. From Bally's lay in the night, the tanyard smells. White thy fambles, red thy gown, and thy quarren's dainty ease. Couch a hogshead with me then, in the dark man's clip and kiss. Moros deletaction Aquinas Turnbelly calls this frate porcospino. Unfallen Adam rode and not rutted. Call away let them, thy quarren's dainty ease. Language no whit worse than his. Monk words, merry beads jabber on their girdles. Rogue words, tough nuggets putter in their pockets. Passing now.
A side eye at my Hamlet hat. If I were suddenly naked here as I sit, I am not. Across the sands of all the world, followed by the sun's flaming sword to the west, trekking to evening lands, she trudges, schleps, trains, drags, Tracines her load, a tide westering, moon drawn in her wake. Tides myriad islanded within her, blood, not mine. Oinopa ponton, a wine-dark sea. Behold the handmaid of the moon. In sleep the wet sign calls her hour, bids her rise. Bride bed, child bed, bed of death, ghost candled. Omnis caro ad te veniet. He comes, pale vampire, through storm his eyes. His back sails bloodying the sea, mouth to her mouth's kiss. Here, put a pin in that chap, will you, my tablets, mouth to her kiss. No, must be two of 'em. Glue 'em well, mouth to her mouth's kiss. His lips, lipped and mouthed, fleshless lips of air, mouth to her moomb, all wombing tomb. His mouth, molded issuing breath, unspeeched, ooey-ha, roar of cataractic planets, globed, blazing, roaring, way away, away, away. Paper, the banknotes, blast them. Old Deasy's letter, here, thanking you for the hospitality, tear the blank end off. Turning his back to the sun, he bent over far to a table of rock and scribbled words. That's twice I forgot to take slips from the library counter.
His shadow lay over the rocks as he bent, ending. Why not endless till the... Why not endless till the farthest star? Darkly they are there behind this light, darkness shining in the brightness, delta of Cassiopeia, worlds. Me sits there with his augur's rod of ash, in borrowed sandals, by day beside a livid sea, unbeheld, in violet night, walking beneath a rain of uncouth stars. I throw this ended shadow from me, man-shape ineluctable, call it back. Endless, would it be mine? Form of my form. Who watches me here? Who does? Whoever anywhere will read these written words. Signs on a white field. Somewhere to someone in your flutiest voice. The good bishop of Cloyne took the veil of the temple out of his shovel hat. Veil of space with coloured emblems hatched on its field. Hold hard. Coloured on a flat. Yes, that's right. Flat I see. Then think distance. Near, far. Flat I see. East. Back. Ah, see now? Falls back suddenly. Frozen in stereoscope. Click does the trick. You find my words dark. Darkness is in our souls, do you not think? Flutier. Our souls, shame-wounded by our sins, cling to us yet more. A woman to her lover clinging, the more, the more.
She trusts me, her hand gentle, the long-lashed eyes. Now where the blue hell am I bringing her beyond the veil? Into the ineluctable modality of the ineluctable visuality. She. What she? The virgin at Hodges Figgis Widows on Monday? Looking in for one of the alphabet books you were going to write? Keen glance you gave her. Whisked through the braided jessie of her sunshade. She lives in Leeson Park with the grief and kickshaws, a lady of letters. Talk that to someone else. Stevie, a pick-me-up. Bet she wears those curse of God stays suspenders and yellow stockings darned with lumpy wool. Talk about apple dumplings. Piuttosto. Where are your wits? Touch me. Soft eyes, soft hand. I'm lonely here. Oh, touch me soon, now. What is that word known to all men? I'm quiet here, alone. Sad, too. Touch me. He lay back at a full stretch over the sharp rocks, cramming the scribbled note and pencil into a pock his hat down on his eyes. That is Kevin Egan's movement I made, nodding for his nap, Sabbath sleep. Et vidit douce. Et erant valde bona. Allo, bonjour. Welcome as the flowers in May. Under its leaf he watched through peacock-twittering lashes the southing sun. I am caught in this burning scene, Pan's hour, the faunal noon, among gum-heavy serpent plants, milk-oozing fruits, where on the tawny waters leaves lie wide. Pain is far.
And no more turn aside and brood. His gaze brooded on his broad-toed boots, a box cast-offs, nae benign under. He counted the creases of rucked leather wherein another's foot had nestled warm. The foot that beat the ground in tripudium, foot I dislove. But you were delighted when Esther Oswald's shoe went on you. Girl I knew in Paris. Tiens, quel petit pied! Staunch framed, a brother soul. Wild love that dare not speak its name. His arm, Cranley's arm. He now will leave me, and the blame, as I am, all or not at all. In long lassos from the Cook Lake the water flowed full, covering green goldenly lagoons of sand, rising, flowing. My ash plant will float away. I shall wait. No, they will pass on, passing, chafing against the low rocks, swirling, passing. Better get this job over quick. Listen, a four-worded wave speech. See-soo, hiss, recise, ooze. Vehement breath of waters amid sea snakes, rearing horses, rocks. In cups of rocks it slops, flop, slop, slap, bounded in barrels, and, spent, its speech ceases. It flows purling, widely flowing, floating, foam pool, flower unfurling. Under the upswelling tide he saw the writhing weeds lift languidly and sway reluctant arms, hicing up their petticoats in whispering water, swaying and upturning coy silver fronds. Day by day, night by night, lifted, flooded, and let fall. Lord, they are weary, and, whispered too, they sigh. St. Ambrose heard it, sighs of leaves and waves, waiting, awaiting the fullness of their times. Diebus ac noctibus inurius patiens ingemiscuch. To no end gathered, vainly then released, forth flowing, wending back, loom of the moon. Weary too in sight of lovers, lascivious men, and naked woman, shining in her court. She draws a toil of waters.
5 fathoms out there, full fathom 5 thy father lies. At 1, he said, found drowned. High water at Dublin bar, driving before it a loose drift of rubble, fanned shoals of fishes, silly shells. A corpse rising salt white from the undertow, bobbing apace, a porpoise landward. There he is, hook it quick, pull. Sunk though he be beneath the watery floor, we have him. Easy now. Bag of corpse gas sopping in foul brine, a quiver of minnows, fat of a spongy tidbit, flashed through the slits of his buttoned trouser fly. God becomes man, becomes fish, becomes barnacle, goose becomes featherbed mountain. Dead breaths I living breathe, tread dead dust, devours a urinous offal from all dead. Hauled stark over the gunwale, he breathes upward the stench of his green grave, his leprous nosehole snoring to the sun. A sea change this, brown eyes salt blue, sea death, mildest of all deaths known to man. Old Father Ocean, Prix de Paris, beware of imitations. Just you give it a fair trial. We enjoyed ourselves immensely. Come, I thirst, clouding over. No black clouds anywhere, are there? Thunderstorm. All bright he falls, proud lightning of the intellect. Lucifer, Dico, Ki, Nezkit, Okesum. No, my cockle hat and staffed, and his my sandal shoon. Where? To evening lands. Evening will find itself. He took the hilt of his ash plant, lunging with it softly, dallying still. Yes, evening will find itself in me, without me. All days make their end. By the way, next, when it is Tuesday, will be the longest day of all the glad new year, mother, the rum-tum-tiddly-tum. Lon Tennyson, gentleman poet. G-I-A, Gia, for the old hag with the yellow teeth. And Monsieur Drumont, gentleman journalist. Gia, my teeth are very bad. Why, I wonder. Feel.
That one is going too. Shells. Ought I go to a dentist, I wonder, with that money? That one. This. Toothless Kinch, the Superman. Why is that, I wonder? Or does it mean something, perhaps? My handkerchief. He threw it, I remember. Did I not take it up? His hand groped vainly in his pockets. No, I didn't. Better buy one. He laid the dry snot picked from his nostril on a ledge of rock, carefully. For the rest, let look who will. Behind, perhaps there is someone.
He turned his face over a shoulder, rear regardant, moving through the air high spars of a three-master, her sails brailed up on the cross-trees, homing upstream, silently moving, a silent ship.
End of chapter 3.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Section 4.
Leopold Bloom ate with relish the inner organs of beasts and fowls. He liked thick giblet soup, nutty gizzards, a stuffed roast heart, liver slices fried with crust crumbs, fried hencods roes. Most of all, he liked grilled mutton kidneys, which gave to his palate a fine tang of faintly scented urine. Kidneys were in his mind as he moved about the kitchen softly, writing her breakfast things on the humpy tray. Gelid light air were in the kitchen, but out of doors, gentle summer morning everywhere made him feel a bit peckish. The coals were reddening. Another slice of bread and butter. 3, 4, right. She didn't like her plate full. Right. He turned from the tray, lifted the kettle off the hob, and set it sideways on the fire. It sat there, dull and squat. Its spout stuck out. Cup of tea soon. Good. Mouth dry. The cat walked stiffly around a leg of the table with tail on high. Oh, there you are, Bloom said, turning from the fire. The cat mewed in answer and stalked again stiffly around a leg of the table, mewing. Just how she stalks over my writing table. Purr. Scratch my head. Purr.
Good evening.
Mr. Bloom watched curiously, kindly, the life-black form. Clean to see, the gloss of her sleek hide, the white button under the butt of her tail, the green flashing eyes. He bent down to her, his hands on his knees. Milk for the pussins, he said. The cat cried. They call them stupid. They understand what we say better than we understand them. She understands all she wants to. Vindictive, too. Wonder what I look like to her. Height of a tower? No, she can jump me. Afraid of the chicken she is, he said mockingly. Afraid of the chook-chooks. I never saw such a stupid pussins as the pussins. Cruel. Her nature. Curious mice never squeal. Seem to like it. the cat said loudly. She blinked up out of her avid, shame-closing eyes, mewing plaintively and long, showing him her milk-white teeth. He watched the dark eye slits narrowing with greed till her eyes were green stones. Then he went down to the dresser, took the jug Hanlon's milkman had just filled for him, poured warm bubbled milk on a saucer, and set it slowly on the floor. She cried, running to lap. He watched the bristles shining wirily in the weak light as she tipped 3 times and licked lightly. Wonder is it true if you clip them they can't mouse after? Why? They shine in the dark, perhaps the tips, or kind of feelers in the dark, perhaps. He listened to her licking lap. Ham and eggs? No good eggs with this drought. Want pure, fresh water. Thursday, not a good day either for mutton kidney at Buckley's. Fried with butter, a shake of pepper. Better a pork kidney at Lugach's. While the kettle is boiling, she lapped slower, then licking the saucer clean. Why are their tongues so rough? To lap better, all porous holes. Nothing she can eat? He glanced round him. No. On quietly creaky boots, he went up the staircase to the hall, paused by the bedroom door. She might like something tasty. Thin bread and butter she likes in the morning. Still, perhaps once in a way. He said softly in the bare hall, I'm going round the corner. Be back in a minute. And when he had heard his voice say it, he added, You don't want anything for breakfast? A soft, sleepy grunt answered,
No, she didn't want anything. He heard then a warm, heavy sigh, softer, as she turned over and the loose brass quoits of the bedstead jingle. Must get those settled, really. Pity. All the way from Gibraltar. Forgotten any little Spanish she knew. Wonder what her father gave for it. Old style. Ah, yes, of course. Bought it at the governor's auction. Got a short knock. Hard as nails at a bargain, old Tweety. Yes, sir. At Plevna, that was. I rose from the ranks, sir, and I'm proud of it. Still, he had brains enough to make that corner in stamps. Now that was far-seeing. His hand took his hat from the peg over his initialed heavy overcoat and his lost property office second-hand waterproof. Stamps, sticky-back pictures. Dare say lots of officers are in the swim, too. Of course they do. The sweated legend in the crown of his hat told him mutely, Platz's High Grand Ha. He peeped quickly inside the leather headband. White slip of paper, quite safe. On the doorsteps he felt in his hip pocket for the latchkey. Not there. In the trousers I left off. Must get it. Potato I have. Creaky wardrobe. No use disturbing her. She turned over sleepily that time. He pulled the hall door to after him very quietly, more, till the footleaf dropped gently over the threshold. A limp lid. Look shut. All right till I come back, anyhow. He crossed to the bright side, avoiding the loose cellar flap of number 75. The sun was nearing the steeple of George's church. Be a warm day, I fancy. Especially in these black clothes, feel it more. Black conducts, refracts, is it? The heat. But I couldn't go in that light suit. Make a picnic of it. His eyelids sank quietly often as he walked in happy warmth. Boland's bread van delivering with trays are daily, but she prefers yesterday's loaves, turnovers, crisp crowns hot. Makes you feel young. Somewhere in the east, early morning, set off at dawn. Travel round in front of the sun. Steal a day's march on him. Keep it up, forever never grow a day older technically. Walk along a strand, strange land. Come to a city gate, sentry there, old rank or two.
old Tweedy's big mustaches, leaning on a long kind of spear. Wander through on streets, turbaned faces going by, dark caves of carpet shops, big man, Turco the Terrible, seated cross-legged, smoking a coiled pipe. Cries of sellers in the streets, drink water scented with fennel sherbet, dander all day long. Might meet a robber or two. Well, meet him. Getting on to sundown. The shadows of the mosques among the pillar priests with the scroll rolled up. A shiver of the trees, signal the evening wind. I pass on. Fading gold sky. A mother watches me from her doorway. She calls her children home in their dark language. High wall, beyond strings twanged. Night sky, moon, violet. Color of Molly's new garters. Strings, listen. A girl playing one of those instruments. What do you call them? Dulcimers. I pass. Probably not a bit like it, really. Kind of stuff you read in the track of the sun. Sunburst on the title page. He smiled, pleasing himself. What Arthur Griffin said about the headpiece over the Freeman leader. A home rule sun rising up in the northwest from the laneway behind the Bank of Ireland. He prolonged his pretty smile. I could touch that. Home rule sun rising up in the northwest. He approached Larry O'Rourke's. From the cellar grating floated up the flabby gush of porter. Through the open doorway, the bar squirted out whiffs of ginger, tea dust, biscuit mush. Good house, however. Just the end of city traffic. For instance, McGalley's down there, in G as position. Of course, if they ran a tram line along the North Circular from the cattle market to the quays, value would go up like a shot. Bald head over the blind. Cute old codger. No use canvassing him for an ad. Still, he knows his own business best. There he is, sure enough, my bold Larry, leaning against the sugar bin in his shirt sleeves, watching the aproned curate swab up with mop and bucket. Simon Dedalis takes him off to a tea with his eyes screwed up. Do you know what I'm going to tell you? What's that, Mr. O'Rourke? Do you know what? The Russians. They'd only be an 8 o'clock breakfast for the Japanese. Stop and say a word. About the funeral, perhaps. Sad thing about poor Dingham, Mr. O'Rourke. Turning into Dorset Street, he said freshly in greeting through the doorway. Good day, O'Rourke. Good day to you. Lovely weather, sir. 'Tis all that.
'Tis all that. Oh, sorry.
Where do they get the money? Coming up red-headed curates from the country, latrium, rinsing empties, an old man in the cellar. Then, lo and behold, they blossom, out as Adam Finn latters or down talons. Then, thin of the competition, general thirst, good puzzle, would be cross Dublin without passing a pub. Save it they can't. Off the drunks perhaps. Put down 3 and carry 5. What is that? A bob here and there, dribs and drabs. On the wholesale orders perhaps. Doing a double shuffle with the town travellers. Square it with the boss and we'll split the job. See? How much would that tot to off the porter in the month? Say 10 barrels of stuff? Say you got 10 pence % off. 0 more. 15? He passed St. Joseph's National School. Brats. Clamour. Windows open. Fresh air helps a memory. Or a lilt. Anbeish, Defagi, Killermen, Opicure, Rustovi, W. Boys are they? Yes. Inish Turk, Inish Shark, Inish Boffin, but they're jog-free. Mine, Leopold Bloom. He halted before Delgucci's window, staring at the hanks of sausages, Polonese, black and white. 15 multiplied by. The figures whitened in his mind, unsolved, displeased. He let them fade. The shiny links, packed with forcemeat, fed his gaze, and he breathed in tranquillity with the lukewarm breath of the cooked spiced pig's blood. A kidney oozed blood gouts on the willow-patterned dish, the last. He stood by the next door's girl at the counter. Would she buy it too? Calling the items from a slip in her hand, chapped, washing soda, and a pound and a half of Denny's sausages. His eyes rested on her vigorous hips. Wood, his name is. Wonder what he does. Wife is oldish. New blood. No followers allowed. Strong pair of arms. Whacking a carpet on the clothesline. She does whack it, by George. The way her crooked skirt swings at each whack. The ferreted-eyed pork butcher folded the sausages. He had snipped off with his blotchy fingers. Sausage pink. Sound meat there, like a stell-fed heifer. He took a page up from the pile of cut sheets. The model farm at Kinnereth on the lake shore of the Tiberias. Can become ideal winter sanatorium. Moss, Montefiore. I thought he was. Farmhouse, wall round it, blurred cattle cropping. He held the page from him. Interesting. Read it nearer. The title. The blurred cropping cattle. The page rustling. A young white heifer. Those mornings in the cattle market, the beasts lowering in their pens, branded sheep, flop and fall of dung, the breeders in hobnailed boots trudging through the litter, slapping a palm on the ripened hindquarter. There's a prime one. Up-peeled switches in their hands. He held the page aslant patiently, bending his senses and his will, his soft subject gaze at rest. The crooked skirt swinging, whack by whack by whack. The pork butcher snapped 2 sheets from the pile, wrapped up her prime sausages, and made a red grimace. Now, my miss, he said. She tendered a coin, smiling boldly, holding her thick wrist out. Thank you, my miss. And 1 shilling 3pence change. For you, please. Mr. Bloom pointed quickly, to catch up and walk behind her if she went slowly, behind her moving hands. Pleasant to see the first thing in the morning. Hurry up, damn it. Make hay while the sun shines. She stood outside the shop in sunlight and sauntered lazily to the right. He sighed down his nose. They never understand. Soda-chapped hands, crusted toenails too, brown scapulars in tatters, defending her both ways. The sting of disregard glowed to weak pleasure within his breast. For another, a constable off duty, cuddling her in Eccles Lane. They like them sizable. Prime sausage. 0, please, Mr. Policeman. I'm lost in the wood. 3pence, please. His hand accepted the moist, tender gland and slipped it into his side pocket. Then it fetched up 3 coins from his trousers pocket and laid them on the rubber prickles. They lay, were read quickly, and quickly slid, disc by disc, into the till. Thank you, sir. Another time. A speck of eager fire from the foxy eyes thanked him. He withdrew his gaze after an instant. No, better not. Another time. Good morning, he said, moving away. Good morning, sir.
No sign, gone, what matter? He walked back along Dorset Street, reading gravely. Agendath Natan Planters Company, to purchase waste sandy tracts from Turkish government and plant with eucalyptus trees. Excellent for shade, fuel and construction. Orange groves and immense melon fields north of Jaffa. You pay 80 marks and they plant a dunam of land for you with olives, oranges, almonds or citrons. Olives cheaper, Oranges need artificial irrigation. Every year you get a sending of the crop. Your name entered for life as owner in the Book of the Union. Can pay 10 down in the balance in yearly installments. Bliebestrasse, 34, Berlin, West 15. Nothing doing. Still an idea behind it. He looked at the cattle, blurred in silver heat, silver-powdered olive trees. Quiet, long days, pruning, ripening. Olives are packed in jars, eh? I have a few left from Andrew's. Molly's spitting them out. Knows the taste of them now. Oranges in tissue paper, packed in crates. Citrons, too. Wonder, is poor Citron still in St. Kevin's parade? And Mastiansky with the old cither. Pleasant evenings we had then. Molly in Citron's basket chair. Nice to hold, cool waxen fruit. Hold in the hand, lift it to the nostrils and smell the perfume. Like that. Heavy, sweet, wild perfume. Always the same, year after year. They fetched high prices too, Moisel told me. Our Buddhist place, Pleasant Street, pleasant old times. Must be without a flaw, he said. Coming all that way, Spain, Gibraltar, Mediterranean, the Levant. Crates lined up on the quayside at Jaffa. Chap ticking them off in a book. Navvies handling them barefoot in soiled dungarees. There's, what do you call him out of? How do you? Doesn't see. Chap, you know, just to salute, bit of a bore. His back is like that Norwegian captain's. Wonder if I'll meet him today. Watering cart. To provoke the rain. On earth as it is in heaven. A cloud began to cover the sun, slowly. Holy. Grey. Far. No, not like that. A barren land, bare waste, volcanic lake, the Dead Sea, no fish, weedless, sunk deep in the earth. No wind could lift those waves, grey metal, poisonous, foggy waters. Brimstone, they called it, raining down. The cities of the plain, Sodom, Gomorrah, Edom, all dead names. A dead sea and a dead land, grey and old. Old now. It bore the oldest, the first race. A bent hag crossed from Cassidy's, clutching a naggin bottle by the neck. The oldest people wandered far away over all the earth, captivity to captivity, multiplying, dying, being born everywhere. It lay there now. Now it could bear no more. Dead, an old woman's, the grey, sunken cunt of the world. Desolation. Grey horror seared his flesh. Folding the page into his pocket, he turned into Eccles Street, hurrying homeward. Cold oil slid along his veins, chilling his blood, age crusting him with a salt cloak. Well, I am here now. Yes, I am here now. Morning mouth bad images. Got up wrong side of the bed. Must begin again those Sandoz exercises. On the hands down. Blotchy brown brick houses. Number 80 still unlet. Why is that? Valuation is only 28. Towers, Battersby, North, MacArthur. Parlour windows plastered with bills. Plasters on a sore eye. To smell the gentle smoke of tea. Fume of the pan. Sizzling butter. Be near her. Ample, bed-warmed flesh. Yes, yes. Quick, warm sunlight came running from Berkeley Road, swiftly, in slim sandals, along the brightening footpath. She runs to meet me, a girl with gold hair on the wind. 2 letters and a card lay on the hall floor. He stooped and gathered them. Mrs. Marion Bloom. His quickened heart slowed at once. Bold hand, Miss Marion. Poldy! Entering the bedroom, he half closed his eyes and walked through warm yellow twilight towards her tousled head. Who are the letters for? He looked at them. Mullingar, Millie. A letter for me from Millie, he said carefully, and a card to you, and a letter for you. He laid her card and letter on the twill bedspread near the curve of her knees. Do you want the blind up? Letting the blind up by gentle tugs halfway, his backward eye saw her glance at the letter and tuck it under her pillow. That do? He asked, turning. She was reading the card, propped on her elbow. She got the things, she said. He waited till she had laid the card aside and curled herself back slowly with a snug sigh. Hurry up with that tea, she said. I'm parched. The kettle is boiling, he said. But he delayed to clear the chair, her striped petticoat, tossed soiled linen, and lifted in an armful on the foot of the bed. As he went down the kitchen stairs, she called, Poldy! What? Scald the teapot.
On the boil, sure enough, a plume of steam from the spout. He scalded and rinsed out the teapot and put in 4 full spoons of tea, tilting the kettle then to let the water flow in. Having set it to draw, he took off the kettle, crushed the pan flat on the live coals, and watched the lump of butter slide and melt. While he unwrapped the kidney, the cat mewed hungrily against him. Give her too much meat, she won't mouse. So they won't eat pork, kosher. Here, he let the blood-smeared paper fall to her and dropped the kidney amid the sizzling butter sauce. Pepper? He sprinkled it through his fingers ringwise from the chipped egg cup. Then he slid open his letter, glancing down the page and over. Thanks, no tam, Mr. Collin, Loch Owl Picnic, young student, Blazes Bowl, and Seaside Girls. The tea was drawn. He filled his own mustache cup, sham crown, derby, smiling. Silly Millie's birthday gift. Only 5 she was then. No, wait, 4. I gave her the ambroid necklace she broke, putting pieces of folded brown paper in the letterbox for her. He smiled, pouring. Oh, Millie Bloom, you are my darling. You are my looking glass from night to morning. I'd rather have you without a farthing than Katie Keogh with her ass and garden. Poor old Professor Goodwin. Dreadful old case. Still, he was a courteous old chap. Old-fashioned way he used to bow Molly off the platform. And the little mirror in his silk hat. The night Millie brought it into the parlor. Look what I found in Professor Goodwin's hat! We all laughed. Sex breaking out even then. Pert little piece she was. He prodded a fork into the kidney and slapped it over, then fitted the teapot on the tray. Its hump bumped as he took it up. Everything on it? Bread and butter, 4, sugar, spoon, cream, yeah. He carried it upstairs, his thumb hooked in the teapot handle. Nudging the door open with his knee, he carried the tray in and set it on the chair by the bedhead. What a time you were, she said. She set the pillow brasses jingling as she raised herself briskly, an elbow on the pillow. He looked calmly down on her bulk and between her large, soft bubs, sloping within her nightdress like a she-goat's udder. The warmth of her couched body rose on the air, mingling with the fragrance of the tea she poured. A strip of torn envelope peeped from under the dimpled pillow. In the act of going, he stayed to straighten the bedspread. Who was the letter from? He asked. Bold hand, Marion. Oh, Boylan, she said. He's bringing the program. What are you singing? Lucia Durham with J.C. Doyle, she said, and Love's Old Sweet Song. Her full lips drinking smiled. Rather stale smell that incense leaves next day, like foul flower water. Would you like the window open a little? She doubled a slice of bread in her mouth, asking, What time's the funeral? 11, I think, he answered. I didn't see the paper. Following the pointing of her finger, he took up a leg of her soiled drawers from the bed. No? Then a twisted gray garter looped round a stocking, rumpled shiny sole. No, that book. Other stocking? Her petticoat? It must have fell down, she said. He felt here and there. Voglio e non vorrei. Wonder if she pronounces that right. Voglio. Not in the bed, must have slid down. He stooped and lifted the valance. The book, fallen, sprawled against the bulge of the orange-keyed chamber pot. Show here, she said. I put a mark in it. There's a word I want to ask you. She swallowed a draught of tea from her cup and held by the knot handle, and having wiped her fingers smartly on the blanket, began to search the text with her hairpin till she reached the word. Met him what? He asked. Here, she said. What does that mean? He leaned downward and read near her polished thumbnail. Metempsychosis? Yeah. Who's he when he's at home? Metempsychosis, he said, frowning. It's Greek, from the Greek. That means the transmigration of souls. Oh, rocks, she said. Tell us in plain words. He smiled, glancing askance at her mocking eyes. Same young eyes. First night after the charades, Dolphin's Barn. He turned over the smudged pages. Ruby, the pride of the ring. Hello, illustration. Fierce Italian with carriage whip. Must be Ruby Pride of the on the floor naked. She kindly lent. The monster mafia desisted and flung his victim from him with an oath. Cruelty behind it all. Doped animals, trapeze hanglers. Had to look the other way. Mob gaping. Break your neck and we'll break our sides. Families of them. Bone them young so they metempsychosis. That we live with after death. Our souls. That a man's soul after he dies, Dignam's soul. Did you finish it? He asked. Yeah, she said. There's nothing smutty in it. Was she in love with the first fellow all the time? Never read it. Do you want another? Yes. Get another of Paul de Cox. Nice name he has. She poured more tea into her cup, watching it flow sideways. Must get that Capel Street Library book renewed, or they'll write to Kearney, my guarantor. Reincarnation, that's the word. Some people believe, he said, that we go on living in another body after death that we lived before. They call it reincarnation, that we all lived before on the earth thousands of years ago, or some other planet. They say we've forgotten it. Some say they remember their past lives. The sluggish cream wound curdling spirals through her tea. Bet reminded her of the word metempsychosis. An example would be better. An example? The bath of the nymph over the bed, given away with the Easter number of photo bits. Splendid masterpiece in art colors. Tea before you put milk in? Not unlike her with her hair down, slimmer. 3 and 6 I gave for the frame. She said it would look nice over the bed. Naked nymphs, Greece. And for instance, all the people that lived then. He turned the pages back. Metempsychosis, he said, is what the ancient Greeks called it. They used to believe you could be changed into an animal or a tree, for instance, what they called nymphs, for example. Her spoons ceased to stir up the sugar. She gazed straight before her, inhaling through her arched nostrils. There's a smell of burn, she said. Did you leave anything on the fire? The kidney, he cried suddenly.
He fitted the book roughly into his inner pocket and, stubbing his toes against the broken commode, hurried out toward the smell, stepping hastily down the stairs with a flurried stork's legs. Pungent smoke shot up in an angry jet from a side of the pan. By prodding a prong of the fork under the kidney, he detached it and turned it turtle on its back, only a little burnt. He tossed it off the pan onto a plate and let the scanty brown gravy trickle over it. Cup of tea now. He sat down, cut and buttered a slice of the loaf. He shore away the burnt flesh and flung it to the cat. Then he put a forkful into his mouth, chewing with discernment the toothsome pliant meat. Done to a turn. A mouthful of tea. Then he cut away the dies of bread, sopped one in the gravy and put it in his mouth. What was that about some young student and a picnic? He creased out the letter at his side, reading it slowly as he chewed, sopping another die of bread in the gravy and raising it to his mouth. Dearest Papley, thanks ever so much for the lovely birthday present. It suits me splendid. Everyone says I'm quite the belle in my new tan. I got Mummy's lovely box of creams and am writing. They are lovely. I'm getting on swimming in the photo business now. Mr. Coghlan took one of me, and Mrs. will send when developed. We did great biz yesterday. Fair day and all the beef to the heels we're in. We are going to Loch Owl on Monday with a few friends to make a scrap picnic. Give my love to Mummy and to yourself a big kiss and thanks. I hear them at the piano downstairs. There is to be a concert in the Grenville Arms on Saturday. There is a young student comes here some evenings named Bannon. His cousins or something are big swells, and he sings Boylan's I Was on the Pop of writing Blazers Boylan's song about those seaside girls. Tell him Silly Millie sends his best respects. I must now close with fondest love, your fond daughter, Millie. P.S. Excuse bad writing, am in hurry. Bye-bye. M. 15 yesterday. Curious, 15th of the month too. Her first birthday away from home. Separation. Remember the summer morning she was born, running to knock up Mrs. Thornton in Denzille Street. Jolly old woman. Lots of babies she must have helped into the world. She knew from the first poor little Rudy wouldn't live. Well, God is good, sir. She knew it once. He would be 11 now if he had lived. His vacant face stared pityingly at the postscript. Excuse bad writing. Hurry. Piano downstairs. Coming out of her shell. Row with her in the XL Cafe about the bracelet. Wouldn't eat her cakes or speak or look. Saucebox. He sopped other dies of bread in the gravy and ate piece after piece of kidney. 12 and 6 a week. Not much. Still, she might do worse. Music hall stage. Young student. He drank a draught of cooler tea to wash down his meal. Then he read the letter again, twice. Oh well, She knows how to mind herself, but if not, no, nothing has happened. Of course it might. Wait, in any case, until it does. A wild piece of goods, her slim legs running up the staircase, destiny ripening now, vain, very. He smiled with troubled affection at the kitchen window. Day I caught her in the street, pinching her cheeks to make them red, anemic a little, was given milk too long. On the errands king that day, round the kish, damned old tub pitching about, not a bit funky. Her pale blue scarf loose in the wind with her hair, all dimpled cheeks and curls, your head it simply swirls. Seaside girls, torn envelope, hands stuck in his trouser pockets, Jarvey off for the day, singing. Friend of the family, swirls, he says, pier with lamps, summer evening band, those girls, those lovely seaside girls. Millie too, young kisses, the first, far away now past, Mrs. Marion Redding lying back now, counting the strands of her hair, smiling, braiding. A soft qualm, regret, flowed down his backbone, increasing. Will happen, yes, prevent, useless, can't move. Girl's sweet, light lips will happen too. He felt the flowing qualm spread over him. Useless to move now, lips kissed, kissing, kissed, full, gluey women's lips. Better where she is down there, away, occupier. Wanted a dog to pass the time. Might take a trip down there, August, bank holiday. Only 2 and 6 return, 6 weeks off, however. Might work a press pass or through McCoy.
The cat, having cleaned all her fur, returned to the meat-stained paper, nosed at it, and stalked to the door. She looked back at him, mewing. Wants to go out. Wait before a door sometime, it will open. Let her wait. Has the fidgets. Electric, thunder in the air. Was washing at her ear with her back to the fire, too. He felt heavy, full, then a gentle loosening of his bowels. He stood up, undoing the waistband of his trousers. The cat mewed at him. Meow, he said in answer. Wait till I'm ready. Heaviness. Hot day coming. Too much trouble to fag up the stairs to the landing. A paper. He liked to read at stool. Hope no ape comes knocking just as I'm... In the table drawer he found an old number of Titbits. He folded it under his armpit, went to the door and opened it. The cat went up in soft bounds. Wanted to go upstairs, curl up in a ball on the bed. Listening, he heard her voice. Come, come, pussy, come. He went out through the back door into the garden, stood to listen towards the next garden. No sound. Perhaps hanging clothes out to dry. The maid was in the garden. Fine morning. He bent down to regard a lean file of spearmint growing up the wall. Make a summer house here. Scarlet runners, Virginia creepers. Want to manure the whole place over. Scabby soil. A coat of liver of sulfur. All soil like that without dung. Household slops. Loam. What is this that is? The hens in the next garden. Their droppings are very good top dressing. Best of all, though, are the cattle, especially when they are fed on those oil cakes. Mulch of dung. Best thing to clean ladies' kid gloves. Dirty cleans. Ashes, too. Reclaim the whole place. Grow peas in that corner there. Lettuce. Always have fresh greens then. Still, gardens have their drawbacks. That bee or blue bottle here, Whitmonday. He walked on. Where's my hat, by the way? Must have put it back on the peg. Or hanging up on the floor. Funny, I don't remember that. Hall stand too full. 4 umbrellas, her rain cloak. Picking up the letters. Drago's shop bell ringing. Queer, I was just thinking that moment. Brown brilliantined hair over his collar. Just had a wash and brush up. Wonder, have I time for a bath this morning? Tara Street. Chap in the pay box. There got away James Stevens, they say. O'Brien. Deep voice that fellow Dlugach has. Agendath, what is it? Now, my miss, enthusiast. He kicked open the crazy door of the Jakes. Better be careful not to get these trousers dirty for the funeral. He went in, bowing his head under the low lintel. Leaving the door ajar, amid the stench of mouldy lime wash and stale cobwebs, he undid his braces. Before sitting down, he peered through a chink at the next-door windows. The king was in his counting-house. Nobody. Asquat on the cuckstool, he folded out his paper, turning its pages over on his bared knees. Something new and easy. No great hurry. Keep it a bit. Our prize titbit. Matcham's Masterstroke. Written by Mr. Philip Beaufoy, Playgoers Club, London. Payment at the rate of 1 guinea a column has been made to the writer. 3.5. £3 3, £3 13 6. Quietly he read, restraining himself. The first column and, yielding but resisting, began the second. Midway, his last resistance yielding, he allowed his bowels to ease themselves quietly as he read, reading still patiently, that slight constipation of yesterday quite gone. Hope it's not too big, bring on piles again. No, just right. So, costive. 1 tabloid of Cascara Sagrada. Life might be so. It did not move or touch him, but it was something quick and neat. Print anything now. Silly season. He read on, seated, calm above his own rising smell. Neat, certainly. Matcham often thinks of the masterstroke by which he won the laughing witch who now begins and ends morally, hand in hand. Smart. He glanced back through what he had read and, while feeling his water flow quietly, he envied kindly Mr. Beaufoy who had written it and received payment of £3 13 6. Might manage a sketch by Mr. and Mrs. L.M. Bloom. Invent a story for some proverb. Which? Time I used to try jotting down on my cuff what she said dressing. Disliked dressing together. Nicked myself shaving. Biting her nether lip. Hooking the placket of her skirt. Timing her. 9:15. Did Roberts pay you yet? 9:20. What had Greta Conroy on? 9:23. What possessed me to buy this comb? 9:24. I'm swelled after all that cabbage. A speck of dust on the patent leather of her boot. Rubbing smartly in turn, each welt against her stocking calf. Morning after the bazaar dance when May's band played Ponchielli's Dance of the Hours. Explain that. Morning hours. Noon. Then evening coming on. Then night hours. Washing her teeth. That was the first night. Her head dancing. Her fantastics clicking. Is that Boylan well off? He has money. Why? I noticed he had a good rich smell off his breath dancing. No use humming then. Allude to it. Strange kind of music that last night. The mirror was in shadow. She rubbed her hand glass briskly on her woolen vest against her full wagging bub. Peering into it. Lines in her eyes. It wouldn't pan out somehow. Evening hours, girls in grey gauze. Night hours then, black with daggers and eye masks. Poetical idea. Pink, then golden, then grey, then black. Still true to life also. Day, then the night. He tore away half the prize story sharply and wiped himself with it. Then he girded up his trousers, braced and buttoned himself. He pulled back the jerky, shaky door of the Jakes and came forth from the gloom into the air. In the bright light, lightened and cooled in limb, he eyed carefully his black trousers, the ends, the knees, the huffs of the knees. What time is the funeral? Better find out in the paper. A creak and a dark whir in the air high up. The bells of George's church. They told the hour, loud, dark, iron. Hey-ho, 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 hey-ho. 2:15. There again, the overtone following through the air. A third. Poor Dignam.
Does have a couple spots.
End of section 4, read by
David Cozy,
Kasumi,
Susan Hooks,
Robin Hunt,
Todd McQuillan,
Kristen McQuillan,
Jeremy Headley,
Tokyo, Japan, December 7th, 2005.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses, Chapter 5. By lorries along Sir John Rogerson's quay, Mr. Bloom walked soberly, past Windmill Lane, Leask's the linseed crusher, the postal telegraph office. Could have given that address too, and past the sailor's home. He turned from the morning noises of the quayside and walked through Lime Street. By Brady's cottages a boy for the skins lolled, his bucket of offal linked, smoking a chewed fag-butt. A smaller girl with scars of eczema on her forehead eyed him, listlessly holding her battered cask hoop. Tell him if he smokes he won't grow. Oh, let him. His life isn't such a bed of roses. Waiting outside pubs to bring Da home. Come home to Ma, Da. Slack hour. Won't be many there. He crossed Townsend Street, past the frowning face of Bethel. L, yes. House of, Aleph, Beth. And past Nichols the undertaker. At 11 it is. Time enough. Dare say Corny Kelleher bagged the job for O'Neill's, singing with his eyes shut. Corny. Met her once in the park, in the dark. What a lark. Police tout. Her name and address she then told, with my touraloom tay. Oh, surely he bagged it. Bury him cheap in a whatchamacallit. With my touraloom. In Westland Row, he halted before the windows of the Belfast and Oriental Tea Company and read the legends of lead-papered packets, choice blend, finest quality family tea. Rather warm. Tea. Must get some from Tom Kernan. Couldn't ask him at a funeral, though. While his eyes still read blandly, he took off his hat quietly, inhaling his hair oil, and sent his right hand with slow grace over his brow and hair. Very warm morning. Under their dropped lids, his eyes found the tiny bow of the leather headband inside his high-grade hat. Just there. His right hand came down into the bowl of his hat. His fingers found quickly a card behind the headband and transferred it to his waistcoat pocket. So warm. His right hand once more slowly went over his brow and hair. Then he put on his hat again, relieved, and read again. Choice blend, made of the finest Ceylon brands, the Far East. Lovely spot it must be, the garden of the world, big lazy leaves to float about on, cactuses, flowering meads, snaky lianas they call them. Wonder is it like that? Those Singalese lobbing about in the sun in dolce far niente, not doing a hand's turn all day, sleep 6 months out of 12, too hot to quarrel. Influence of the climate, lethargy, flowers of idleness. The air feeds most, azotes. Hothouse in botanic gardens, sensitive plants, water lilies, petals too tired to, sleeping sickness in the air. Walk on rose leaves. Imagine trying to eat tripe and cow heel. Where was the chap I saw in that picture somewhere?
Ah, yes, in the Dead Sea, floating on his back, reading a book with a parasol open. Couldn't sink if you tried, so thick with salt. Because the weight of the water... no. The weight of the body in the water is equal to the weight of the... what? Or is it the volume is equal to the weight? It's a law, something like that. Vance in high school, cracking his finger joints, teaching. The college curriculum. Cracking curriculum. What is weight really when you say the weight? 32 feet per second per second. Law of falling bodies per second per second. They all fall to the ground. The earth. It's the force of gravity of the earth is the weight. He turned away and sauntered across the road. How did she walk with her sausages? Like that something. As he walked, he took the folded Freeman from his side pocket, unfolded it, rolled it lengthwise in a baton, and tapped it at each sauntering step against his trouser leg. Careless air. Just drop in to see. Per second per second. Per second for every second it means. From the curbside he darted a keen glance through the door of the post office. Too late box. Post here. No one. In. He handed the card through the brass grill. Are there any letters for me? He asked. While the postmistress searched a pigeonhole, he gazed at the recruiting poster with soldiers of all arms on parade, and held the tip of his baton against his nostrils, smelling fresh printed rag paper. No answer, probably. Went too far last time. The postmistress handed him back through the grill his card with a letter. He thanked her and glanced rapidly at the typed envelope. Henry Flower, Esquire, care of P.O. Box, Westland Row, City. Answered anyhow. He slipped card and letter into his side pocket, reviewing again the soldiers on parade. Where's old Tweedy's regiment? Cast-off soldier. There, bearskin cap and hackle plume. No, he's a grenadier. Pointed cuffs. There he is, Royal Dublin Fusiliers, red coats. Too showy. That must be why the women go after them. Uniform. Easier to enlist and drill. Maud Gawn's letter about taking them off O'Connell Street at night. Disgrace to our Irish capital. Griffith's paper is on the same tack now, an army rotten with venereal disease, overseas or half seas over empire. Half-baked they look, hypnotized like eyes front, mark time, table, able, bed, id. The King's Own. Never see him dress up as a fireman or a bobby. A mason? Yes. He strolled out of the post office and turned to the right. Talk, as if that would mend matters. His hand went into his pocket, and a forefinger felt its way under the flap of the envelope, ripping it open in jerks. Women will pay a lot of heed, I don't think. His fingers drew forth the letter, and crumpled the envelope in his pocket. Something pinned on. Photo, perhaps. Hair? No. McCoy. Get rid of him quickly. Take me out of my way. Hate company when you... Hello, Bloom. Where are you off to? Hello, McCoy. Nowhere in particular. How's the body? Fine. How are you? Oh, just keeping alive, McCoy said. His eyes on the black tie and clothes. He asked with low respect. Is there any... No trouble, I hope. I see you're... Oh, no, Mr. Bloom said. Poor Dignam, you know. The funeral is today. To be sure, poor fellow. So it is. What time? A photo it isn't. A badge, maybe. 11, Mr. Bloom answered. I must try to get out there, McCoy said. 11, is it? I only heard it last night. Who was telling me? Holohan. You know Hoppy. I know. Mr. Bloom gazed across the road at the outsider drawn up before the door of the Grosvenor. The porter hoisted the valise up on the well. She stood still, waiting, while the man, husband, brother, like her, searched his pockets for change. Stylish kind of coat with that roll collar, warm for a day like this, looks like blanket cloth. Careless stand of her with her hands in those patch pockets, like that haughty creature at the polo match. Women all forecased till you touch the spot. Handsome is and handsome does, reserved about to yield. The honourable Mrs. and Brutus is an honourable man. Possess her once, take the starch out of her. I was with Bob Doran. He's on one of his periodical bends, and what do you call him? Bantam Lions, just down there in Conway's we were. Doran Lions in Conway's. She raised a gloved hand to her hair. In came Hoppy. Having a wet. Drawing back his head and gazing far from beneath his veiled eyelids, he saw the bright fawn skin shine in the glare, the braided drums. Clearly I can see today. Moisture about gives long sight, perhaps. Talking of one thing or another. Lady's hand. Which side will she get up? And he said, sad thing about our poor friend Paddy. What Paddy? I said. Poor little Paddy Dignam, he said. Off to the country. Broadstone, probably. High brown boots with laces dangling. Well-turned foot. What is he foostering over that change for? Sees me looking. Eye out for other fellows always. Good fallback. 2 strings to her bow. Why, I said. What's wrong with him, I said. Proud. Rich. Silk stockings. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. He moved a little to the side of McCoy's talking head, getting up in a minute. What's wrong with him, he said. He's dead, he said, and faith he filled up. Is it Paddy Dignam, I said. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I was with him no later than Friday last, or Thursday was it, in the Arch. Yes, he said, he's gone. He died on Monday, poor fellow. Watch, watch. Silk, flash, rich stockings, white, watch. A heavy tramcar honking its gong slewed between. Lost it. Curse your noisy pug-nose. Feels locked out of it. Paradise and the Perry. Always happening like that. The very moment. Girl in Eustace Street halfway Monday. Was it settling her garter? Her friend covering the display of it. Esprit de corps. Well, what are you gaping at? Yes, yes, Mr. Bloom said after a dull sigh. Another gone. One of the best, McCoy said. The tram passed. They drove off towards the loop-line bridge, her rich gloved hand on the steel grip. Flicker, flicker, the lace flare of her hat in the sun. Flicker, flick. Wife well, I suppose, McCoy's changed voice said. Oh, yes, Mr. Bloom said. Tip-top, thanks. He unrolled the newspaper baton idly and read idly. What is home without plum trees, potted meat? Incomplete. With it, an abode of bliss. My missus has got an engagement. At least it's not settled yet. Valise tack again. By the way, no harm. I'm off that, thanks. Mr. Bloom turned his large-lidded eyes with unhasty friendliness. My wife, too, he said. She's going to sing at a swagger affair in the Ulster Hall, Belfast, on the 25th. That's so, McCoy said. Glad to hear that, old man. Who's getting it up? Mrs. Marion Bloom, not up yet. Queen was in her bedroom eating bread and... No book. Blackened court cards laid along her thigh by sevens. Dark lady and fair man. Letter. Cat, furry black ball. Torn strip of envelope. Love's old sweet song comes love's old. It's a kind of tour, don't you see? Mr. Bloom said thoughtfully. Sweet song. There's a committee formed, part shares and part profits. McCoy nodded, picking at his mustache stubble. Oh, well, he said, that's good news. He moved to go. Well, glad to see you're looking fit, he said. Meet you knocking around. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Tell you what, McCoy said. You might put down my name at the funeral, will you? I'd like to go, but I mightn't be able, you see. There's a drowning case at Sandy Cove may turn up, and then the coroner and myself would have to go down if the body is found. You just shove in my name if I'm not there, will you? I'll do that, Mr. Bloom said, moving to get off. That'll be all right. Right, McCoy said brightly. Thanks, old man. I'd go if I possibly could. Well, till all. Just C.P. McCoy will do. That will be done, Mr. Bloom answered firmly. Didn't catch me napping that wheeze. The quick touch. Soft mark. I'd like my job. Valise I have a particularly fancy for, leather, capped corners, riveted edges, double action lever lock. Bob Cowley lent him his for the Wicklow Regatta concert last year and never heard tidings of it from that good day till this. Mr. Bloom, strolling towards Brunswick Street, smiled. My missus has just gotten. Reedy, freckled soprano. Cheese-paring nose. Nice enough in its way, for a little ballad. No guts in it. You and me, don't you know, in the same boat. Soft soaping. Give you the needle, that would. Can't he hear the difference? Think he's that way inclined a bit. Against my grain, somehow. Thought that Belfast would fetch him. I hope that smallpox up there doesn't get worse. Suppose she wouldn't let herself be vaccinated again. Your wife and my wife. Wonder, is he pimping after me? Mr. Bloom stood at the corner, his eyes wandering over the multicoloured hoardings. Cantrell and Cochrane's ginger ale, aromatic. Cleary's summer sale. No, he's going on straight. Hello, Leah tonight. Mrs. Bandman Palmer. Like to see her again in that. Hamlet she played last night. Male impersonator. Perhaps he was a woman. Why, Ophelia committed suicide. Poor papa. How he used to talk of Kate Bateman in that. Outside the Adelphi in London. Waited all the afternoon to get in. Year before I was born, that was, 65. And Ristori in Vienna. What is this the right name is? By Mosenthal it is. Rachel, is it? No. The scene he was always talking about where the old blind Abraham recognizes the voice and puts his fingers on the face. Nathan's voice. His son's voice. I hear the voice of Nathan, who left his father to die of grief and misery in my arms, who left the house of his father and left the God of his father. Every word is so deep, Leopold. Poor papa, poor man. I'm glad I didn't go into the room to look at his face that day. Oh dear, oh dear. Phew. Well, perhaps it was best for him. Mr. Bloom went round the corner and past the drooping nags of the hazard. No use thinking of it any more. Nosebag time. Wish I hadn't met that McCoy fellow. He came nearer and heard a crunching of gilded oats, the gently chomping teeth. Their full buck eyes regarded him as he went by, amid the sweet oaten reek of horse piss. Their El Dorado. Poor Jugginses. Damn all they know or care about anything with their long noses stuck in their nosebags. Too full for words. Still they get their feet all right and their doss. Gelded too. a stump of black gutta-percha wagging limp between their haunches. Might be happy all the same that way. Good poor brutes they look. Still, their neigh can be very irritating. He drew the letter from his pocket and folded it into the newspaper he carried. Might just walk into her here. The lane is safer. He passed the cabman's shelter. Curious, the life of drifting cabbies. All weathers, all places, time are set down. No will of their own. Voglio e non. Like to give them an odd cigarette, sociable. Shout a few flying syllables as they pass. He hummed. La si derem la mano. La 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 la. He turned into Cumberland Street. Going on some paces, halted in the lee of the station wall. No one. Meade's timber yard, piled bulks, ruins and tenements. With careful tread he passed over a hopscotch court with its forgotten picky stone. Not a sinner. Near the timber yard a squatted child at marbles alone, shooting the taw with a cunningham. A wise tabby, a blinking sphinx, watched from her warm sill. Pity to disturb them. Mahomet cut a piece out of his mantle not to wake her. Open it. And once I played marbles when I went to that old dame's school. She liked mignonette, Mrs. Ellis's, and Mr. He opened the letter within the newspaper. A flower, I think it's a yellow flower with flattened petals. Not annoyed then. What does she say? Dear Henry, I got your last letter to me and thank you very much for it. I'm sorry you did not like my last letter. Why did you enclose the stamps? I'm awfully angry with you. I do wish I could punish you for that. I called you naughty boy because I do not like that other word. Please tell me, what is the real meaning of that word? Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? I do wish I could do something for you. Please tell me what you think of poor me. I often think of the beautiful name you have. Dear Henry, when will we meet? I think of you so often you have no idea. I have never felt myself so much drawn to a man as you. I feel so bad about it. Please write me a long letter and tell me more. Remember, if you do not, I will punish you. So now you know what I will do to you, you naughty boy, if you do not write. Oh, how I long to meet you. Henry, dear, do not deny my request before my patience are exhausted. Then I will tell you all. Goodbye now, naughty darling. I have such a bad headache today. And write by return to your longing Martha. P.S. Do tell me what kind of perfume does your wife use? I want to know. He tore the flower gravely from its pinhole, smelt its almost no smell, and placed it in his heart pocket. Language of flowers. They like it because no one can hear. Or a poison bouquet to strike him down. Then walking slowly forward, he read the letter again, murmuring here and there a word. Angry tulips with you, darling man-flower, punish your cactus if you don't please, poor forget-me-not. How I long violets to hear roses when we soon anemone meet, all naughty night-stalk wife Martha's perfume. Having read it all, he took it from the newspaper and put it back in his side pocket. Weak joy opened his lips, changed since the first letter. Wonder did she wrote it herself, doing the indignant. A girl of good family like me, respectable character, could meet one Sunday after the rosary. Thank you, not having any. Usual love scrimmage, then running round corner, bad as a row with Molly. Cigar has a cooling effect, narcotic. Go further next time. Naughty boy. Punish. Afraid of words, of course. Brutal, why not? Try it anyhow. A bit at a time. Fingering still the letter in his pocket, he drew the pin out of it. Common pin, eh? He threw it on the road, out of her clothes somewhere, pinned together. Queer the number of pins they always have. No roses without thorns. Flat Dublin voices bawled in his head, those two sluts that night in the coombe, linked together in the rain. Oh, Mary lost the pin of her drawers. She didn't know what to do, to keep it up, to keep it up. It? Them. Such a bad headache. Has her roses, probably. Or sitting all day typing. Eye focus bad for stomach nerves. What perfume does your wife use? Now, could you make out a thing like that? To keep it up. Martha. Mary. I saw that picture somewhere. I forget now. Old master or faked for money. He is sitting in their house talking mysterious. Also the two sluts in the coombe would listen. To keep it up. Nice kind of evening feeling. No more wandering about, just loll there, quiet dusk, let everything rip, forget. Tell about places you've been, strange customs. The other one, jar on her head, was getting the supper, fruit, olives, lovely cool water out of a well, stone cold like the hole in the wall at Ashtown. Must carry a paper goblet next time I go to the trotting matches. She listens with big, dark, soft eyes. Tell her. More and more, all. Then a sigh. Silence. Long, long, long rest. Going under the railway arch, he took out the envelope, tore it swiftly in shreds, and scattered them towards the road. The shreds fluttered away, sank in the dank air, a white flutter, then all sank. Henry Flower. You could tear up a cheque for £100 in the same way. Simple bit of paper. Lord Ivy once cashed a 7-figure cheque for £1 million in the Bank of Ireland. Shows you the money to be made out of porter. Still, the other brother, Lord Ardilaun, has to change his shirt 4 times a day, they say. Skin breeds lice or vermin. £1 million. Wait a moment. 2p a pint, 4p a quart, 8p a gallon of porter. No, 1 4p a gallon of porter. 1 4 into 20, 15 about. Yes, exactly. 15 millions of barrels of porter. What am I saying? Barrels, gallons, about 1 million barrels, all the same. An incoming train clanked heavily above his head, coach after coach. Barrels bumped in his head. Dull porter slopped and churned inside. The bungholes sprang open and a huge dull flood leaked out, flowing together, winding through mud flats all over the level land, a lazy pooling swirl of liquor, bearing along wide-leaved flowers of its froth. He had reached the open back door of All Hallows. Stepping into the porch, he doffed his hat, took the card from his pocket and tucked it again behind the leather headband. Damn it. I might have tried to work McCoy for a pass to Mullingar. Same notice on the door. Sermon by the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J., on St. Peter Claver, S.J., and the African Mission. Prayers for the conversion of Gladstone they had too when he was almost unconscious. The Protestants are the same. Convert Dr. William J. Walsh, D.D., to the true religion. Save China's millions. Wonder how they explain it to the heathen Chinese. Prefer an ounce of opium. Celestials. Rank heresy for them. Buddha, their god, lying on his side in the museum, taking it easy with his hand under his cheek. Joss sticks burning. Not like Ecce Homo. Crown of thorns and cross. Clever idea, St. Patrick the Shamrock. Chopsticks? Conmee. Martin Cunningham knows him. Distinguished looking. Sorry I didn't work him about getting Molly into the choir instead of that Father Farley who looked a fool but wasn't. They're taught that. He's not going out in bluey specks with the sweat rolling off him to baptize blacks, is he? The glasses would take their fancy flashing. Like to see them sitting round in a ring with blub lips, entranced, listening, still life, lap it up like milk, I suppose. Cold smell of sacred stone called him. He trod the worn steps, pushed the swing door, and entered softly by the rear. Something going on, some sodality. Pity so empty, nice discreet place to be next some girl. Who is my neighbour? Jammed by the hour to slow music. That woman at midnight mass. Seventh heaven. Women knelt in the benches with crimson halters round their necks, heads bowed. A batch knelt at the altar rails. The priest went along by them, murmuring, holding the thing in his hands. He stopped at each, took out a communion, shook a drop or two. Are they in water? Off it, and put it neatly into her mouth. Her hat and head sank. Then the next one. Her hat sank at once. Then the next one, a small old woman. The priest bent down to put it into her mouth, murmuring all the time, Latin. The next one, shut your eyes and open your mouth. What? Corpus, body, corpse. Good idea, the Latin. Stupefies them first. Hospice for the dying. They don't seem to chew it, only swallow it down. Rum idea, eating bits of a corpse. Why, the cannibals cotton to it. He stood aside, watching their blind masks pass down the aisle one by one and seek their places. He approached a bench and seated himself in its corner, nursing his hat and newspaper. These pots we have to wear. We ought to have hats modelled on our heads. They were about him here and there, with heads still bowed in their crimson halters, waiting for it to melt in their stomachs. Something like those matzah. It's that sort of bread, unleavened shoe bread. Look at them. Now I bet it makes them feel happy. Lollipop. It does, yes. Bread of angels, it's called. There's a big idea behind it, kind of kingdom of God is within you feel. First communicants, hokey-pokey, penny a lump. Then feel all like one family party. Same in the theatre, all in the same swim. They do. I'm sure of that. Not so lonely in our confraternity. Then come out a bit spree-ish, let off steam. Thing is, if you really believe in it. Lourdes cure. Waters of oblivion and the knock apparition, statues bleeding. Old fellow asleep near the confession box. Hence those snores. Blind faith. Safe in the arms of kingdom come, lulls all pain. Wake this time next year. He saw the priest stow the communion cup away, well in, and kneel an instant before it, showing a large grey boot sole from under the lace affair he had on. Suppose he lost a pin of his. He wouldn't know what to do to. Bald spot behind, letters on his back. I-N-R-I? No, I-H-S. Molly told me one time, I asked her, I have sinned. Or no, I have suffered, it is. And the other one? Iron nails ran in. Meet one Sunday after the rosary. Do not deny my request. Turn up with a veil and black bag. Dusk and the light behind her. She might be here with a ribbon round her neck and do the other thing all the same on the sly. Their character. That fellow that turned Queen's evidence on the Invincibles, he used to receive the, Carey was his name, the communion every morning. This very church, Peter Carey, yes. No, Peter Claver I'm thinking of. Dennis Carey. And just imagine that, wife and 6 children at home, and plotting that murder all the time. Those craw thumpers. Now that's a good name for them. There's always something shifty looking about them. They're not straight men of business either. Oh, no, she's not here. The flower. No. By the way, did I tear up that envelope? Yes, under the bridge. The priest was rinsing out the chalice. Then he tossed off the dregs smartly. Wine makes it more aristocratic than, for example, if he drank what they used to, Guinness's porter or some temperance beverage, Wheatley's Dublin hop bitters or Cantrell and Cochrane's ginger ale aromatic. Doesn't give them any of it, shoe wine. Only the other, cold comfort, pious fraud, but quite right. Otherwise they'd have one old boozer worse than another coming along cadging for a drink. Queer, the whole atmosphere of the... Quite right, perfectly right, that is. Mr. Bloom looked back towards the choir. Not going to be any music. Pity. Who has the organ here, I wonder? Old Glynn, he knew how to make that instrument talk. The vibrato. £50 a year, they say, he had in Gardner Street. Molly was in fine voice that day. The Stabat Mater of Rossini. Father Bernard Vaughan's sermon first. Christ or Pilate? Christ, but don't keep us all night over it. Music they wanted. Foot drill stopped. Could hear a pin drop. I told her to pitch her voice against that corner. I could feel the thrill in the air, the people looking up. Qui est homo? Some of that old sacred music, splendid. Mercadante. 7 last words. Mozart's 12th Mass, Gloria in that. Those old popes keen on music, on art and statues and pictures of all kinds. Palestrina, for example, too. They had a gay old time while it lasted. Healthy, too, chanting regular hours, then brew liquors, Benedictine, green chartreuse. Still, having eunuchs in their choir, that was coming it a bit thick. What kind of voice is it? Must be curious to hear after their own strong basses. Connoisseurs. Suppose they wouldn't feel anything after all. Kind of a placid, no worry. Fall into flesh, don't they? Gluttons. Tall, long legs. Who knows? Eunuch. One way out of it. He saw the priest bend down and kiss the altar and then face about and bless all the people. All crossed themselves and stood up. Mr. Bloom glanced about him and then stood up, looking over the risen hats. Stand up at the gospel, of course. Then all settled down on their knees again, and he sat back quietly in his bench. The priest came down from the altar, holding the thing out from him, and he and the mass boy answered each other in Latin. Then the priest knelt down and began to read off a card. O God, our refuge and our strength. Mr. Bloom put his face forward to catch the words. English. Throw them a bone. I remember slightly. How long since your last mass? Glorious and immaculate Virgin. Joseph, her spouse. Peter and Paul. More interesting if you understood what it was all about. Wonderful organization, clearly, goes like clockwork. Confession. Everyone wants to. Then I will tell you all. Penance. Punish me, please. Great weapon in their hands. More than doctor or solicitor. Woman dying to. And I... Shh. And did you cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha? And why did you? Look down at her ring to find an excuse. Whispering gallery walls have ears. Husband learned his surprise. God's little joke. Then out she comes. Repentance. Skin deep. Lovely shame. Pray at an altar. Hail Mary and Holy Mary. Flowers, incense, candles melting. Hide her blushes. Salvation Army blatant imitation. Reformed prostitute will address the meeting. How I found the Lord. Square-headed chaps those must be in Rome. They work the whole show. And don't they rake in the money too? Bequests also. To the PP for the time being in his absolute discretion. Masses for the repose of my soul to be said publicly with open doors. Monasteries and convents. The priest in that Fermanagh will case in the witness box. No browbeating him. He had his answer pat for everything. liberty and exaltation of our holy mother, the Church. The doctors of the Church. They mapped out the whole theology of it. The priest prayed, Blessed Michael, Archangel, defend us in the hour of conflict. Be our safeguard against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God restrain him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God thrust Satan down to hell, and with him those other wicked spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls. The priest and the mass boy stood up and walked off. All over. The women remained behind, thanksgiving. Better be shoving along, Brother Buzz. Come round with a plate, perhaps. Pay your Easter duty. He stood up. Hello. Were those 2 buttons of my waistcoat open all the time? Women enjoy it, never tell you. But we, excuse miss, there's a just a fluff. Or their skirt behind. Placket unhooked. Glimpses of the moon. Annoyed if you don't. Why didn't you tell me before? Still, like you, better untidy. Good job it wasn't farther south. He passed discreetly, buttoning. Down the aisle and out through the main door into the light. He stood a moment, unseeing by the cold black marble bowl, while before him and behind 2 worshippers dipped furtive hands in the low tide of holy water. Trams. A car of Prescott's dye works. A widow in her weeds. Notice because I'm in mourning myself. He covered himself. How goes the time? 1:15. Time enough yet. Better get that lotion made up. Where is this? Ah, yes, the last time. Swenny's in Lincoln Place. Chemists rarely move. They're green and gold beacon jars too heavy to stir. Hamilton Long's, founded in the year of the flood. Huguenot churchyard near there. Visit some day. He walked southward along Westland Row, but the recipe is in the other trousers. Oh, and I forgot that latchkey too. Bore, this funeral affair. Oh, well, poor fellow, it's not his fault. When was it I got it made up last? Oh, wait. I changed a sovereign, I remember. 1st of the month it must have been, or the 2nd. Oh, he can look it up in the prescriptions book. The chemist turned back page after page. Sandy, shriveled smell he seems to have, shrunken skull and old. Quest for the philosopher's stone, the alchemists. Drugs age you after mental excitement. Lethargy then. Why? Reaction. A lifetime in a night gradually changes your character, living all the day among herbs, ointments, disinfectants, all his alabaster lily pots, mortar and pestle, ac dist fol lor tevirid. Smell almost cure you like the dentist's doorbell. Dr. Whack. He ought to physic himself a bit. Electuary or emulsion. The first fellow that picked an herb to cure himself had a bit of pluck. Simples. Want to be careful. Enough stuff here to chloroform you. Test. Turns blue litmus paper red. Chloroform. Overdose of laudanum. Sleeping draughts. Love philters. Paregoric poppy syrup. Bad for cough. Clogs the pores of the phlegm. Poison's the only cures. Remedy where you least expect it. Clever of nature. About a fortnight ago, sir. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. He waited by the counter, inhaling slowly the keen reek of drugs, the dusty dry smell of sponges and loofahs. Lot of time taken up telling your aches and pains. Sweet almond oil and tincture of benzoin, Mr. Bloom said, and then orange flower water. It certainly did make her skin so delicate white like wax. And white wax also, he said. Brings out the darkness of her eyes. Looking at me, the sheet up to her eyes. Spanish, smelling herself, when I was fixing the links in my cuffs. Those homely recipes are often the best. Strawberries for the teeth, nettles and rainwater. Oatmeal, they say, steeped in buttermilk. Skin food. One of the old Queen's sons, a Duke of Albany, was it? Had only one skin. Leopold, yes. 3 we have. Warts, bunions, and pimples to make it worse. But you want a perfume, too. What perfume does your peau d'Espagne? That orange flower water so fresh. Nice smell these soaps have. Pure curd soap. Time to get a bath round the corner. Hammam, Turkish, massage. Dirt gets rolled up in your navel. Nicer if a nice girl did it. Also, I do it in the bath. Curious longing, water to water. Combine business with pleasure. Pity no time for massage. Feel fresh then all the day. Funeral be rather glum. Yes, sir, the chemist said. That was 2 and 9. Have you brought a bottle? No, Mr. Bloom said. Make it up, please. I'll call later in the day and I'll take one of these soaps. How much are they? 4 pence, sir. Mr. Bloom raised a cake to his nostrils. Sweet, lemony wax. I'll take this one, he said. That makes 3 and a penny. Yes, sir, the chemist said. You can pay all together, sir, when you come back. Good, Mr. Bloom said. He strolled out of the shop, the newspaper baton under his armpit, the cool, wrappered soap in his left hand. At his armpit, Bantam Lyon's voice and hand said, Hello, Bloom. What's the best news? Is that today's? Show us a minute. Shaved off his moustache again, by Jove. Long, cold upper lip. To look younger. He does look balmy, younger than I am. Bantam Lyon's yellow, black-nailed fingers unrolled the baton. Wants a wash, too. Take off the rough dirt. Good morning. Have you used Pear's soap? Dandruff on the shoulders. Scalp wants oiling. I want to see about that French horse that's running today, Bantam Lyon said. Where the bugger is it? He rustled the pleated pages, jerking his chin on his high collar. Barber's itch. Tight collar, he'll lose his hair. Better leave him paper and get shut of him. You can keep it, Mr. Bloom said. Ascot gold cup. Wait, Bantam Lyons muttered. Half a mo. Maximum the second. I was going to throw it away, Mr. Bloom said. Bantam Lyons raised his eyes suddenly and leered weakly. What's that? His sharp voice said. I say you can keep it, Mr. Bloom answered. I was going to throw it away that moment. Bantam Lyons doubted an instant, leering, then thrust the outspread sheets back on Mr. Bloom's arms. I'll risk it, he said. Here, thanks. He sped off towards Conway's corner. Godspeed, scut. Mr. Bloom folded the sheets again to a neat square and lodged the soap in it, smiling. Silly lips of that chap. Betting. Regular hotbed of it lately. Messenger boys stealing out to put on 6 pence. Raffle for large tender turkey. Your Christmas dinner for 3 pence. Jack Fleming embezzling to gamble, then smuggled off to America. Keeps a hotel now. They never come back. Fleshpots of Egypt. He walked cheerfully towards the Mosque of the Baths. Remind you of a mosque? Red-baked bricks, the minarets? College sports today, I see. He eyed the horseshoe poster over the gate of College Park. Cyclist doubled up like a cod in a pot. Damn bad ad. Now, if they had made it round like a wheel, then the spokes, sports, 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 and the hub a big college, something to catch the eye. There's Hornblower standing at the porter's lodge. Keep him on hands. Might take a turn in there on the nod. How do you do, Mr. Hornblower? How do you do, sir? Heavenly weather, really. If life was always like that. Cricket weather. Sit around under sunshades, over after over, out. They can't play it here. Duck for 6 wickets. Still Captain Culler broke a window in the Kildare Street Club with a slog to square leg. Donnybrook fair more in their line. In the sculls we were a-cracking when McCarthy took the floor. Heat wave. Won't last. Always passing the stream of life. which in the stream of life we trace is dearer than them all. Enjoy a bath now, clean trough of water, cool enamel, the gentle tepid stream. This is my body. He foresaw his pale body reclined in it, at full, naked, in a womb of warmth, oiled by scented, melting soap, softly laved. He saw his trunk and limbs rippled over and sustained, buoyed lightly upward, lemon yellow, his navel, bud of flesh, and saw the dark, tangled curls of his bush floating hair of the stream around the limp father of thousands, a languid floating flower. End of chapter 5.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gazino. Ulysses by James Joyce. Section 6. Martin Cunningham first poked his silk-hatted head into the creaking carriage and, entering deftly, seated himself. Mr. Power stepped in after him, curving his height with care. "Come on, Simon." "After you," Mr. Bloom said. Mr. Dedalus covered himself quickly and got in, saying, "Yes, yes." "Are we all here now?" Martin Cunningham asked. "Come along, Bloom." Mr. Bloom entered and sat in the vacant place. He pulled the door to after him and slammed it twice till it shut tight. He passed an arm through the arm strap and looked seriously from the open carriage window at the lowered blinds of the avenue. One dragged aside, an old woman peeping, nose white flattened against the pane, thanking her stars she was passed over. Extraordinary the interest they'd taken a corpse. Glad to see us go, we give them such trouble coming. Job seems to suit them. Hugger-mugger in corners. Slop about in slipper-slappers for fear he'd wake. Then getting it ready, laying it out. Molly and Mrs. Fleming making the bed. Pull it more to your side. Our winding sheet. Never know who will touch you dead. Wash and shampoo. I believe they clip the nails and the hair. Keep a bit in an envelope. Grows all the same after. Unclean job. All waited. Nothing was said. Stowing in the wreaths, probably. I am sitting on something hard. Ah, that soap. In my hip pocket. Better shift it out of that. Wait for an opportunity. All waited. Then wheels were heard from in front, turning, then nearer, then horses' hoofs. A jolt. Their carriage began to move, creaking and swaying. Other hoofs and creaking wheels started behind. The blinds of an avenue passed and number 9 with its craped knocker, door ajar, at walking pace. They waited still, their knees jogging, till they had turned and were passing along the tram tracks. Tritonville Road. Quicker. The wheels rattled, rolling over the cobbled causeway, and the crazy glasses shook rattling in the door frames. What way is he taking us? Mr. Power asked through both windows. Irish Town, Martin Cunningham said. Rings End, Brunswick Street. Mr. Dedalus nodded, looking out. That's a fine old custom, he said. I am glad to see it has not died out. All watched a while through their windows, caps and hats lifted by passers. Respect. The carriage swerved from the tram track to the smoother road, past Watery Lane. Mr. Bloom at gaze saw a lithe young man, clad in mourning, a wide hat. There's a friend of yours gone by, Dedalus, he said. Who's that? Your son and heir. Where is he? Mr. Dedalus said, stretching over across. The carriage, passing the open drains and mounds of ridded up roadway before the tenement houses, lurched round the corner and, swerving back to the tram track, rolled on noisily with chattering wheels. Mr Dedalus fell back, saying, "Was that Mulligan cad with him? His fidus Achatis?" "No," Mr Bloom said, "he was alone." "Down with his Aunt Sally, I suppose," Mr Dedalus said. "The Golding faction, the drunken little cost-drawer and Chrissy's. And Chrissy, Papa's little lump of dung, the wise child that knows her own father." Mr Bloom smiled joylessly on Ringsend Road. Wallace Brothers, the Bottle Works, Dodder Bridge. Richie Golding and the legal bag. Golding, Collis and Ward, he calls the firm. His jokes are getting a bit damp. Great card he was, waltzing in Stamer Street with Ignatius Gallagher on a Sunday morning, the landlady's 2 hats pinned on his head. Out on the rampage all night. Beginning to tell him now. That backache of his, I fear. Wife ironing his back. Thinks he'll cure it with pills. All breadcrumbs they are. About 600% profit. He's in with a low-down crowd, Mr Dedalus snarled. That Mulligan is a contaminated bloody double-knied ruffian by all accounts. His name stinks all over Dublin. But with the help of God and his blessed mother, I'll make it my business to write a letter one of those days to his mother or his aunt or whoever she is that will open her eyes as wide as a gate. I'll tickle his catastrophe, believe you me. He cried above the clatter of the wheels. I won't have her bastard of a nephew ruin my son. A counter-jumper's son. Selling tapes in my cousin, Peter Paul M'Swiney's. Not likely. He ceased. Mr Bloom glanced from his angry moustache to Mr Power's mild face and Martin Cunningham's eyes and beard, gravely shaking. Noisy, self-willed man. Full of his son. He is right. Something to hand on. If little Rudy had lived, see him grow up, hear his voice in the house, walking beside Molly in an Eton suit, my son, me in his eyes. Strange feeling it would be. From me, just a chance. Must have been that morning in Raymond Terrace. She was at the window watching the 2 dogs at it by the wall of the Cease to Do Evil. And the sergeant grinning up. She had that cream gown on with the rip she never stitched. Give us a touch, Poldy. God, I'm dying for it. How life begins. Got big then. Had to refuse the Greystones concert. My son inside her. I could have helped him on in life. I could. Make him independent. Learn German too. Are we late? Mr Power asked. 10 minutes, Martin Cunningham said, looking at his watch. Molly, Milly. Something watered down. Her tomboy oaths. Oh, jumping Jupiter. Ye gods and little fishes. Still, she's a dear girl. Soon be a woman. Mullinger. Dearest Papley. Young student. Yes, a woman too. Life. The carriage heeled over and back, their 4 trunks swaying. Corny might have given us a more commodious yoke, Mr Power said. He might, Mr Dedalus said, if he hadn't that squint troubling him. Do you follow me? He closed his left eye. Martin Cunningham began to brush away the crust crumbs from under his thighs. What is this? He said, in the name of God. Crumbs? Someone seems to have been making a picnic party here lately, Mr Power said. All raised their thighs and eyed with disfavour the mildewed buttonless leather of the seats. Mr Dedalus, twisting his nose, frowned downward and said, unless I'm greatly mistaken. What do you think, Martin? It struck me too, Martin Cunningham said. Mr Bloom set his thigh down. Glad I took that bath. Feel my feet quite clean, but I wish Mrs Fleming had darned these socks better. Mr Dedalus sighed resignedly. After all, he said, it's the most natural thing in the world. Did Tom Kernan turn up? Martin Cunningham asked, twirling the peak of his beard gently. Yes, Mr. Bloom answered. He's behind with Ned Lambert and Hines. And Corny Kelleher himself? Mr. Power asked. At the cemetery, Martin Cunningham said. I met McCoy this morning, Mr. Bloom said. He said he'd try to come. The carriage halted short. What's wrong? We're stopped. Where are we? Mr. Bloom put his head out of the window. The Grand Canal, he said. Gasworks. Whooping cough, they say it cures. Good job Milly never got it. Poor children. Doubles them up black and blue in convulsions. Shame really. Got off lightly with illnesses compared. Only measles. Flaxseed tea. Scarlatina, influenza epidemics. Canvassing for death. Don't miss this chance. Dog's home over there. Poor old Athos. Be good to Athos, Leopold, is my last wish. Thy will be done. We obey them in the grave. A dying scrawl. He took it to heart, pined away. Quiet brute. Old men's dogs usually are. A raindrop spat on his hat. He drew back and saw an instant of shower spray dots over the grey flags. Apart. Curious. Like through a colander. I thought it would. My boots were creaking, I remember now. The weather is changing, he said quietly. A pity it did not keep up fine, Martin Cunningham said. Wanted for the country, Mr. Power said. There's the sun again coming out. Mr. Dedalus, peering through his glasses towards the veiled sun, hurled a mute curse at the sky. It's as uncertain as a child's bottom, he said. We're off again. The carriage turned again its stiff wheels, and their trunks swayed greatly. Martin Cunningham twirled more quickly the peak of his beard. Tom Kernan was immense last night, he said, and Paddy Leonard taking him off to his face. Oh, draw him out, Martin, Mr. Power said eagerly. Wait till you hear him, Simon, on Ben Dollard's singing of The Croppy Boy. Immense, Martin Cunningham said pompously. His singing of that simple ballad, Martin, is the most trenchant rendering I have heard in the whole course of my experience. Trenchant, Mr. Power said laughing. He's dead nuts on that. And the retrospective arrangement. Did you read Dan Dawson's speech? Martin Cunningham asked. I did not then, Mr. Dedalus said. Where is it? In the paper this morning. Mr. Bloom took the paper from his inside pocket. That book I must change for her. No, Mr. Dedalus said quickly. Later on, please. Mr. Bloom's glance travelled down the edge of the paper, scanning the deaths. Callan, Coleman, Dignam, Fawcett, Lowry, Naumann, Peake. What Peake is that? Is it the chap who was on Crosby and Elaine's? No. No, Sexton, Albright, inked characters fast fading on the frayed breaking paper. Thanks to the little flower, sadly missed, to the inexpressible grief of his, aged 88 after a long and tedious illness. Month's mind, Quinlan, on whose soul sweet Jesus have mercy. It is now a month since dear Henry fled to his home up above in the sky, where his family weeps and mourns his loss, hoping some day to meet him on high. I tore up the envelope? Yes. Where did I put her letter after I read it in the bath? He patted his waistcoat pocket. There, all right. Dear Henry fled, before my patients are exhausted. National School, Meads Yard, the Hazard. Only 2 there now. Nodding, full as a tick. Too much bone in their skulls. The other trotting round with a fare. An hour ago I was passing there. The Jarvies raised their hats. A pointsman's back straightened itself upright, suddenly, against the tramway standard by Mr. Bloom's window. Couldn't they invent something automatic, so that the wheel itself much handier? Well, but that fellow would lose his job then. Well, but then another fellow would get a job making the new invention. Ancient concert rooms. Nothing on there. A man in a buff suit with a crepe armlet. Not much grief there. Quarter mourning. People in law, perhaps. They went past the bleak pulpit of St. Mark's, under the railway bridge, past the Queen's Theatre, in silence. Hoardings. Eugene Stratton, Mrs. Bantman Palmer. Could I go see Lee tonight, I wonder? I said aye. Or the Lily of Killarney? Elster Grimes Opera Company. Big powerful change. Wet bright bills for next week. Fun on the Bristol. Martin Cunningham could work a pass for the Gaiety. Have to stand a drink or two. As broad as it's long. He's coming in the afternoon. Her songs. Plasters. Sir Philip Crampton's memorial fountain bust. Who was he? How do you do? Mr. Cunningham said, raising his palm to his brow in salute. He doesn't see us, Mr. Power says. Yes, he does. How do you do? Who? Mr. Dedalus asked. Blazes Boylan, Mr. Power said. There he is, airing his quiff. Just that moment I was thinking. Mr. Dedalus bent across to salute. From the door of the red bank, the white disk of a straw hat flashed reply. Spruce figure, past. Mr. Bloom reviewed the nails on his left hand, then those of his right hand. The nails, yes. Is there anything more in him than they she sees? Fascination. Worst man in Dublin. That keeps him alive. They sometimes feel what a person is. Instinct. But a type like that? My nails. I am just looking at them, well paired. And after, thinking alone, body getting a bit softy. I would notice that, from remembering. What causes that? I suppose the skin can't contract quickly enough when the flesh falls off. But the shape is there. The shape is there still. Shoulders, hips, plump. Night of the dance dressing. Shift stuck between the cheeks behind. He clasped his hands between his knees and, satisfied, sent his vacant glance over their faces. Mr. Power asked, How is the concert tour getting on, Bloom? Oh, very well, Mr. Bloom said. I hear great accounts of it. It's a good idea, you see. Are you going yourself? Well, no, Mr. Bloom said. In point of fact, I have to go down to County Clare on some private business. You see, the idea is to tour the chief towns. What you lose on one, you can make up on the other. Quite so, Mr. Cunningham said. Mary Anderson is up there now. Have you good artists? Louis Werner is touring her, Mr. Bloom said. Oh, yes, well, we'll have all top nobbers. J.C. Doyle and John McCormick, I hope, and the best, in fact. And Madame, Mr. Power said, smiling, last but not least. Mr. Bloom unclasped his hands in a gesture of soft politeness and clasped them. Smith O'Brien. Someone has laid a bunch of flowers there. Woman. Must be his death day. For many happy returns. The carriage wheeling by Farrell's statue united noiselessly their unresisting knees. Oot, a dull-garbed old man from the curbstone, tendered his wares, his mouth opening. Oot. 4 bootlaces for a penny. Wonder why he was struck off the rolls. Had his office in Hume Street. Same house as Molly's namesake, Tweedy, Crown Solicitor for Waterford. Has that silk hat ever since. Relics of old decency. Mourning, too. Terrible come-down, poor wretch. Kicked about like snuff at a wake. O'Callaghan on his last legs. And Madame. 11:20, up. Mrs. Fleming is in to clean. Doing her hair, humming Voglio e non vorrei. No, vorrei e non. Looking at the tips of her hairs to see if they are split. Mi tremo un poco il. Beautiful on that tre her voice is, weeping tone. A thrush, a throstle. There is a word throstle that expresses that. Her eyes passed lightly over Mr. Power's good-looking face, greyish over the ears. Madame, smiling. I smiled back. A smile goes a long way. Only politeness, perhaps. Nice fellow. Who knows, is that true about the woman he keeps? Not pleasant for the wife. Yet, they say, who was it told me, there is no carnal. You would imagine that would get played out pretty quick. Yes, it was Grafton, met him one evening bringing her a pound of rump steak. Who is this she was? Barmaid at Jury's. Or the Moira, was it? They passed under the huge cloaked Liberator's form. Martin Cunningham nudged Mr. Power. Of the tribe of Reuben, he said. A tall black-bearded figure bent on a stick, stumping round the corner of Elvery's elephant house, showed them a curved hand open in his spine. In all his pristine beauty, Mr. Power said. Mr. Dedalus looked after the stumping figure and said mildly, The devil break the hasp of your back. Mr. Power, collapsing in laughter, shaded his face from the window as the carriage passed Gray's statue. We have all been there, Martin Cunningham said broadly. His eyes met Mr. Bloom's eyes. He caressed his beard, adding, Well, nearly all of us. Mr. Bloom began to speak with sudden eagerness to his companions' faces. That's an awfully good one that's going the rounds about Reuben J. and the Son. About the boatman? Mr. Power asked. Yes, isn't it awfully good? What is that? Mr. Dedalus asked. I didn't hear it. There was a girl in the case, Mr. Bloom began, and he determined to send him to the Isle of Man out of harm's way, but when they were both... What? Mr. Dedalus asked. That confirmed bloody hobbledehoy, isn't it? Yes, Mr. Bloom said. They were both on the way to the boat, and he tried to drown Barabbas, Mr. Dedalus cried. I wish to Christ he did. Mr. Power sent a long laugh down his shaded nostrils. No, Mr. Bloom said, the Son himself. Martin Cunningham thwarted his speech rudely. Reuben and the Son were piking it down the quay next the river on their way to the Isle of Man boat, and the young chiseller suddenly got loose and over the wall with him into the Liffey. For God's sake, Mr. Dedalus exclaimed in fright. Is he dead? Dead? Martin Cunningham cried. Not he. A boatman got a pole and fished him out by the slack of the breeches, and he was handed up to the father on the quay, more dead than alive. Half the town was there. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, but the funny part is... And Reuben J., Martin Cunningham said, gave the boatman a florin for saving his son's life. A stifled sigh came from under Mr. Power's hand. Oh, he did, Martin Cunningham affirmed, like a hero, a silver florin. Isn't it awfully good? Mr. Bloom said eagerly. 1 and 8p too much, said Mr. Dedalus dryly. Mr. Power's choked laugh burst quietly in the carriage. Nelson's pillar. 8 plums a penny, 8 for a penny. We had better look a little serious, Martin Cunningham said. Mr. Dedalus sighed. Ah, then indeed, he said, poor little Paddy wouldn't grudge us a laugh. Many a good one he told himself. The Lord forgive me, Mr. Power said, wiping his wet eyes with his fingers. Poor Paddy. I little thought a week ago when I saw him last and he was in his usual health that I'd be driving after him like this. He's gone from us. As decent a little man as ever wore a hat, Mr. Dedalus said. He went very suddenly. Breakdown, Martin Cunningham said. Heart. He tapped his chest sadly. Blazing face, red hot, too much John Barleycorn. Cure for a red nose. Drink like the devil till it turns Adelaide. A lot of money he spent colouring it. Mr. Power gazed at the passing houses with rueful apprehension. He had a sudden death, poor fellow, he said. The best death, Mr. Bloom said. Their wide open eyes looked at him. No suffering, he said. A moment and all is over, like dying in sleep. No one spoke. Dead side of the street this. Dull business by day, land agents, temperance hotel, Faulkner's Railway Guide, Civil Service College, guilds, Catholic club, the industrious blind. Why? Some reason, sun or wind. At night too, chummies and slavies, under the patronage of the late Father Matthew, foundation stone for Parnell, breakdown, heart. White horses with white frontlet plumes came round the rotunda corner, galloping. A tiny coffin flashed by, in a hurry to bury, a mourning coach, unmarried, black for the married, piebald for bachelors, done for a nun. Sad, Martin Cunningham said, a child. A dwarf's face, mauve and wrinkled like little Rudy's was, a dwarf's body, weak as putty, and a white-lined deal box. Burial friendly society pays. Penny a week for a sod of turf. Our little bagger baby meant nothing. Mistake of nature. If it's healthy, it's from the mother. If not, from the man. Better luck next time. Poor little thing, Mr. Dedalus said. It's well out of it. The carriage climbed more slowly the hill of Rutland Square. Rattle his bones. Over the stones. Only a pauper. Nobody owns. In the midst of life, Martin Cunningham said. But the worst of all, Mr. Power said, is the man who takes his own life. Martin Cunningham drew out his watch briskly, coughed, and put it back. The greatest disgrace to have in the family, Mr. Power added. Temporary insanity, of course, Martin Cunningham said decisively. We must take a charitable view of it. They say a man who does it is a coward, Mr. Dedalus said. It is not for us to judge, Martin Cunningham said. Mr. Bloom, about to speak, closed his lips again. Martin Cunningham's large eyes, looking away now. Sympathetic human man he is, intelligent, like Shakespeare's face. Always a good word to say. They have no mercy on that here, or infanticide. Refuse Christian burial. They used to drive a stake of wood through his heart in the grave, as if it wasn't broken already. Yet sometimes they repent too late. Found in the riverbed, clutching rushes. He looked at me, and that awful drunkard of a wife of his, setting up house for her time after time, and then pawning the furniture on him every Saturday almost, leading him the life of the damned. Wear the heart out of a stone, that. Monday morning, start afresh. Shoulder to the wheel. Lord, she must have looked a sight that night Dedalus told me he was in there. Drunk about the place and capering with Martin's umbrella. And they call me the jewel of Asia, the geisha. He looked away from me. He knows. Rattle his bones. That afternoon of the inquest, the red-labelled bottle on the table, the room in the hotel with hunting pictures. Stuffy it was. Sunlight through the slats of the Venetian blind. The coroner's sunlit ears, big and hairy. Boots giving evidence. Thought he was asleep first. Then saw little yellow streaks on his face. Had slipped down to the foot of the bed. Verdict, overdose. Death by misadventure. The letter. For my son Leopold. No more pain. Wake no more. Nobody owns. The carriage rattled swiftly along Blessington Street, over the stones. We are going the pace, I think, Martin Cunningham said. God grant he doesn't upset us on the road, Mr. Power said. I hope not, Mr. Cunningham said. That will be a great race tomorrow in Germany. The Gordon Bennett. Yes, by Jove. Mr. Dedalus said. That would be worth seeing, faith. As they turned into Berkeley Street, a street organ near the basin sent over and after them a rollicking, rattling song of the halls. Has anybody here seen Kelly? K-E-W-E-Y. Dead March from Saul. He's as bad as old Antonio. He left me on my ownio. Pirouette? The Mater Misericordiae, Eccles Street. My house down there, big place. Ward for incurables there. Very encouraging. Our Lady's Hospice for the dying. Dead house, handy underneath. Where old Mrs. Riordan died. They looked terrible, the woman. Her feeding cup and rubbing her mouth with a spoon. Then the screen around her bed for her to die. Nice young student that was dressed that bite the bee gave me. He's gone over the lying-in hospital, they told me. From one extreme to the other. The carriage galloped around a corner. Stopped. What's wrong now? A divided drove of branded cattle passed the windows, lowing, slouching by on padded hoofs, whisking their tails slowly on their cottled bony croups. Outside them and through them ran raddled sheep, bleating their fear. Emigrants, Mr. Power said. Hoo! The drover's voice cried, his switch sounding on their flanks. Hoo! Out of that! Thursday, of course. Tomorrow is killing day. Springers. Cuff sold them about 27 quid each. For Liverpool, probably. Roast beef for old England. They buy up all the juicy ones. And then the fifth quarter lost. All that raw stuff. Hide, hair, horns. Comes to a big thing in a year. Dead meat trade. Byproducts of the slaughterhouses for tanneries, soap, margarine. Wonder if that dodge works now getting dicky meat off the train at Clonsilla. The marriage moved on through the drove. I can't make out why the corporation doesn't run a tram line from the park gate to the quays, Mr. Bloom said. All those animals could be taken in trucks down to the boats. Instead of blocking up the thoroughfare, Mr. Cunningham said. Quite right. They ought to. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, and another thing I often thought is to have municipal funeral trams, like they have in Milan, you know. Run the line out to the cemetery gates and have special trams, hearse and carriage and all. Don't you see what I mean? Oh, that'd be damned for a story, Mr. Dedalus said. Pullman car and saloon dining room. A poor lookout for Corney, Mr. Power added. Why? Mr. Bloom said, turning to Dedalus. Wouldn't it be more decent than galloping two abreast? Well, there's something in that, Mr. Dedalus granted. And, Martin Cunningham said, we wouldn't have scenes like that when the hearse capsized round Dumfries and upset the coffin onto the road. That was terrible, Mr. Power's shocked face said, and the corpse fell about on the road. Terrible. First round Dumfries, Mr. Dedalus said, nodding. Gordon Bennett cub. Praises be to God, Martin Cunningham said piously. Bomb. Upset. A coffin bumped out onto the road, burst open. Paddy Dignam shot out and rolling over stiff in the dust in a brown habit too large for him. Red face, grey now, mouth fallen open, asking what's up now. Quite right to close it. Looks horrid open. Then the insides decompose quickly. Much better to close up all the orifice. Yes, also. With wax. The sphincter's loose. Seal up all. Dunphy's, Mr. Power announced as the carriage turned right. Dunphy's corner. Mourning coaches drawn up, drowning their grief. A pause by the wayside. Tip-top position for a pub. Expect we'll pull up here on the way back to Drinker's Health. Pass round the Consolation. Elixir of life. But suppose now it did happen. Would he bleed if a nail, say, cut him in the knocking about? He would and he wouldn't, I suppose. Depends on where. The circulation stops. Still, some might ooze out of an artery. It would be better to bury them in red, a dark red. In silence they drove along Phibsborough Road. An empty house trotted by, coming from the cemetery. Looks relieved. Cross Guns Bridge, the Royal Canal. Water roaring through the sluices. A man stood on his dropping barge between clamps of turf. On the towpath, by the lock, a slack-tethered horse, aboard of the Boogaboo. Their eyes watched him. On the slow, weedy waterway he had floated on his raft, coastward, over Ireland, drawn by a haulage rope, past beds of reed, over slime, mud-choked bottles, carrion dogs. Athlone, Mullingar, Moy Valley. I could make a walking tour to see Milly by the canal. Or cycle down. Hire some old crock. Safety. Wren had one the other day, at the auction, but a lady's. Developing waterways. James McCann's hobby to row me o'er the ferry. Cheaper transit. By easy stages. Houseboats. Camping out. Also horses. To heaven by water. Perhaps I will without writing. Come as a surprise. Lake slip. Clonsilla. Dropping down lock by lock to Dublin. With turf from the Midland bogs. Salute. He lifted his brown straw hat, saluting Paddy Dignam. They drove on past Brian Boromey House. Hear it now, near it now. I wonder how our friend Fogarty is getting on, Mr Power said. Better ask Tom Kernan, Mr Dedalus said. How is that? Martin Cunningham said. Left him weeping, I suppose? Though lost to sight, Mr Dedalus said, to memory dear. The carriage steered left for Finglas Road. The stonecutter's yard on the right. Last lap. Crowded on the spit of land, silent shapes appeared, white, sorrowful, holding out calm hands, knelt in grief, pointing. Fragments of shapes, hewn, in white silence, appealing, the best obtainable. Thos H. Denany, monumental builder and sculptor. Past. On the curbstone before Jimmy Geary, the sexton's, an old tramp set, grumbling, emptying the dirt and stones out of his huge dust-brown yawning boot, after life's journey. Gloomy gardens then went by one, gloomy houses. Mr Power pointed. That is where Childs was murdered, he said, the last house. So it is, Mr Dedalus said. A gruesome case. Seymour Bushe got him off. Murdered his brother, or so they said. The Crown had no evidence, Mr Power said. Only circumstantial, Martin Cunningham added. That's the maxim of the law. Better for 99 guilty to escape than for one innocent person to be wrongfully condemned. They looked. Murderous ground. It passed darkly. Shuttered, tenantless, unweeded garden. Whole place gone to hell. Wrongfully condemned. Murder. The murderer's image in the eye of the murdered. They love reading about it. Man's head found in a garden. Her clothing consisted of. How she met her death. Recent outrage. The weapon used. Murderer is still at large. Clues. A shoelace. The body to be exhumed. Murder will out. Cramped in this carriage. She mightn't like me to come that way without letting her know. Must be careful about women. Catch them once with their pants down. Never forgive you after. 15. The high railings of Prospect rippled past their gaze. Dark poplars. Rare white forms. Forms more frequent. White shapes thronged amid the trees. White forms and fragments streaming by mutely, sustaining vain gestures on the air. A felly harshed against the curbstone, stopped. Martin Cunningham put out his arm and, wrenching back the handle, shoved the door open with his knee. He stepped out. Mr Power and Mr Dedalus followed. Change that soap now. Mr. Bloom's hand unbuttoned his hip pocket swiftly and transferred the paper-stuck soap to his inner handkerchief pocket. He stepped out of the carriage, replacing the newspaper his other hand still held. Paltry funeral, coach and 3 carriages. It's all the same. Pallbearers, gold reins, requiem mass, firing a volley, pomp of death. Beyond the hind carriage a hawker stood by his barrow of cakes and fruit. Simnel cakes those are, stuck together. Cakes for the dead, dog biscuits. Who ate them? Mourners coming out. He followed his companions. Mr. Kernan and Ned Lambert followed, Hines walking after them. Corny Kelleher stood by the opened hearse and took out the 2 wreaths. He handed one to the boy. Where is that child's funeral disappeared to? A team of horses passed from Finglas with toiling, plodding tread, dragging through the funereal silence a creaking wagon on which lay a granite block. The wagoner marching at the head saluted. Coffin now. Got here before us, dead as he is. Horse looking round at it with plumes skeways. Dull eye, collar tight on his neck, pressing on a blood vessel or something. Do they know what they cart out here every day? Must be 20 or 30 funerals every day. Then mounted to Rome for the Protestants. Funerals all over the world, everywhere, every minute. Shoveling them under by the cartload, double quick. Thousands every hour. Too many in the world. Mourners came out through the gates. Woman and a girl, lean-jawed harpy, hard woman at a bargain, her bonnet awry. Girl's face stained with dirt and tears, holding the woman's arm, looking up at her for a sign to cry. Fish's face, bloodless and livid. The mutes shouldered the coffin and bore it in through the gates. So much dead weight. Felt heavier myself stepping out of that bath. First the stiff, then the friends of the stiff. Corny Kelleher and the boy followed with their wreaths. Who is that beside them? Ah, the brother-in-law. All walked after. Martin Cunningham whispered, I was in mortal agony with you talking of suicide before, Bloom. What? Mr. Power whispered. How so? His father poisoned himself, Martin Cunningham whispered. Had the Queen's Hotel in Ennis. You heard him say he was going to Clare. Anniversary. Oh, God, Mr. Power whispered. First I heard of it. Poisoned himself? He glanced behind him to where a face with dark, thinking eyes followed towards the Cardinal's mausoleum, speaking. Was he insured? Mr. Bloom asked. I believe so, Mr. Kernan answered, but the policy was heavily mortgaged. Martin is trying to get the youngster into Artane. How many children did he leave? 5. Ned Lambert says he'll try to get one of the girls into Todd's. A sad case, Mr. Bloom said gently. 5 young children. A great blow to the poor wife, Mr. Kernan added. Indeed, yes, Mr. Bloom agreed. How's the laugh at him now? He looked down at the boots he had blacked and polished. She had outlived him, lost her husband, more dead for her than for me. One must outlive the other, wise men say. There are more women than men in the world. Condole with her. Your terrible loss. I hope you'll soon follow him. For Hindu widows only. She would marry another. Him? No. Yet who knows after? Widowhood not the thing since the old queen died. Drawn on a gun carriage. Victoria and Albert. Frogmore Memorial mourning. But in the end she put a few violets in her bonnet. Vain in her heart of hearts. All for a shadow. Consort not even a king. Her son was the substance. Something new to hope for. Not like the past she wanted back, waiting. It never comes. One must go first, alone under the ground, and lie no more in her warm bed. How are you, Simon? Ned Lambert said softly, clasping hands. Haven't seen you for a month of Sundays. Never better. How are all in Cork's own town? I was down there for the Cork Park races on Easter Monday, Ned Lambert said. Same old 6 and 8pence. Stopped with Dick Tivy. And how is Dick, the solid man? Nothing between himself and heaven, Ned Lambert answered. By the holy Paul, Mr Dedalus said in subdued wonder. Dick Tivy bald? Martin is going to get up a whip for the youngsters, Ned Lambert said, pointing ahead. A few bob a skull, just to keep them going till the insurance is cleared up. Yes, yes, Mr Dedalus said dubiously. Is that the eldest boy in front? Yes, Ned Lambert said, with the wife's brother. John Henry Menton is behind. He put down his name for a quid. I'll engage he did, Mr Dedalus said. I often told poor Paddy he ought to mind that job. John Henry's not the worst in the world. How did he lose it? Ned Lambert asked. Liquor, what? Many a good man's fault, Mr Dedalus said with a sigh. They halted about the door of the mortuary chapel. Mr Bloom stood behind the boy with a wreath, looking down at the sleek combed hair and at the slender furrowed neck inside his brand new collar. Poor boy. Was he there when the father? Both unconscious. Lighten up at the last moment and recognise for the last time. All he might have done. I owe 3 shillings to old Grady. Would he understand? The mutes bore the coffin into the chapel. Which end is his head? After a moment he followed the others in, blinking in the screened light. The coffin lay on its bier before the chancel. 4 tall yellow candles at its corners. Always in front of us, Corny Kelleher, laying a wreath at each 4 corner, beckoned to the boy to kneel. The mourners knelt here and there in praying desks. Mr Bloom stood behind near the front, and when all had knelt, dropped carefully his unfolded newspaper from his pocket and knelt his right knee upon it. He fitted his black hat gently on his left knee and, holding its brim, bent over piously. A server bearing a brass bucket with something in it came out through a door. The white-smocked priest came after him, tidying his stole with one hand, balancing with the other a little book against his toad's belly. Who'll read the book? I, said the rook. They halted by the bier, and the priest began to read out of his book with a fluent croak. Father Coffey. I knew his name was like a coffin. Domine namine. Bully about the muzzle he looks. Bosses the show. Muscular Christian. Woe betide anyone that looks crooked at him. Priest. Thou art Peter. Burst sideways like a sheep. In clover, Dedalus says you will. With a belly on him like a poisoned pup. Most amusing expressions that man finds. Burst sideways. Non interest in judicium cum servutur domine. Makes them feel more important to be prayed over in Latin. Requiem mass, crepe weepers, black-edged notepaper, your name on the altar list. Chilly place this. Want to feed well. Sitting in there all morning in the gloom, kicking his heels, waiting for the next please. Eyes of a toad too. What swells him up that way? Molly gets swelled after cabbage. Air of the place, maybe. Looks full up of bad gas. Must be an infernal lot of bad gas around the place. Butchers, for instance, they get like raw beefsteaks. Who was telling me? Mervyn Brown. Down in the vaults of St. Werburgh's lovely old organ, 150. They have to bore a hole in the coffins sometimes to let out the bad gas and burn it. Out it rushes, blue. One whiff of that and you're a goner. My kneecap is hurting me. Ow. That's better. The priest took a stick with a knob at the end of it out of the boy's bucket and shook it over the coffin. Then he walked to the other end and shook it again. Then he came back and put it back in the bucket. As you were before you rested. It's all written down. He has to do it. Ad ne nos inducas in tentationem. The server piped the answers in the treble. I often thought it would be better to have boy servants. Up to 15 or so. After that, of course, holy water that was, I expect, shaking sleep out of it. He must be fed up with that job, shaking that thing over all the corpses they'd trot up. What harm if you could see what he was shaking it over? Every mortal day a fresh batch, middle-aged men, old women, children, women dead in childbirth, men with beards, bald-headed businessmen, consumptive girls with little sparrows' breasts. All the year round he prayed the same thing over them all and shook water on top of them. Sleep. On dignum now. In paradisum. Said he was going to paradise or is in paradise. Says that over everybody. Tiresome kind of a job. But he has to say something. The priest closed his book and went off, followed by the server. Corny Kelleher opened the side doors and the gravediggers came in, hoisted the coffin again, carried it out and shoved it on their cart. Corny Kelleher gave one wreath to the boy and one to the brother-in-law. All followed them out of the side doors into the mild grey air. Mr. Bloom came last, folding his paper again into his pocket. He gazed gravely at the ground till the coffin cart wheeled off to the left. The metal wheels ground the gravel with a sharp grating cry, and the pack of blunt boots followed the trundled barrow along a lane of sepulchres. The ree, the ra, the ree, the ra, the roo. Lord, I mustn't lild here. The O'Connell circle, Mr. Dedalus said about him. Mr. Power's soft eyes went up to the apex of the lofty cone. He's at rest, he said, in the middle of his people, old Dano, but his heart is buried in Rome. How many broken hearts are buried here, Simon? Her grave is over there, Jack, Mr. Dedalus said. I'll soon be stretched beside her. Let him take me whenever he likes. Breaking down, he began to weep to himself quietly, stumbling a little in his walk. Mr. Power took his arm. She's better where she is, he said kindly. I suppose so, Mr. Dedalus said with a weak gasp. I suppose she's in heaven, if there is a heaven. Corny Kelleher stepped aside from his rank and allowed the mourners to plod by. Sad occasions, Mr. Kernan began politely. Mr. Bloom closed his eyes and sadly twice bowed his head. The others are putting on their hats, Mr. Kernan said. I suppose we can do so too. We're the last. This cemetery is a treacherous place. They covered their heads. The reverend gentleman read the service too quickly, don't you think? Mr. Kernan said with reproof. Mr. Bloom nodded gravely, looking in the quick bloodshot eyes, secret searching. Mason, I think. Not sure. Beside him again. We are the last. In the same boat. Hope he'll say something else. Mr. Kernan added, the service of the Irish Church used in Mount Jerome is simpler, more impressive, I must say. Mr. Bloom gave prudent assent. The language, of course, was another thing. Mr. Kernan said with solemnity, I am the resurrection and the life. That touches a man's inmost heart. It does, Mr. Bloom said. Your heart, perhaps, but what price the fellow in the 6 feet by 2 with his toes to the daisies? No touching that. Seat of the affections. Broken heart. A pump, after all, pumping thousands of gallons of blood every day. One fine day it gets bunged up, and there you are. Lots of them lying around here. Lungs, hearts, livers. Old rusty pumps. Damn the thing else. The resurrection and the life. Once you are dead, you are dead. That last day idea. Knocking them all up out of their graves. Come forth, Lazarus. And he came 5th and lost the job. Get up. Last day. Then every fellow mousing around for his liver and his lights and the rest of his traps. Fine damn all of himself that morning. Pennyweight of powder in his skull. 12 grams, 1 pennyweight. Troy measure. Corny Kelleher fell into step at their side. Everyone went off A1, he said. What? He looked at them from his drawling eye. Policeman's shoulders. With your tooraloom, tooraloom. As it should be, Mr. Kernan said. What, eh? Corny Kelleher said. Mr. Kernan assured him. Who is that chap behind with Tom Kernan? John Henry Menton asked. I know his face. Ned Lambert glanced back. Bloom, he said. Madame Marion Tweedy, that was. Is, I mean, the soprano. She's his wife. Oh, to be sure, John Henry Menton said. I haven't seen her for some time. She was a fine-looking woman. I danced with her, 15, 17 golden years ago, at Matt Dillon's in Roundtown. And a good armful she was. He looked behind through the others. What is he? He asked. What does he do? Wasn't he in the stationery line? I fell foul of him one evening, I remember, at Bowles. Ned Lambert smiled. Yes, he was, he said, in Wisdom Healy's. A traveller for blotting paper. In God's name, John Henry Menton said. What did she marry a coon like that for? She had plenty of game in her then. Has still, Ned Lambert said. He does some canvassing for ants. John Henry Menton's large eyes stared ahead. The barrow turned into a side lane. A portly man, ambushed among the grasses, raised his hat in homage. The gravediggers touched their caps. John O'Connell, Mr. Power said, pleased. He never forgets a friend. Mr. O'Connell shook all their hands in silence. Mr. Dedalus said, I am come to pay you another visit. My dear Simon, the caretaker answered in a low voice, I don't want your custom at all. Saluting Ned Lambert and John Henry Menton, he walked on at Martin Cunningham's side, puzzling 2 long keys at his back. Did you hear that one? He asked them. About Mulcahy from the Coombe? I did not, Martin Cunningham said. They bent their silk hats in concert, and Hines inclined his ear. The caretaker hung his thumbs in the loops of his gold watch-chain and spoke in a discreet tone to their vacant smiles. They tell the story, he said, that 2 drunks came out here one foggy evening to look for the grave of a friend of theirs. They asked for Mulcahy from the Coombe and were told where he was buried. After traipsing about in the fog, they found the grave sure enough. One of the drunks spelt out the name, Terence Mulcahy. The other drunk was blinking up at a statue of our Saviour the widow had got put up. The caretaker blinked up at one of the sepulchres they passed. He resumed, and after blinking up at the sacred figure, not a bloody bit like the man, says he. That's not Mulcahy, says he, whoever done it. Rewarded by smiles, he fell back and spoke with Corny Kelleher, accepting the dockets given him, turning them over and scanning them as he walked. That's all done with a purpose, Martin Cunningham explained to Hines. I know, Hines said, I know that. To cheer a fellow up, Martin Cunningham said. It's pure good-heartedness. Damn the thing else. Mr. Bloom admired the caretaker's prosperous bulk. All want to be on good terms with him. Decent fellow, John O'Connell, real good sort. Keys, like Keys' ad. No fear of anyone getting out. No pass-out checks. Habeas corpus. I must see about that ad after the funeral. Did he write Ballsbridge on the envelope I took to cover when she disturbed me writing to Martha? Hope it's not chucked in the dead letter office. Be the better off a shave. Grey sprouting beard. That's the first sign when the hairs come out grey, and temper getting cross. Silver threads among the grey. Fancy being his wife. Wonder he had the gumption to propose to any girl. Come out and live in the graveyard. Dangle that before her. It might thrill her first, courting death. Shades of night hovering there with all the dead stretched about. The shadows of the tombs when churchyards yawn, and Daniel O'Connell must be a descendant, I suppose. Who is this used to say he was a queer breedy man, great Catholic all the same, like a big giant in the dark. Will-o'-the-wisp. Gas of graves. Want to keep her mind off it to conceive at all. Women especially are so touchy. Tell her a ghost story in bed to make her sleep. Have you ever seen a ghost? Well, I have. It was pitch dark night. The clock was on the stroke of 12. Still they'd kiss all right if properly keyed up. Whores in Turkish graveyards. Learn anything if taken young. You might pick up a young widow here. Men like that. Love among the tombstones. Romeo, splice of pleasure. In the midst of death we are in life. Both ends meet. Tantalizing for the poor dead. Smell of grilled beefsteaks to the starving. Gnawing their vitals. Desire to grig people. Molly wanting to do it at the window. 8 children he has anyway. He has seen a fair share go under in his time. Lying around him field after field. Holy fields. More room if they buried them standing. Sitting or kneeling you couldn't. Standing? His head might come up some day above ground in a landslip with his hand pointing. All honeycombed the ground must be. Oblong cells. And very neat he keeps it too. Trim grass and edgings. His garden Major Gamble calls Mount Jerome. Well, so it is. Ought to be flowers of sleep. Chinese cemeteries with giant poppies growing produce the best opium, Mastiansky told me. The botanic gardens are just over there. It's the blood sinking in the earth gives new life. Same idea those Jews they said killed the Christian boy. Every man his price. Well-preserved fat corpse, gentleman, epicure, invaluable for fruit garden. A bargain. By carcass of William Wilkinson, auditor and accountant, lately deceased. £3 13 6, with thanks. I dare say the soil will be quite fat with corpse manure, bones, flesh, nails, charnel houses. Dreadful. Turning green and pink decomposing. Rot quick in damp earth. The lean old ones tougher. Then a kind of a tallowy, kind of cheesy. They begin to get black treacle oozing out of them. Then dried up. Death moths. Of course the cells of whatever they are go on living. Changing about. Live forever practically. Nothing to feed on themselves. But they must breed a devil of a lot of maggots. Soil must be simply swirling with them. Your head is simply swirls. Those pretty little seaside girls. He looks cheerful enough over it. Gives him a sense of power, seeing all the others go under first. Wonder how he looks at life. Cracking his jokes too. Warms the cockles of his heart. The one about the bulletin. Spurgeon went to heaven 4 a.m. this morning. 11 p.m. closing time. Not arrived yet. Peter. The dead themselves, the men anyhow, would like to hear an odd joke or the women to know what's in fashion. A juicy pear or ladies' punch, hot, strong and sweet. Keep out the damp. You must laugh sometimes, so better to do it that way. Grave diggers in Hamlet. Shows the profound knowledge of the human heart. Daren't joke about the dead for 2 years at least. De mortuis nil nisi prius. Got out of mourning first. Hard to imagine his funeral. Seems a sort of joke. Read your own obituary notice. They say you live longer. Gives you second wind. New lease of life. How many have you for tomorrow? The caretaker asked. 2, Corny Kelleher said. 10:30 and 11. The caretaker put the papers in his pocket. The barrow had ceased to trundle. The mourners split and moved to each side of the hole, stepping with care around the graves. The gravediggers bore the coffin and set its nose on the brink, looping the bands round it. Burying him. We come to bury Caesar. His Ides of March or June. He doesn't know who is here, nor care. Now who is that lanky-looking galoot over there in the mackintosh? Now who is he, I'd like to know. Now I'd give a trifle to know who he is. Always someone turns up you never dreamt of. A fellow could live on his lonesome all his life. Yes, he could. Still, he'd have to get someone to sod him after he died, so he could dig his own grave. We all do. Only man buries. No, ants too. First thing strikes anybody. Bury the dead. Say Robin Crusoe was true to life. Well, then Friday buried him. Even Friday buries a Thursday, if you come to look at it. Oh, poor Robinson Crusoe, how could you possibly do so? Poor Dignam, his last lie on the earth, in this box. When you think of them all, it does seem a waste of wood, all gnawed through. They could invent a handsome bier with a kind of panel sliding, let it down that way. But they might object to be buried out of another fellow's. They're so particular. Lay me in my native earth, bit of clay from the Holy Land. Only a mother and dead-born child ever buried in the one coffin. I see what it means, I see. To protect him as long as possible, even in the earth. The Irishman's house is his coffin. Embalming in catacombs, mummies, the same idea. Mr. Bloom stood far back, his hat in his hand, counting the bared heads. 12. I'm 13. No, the chap in the mackintosh is 13. Death's number. Where the deuce did he pop out of? He wasn't in the chapel, that I'll swear. Silly superstition that, about 13. Nice soft tweed Ned Lambert has in that suit. Tinge of purple. I had one like that when we lived in Lombard Street West. Dressy fellow he was once. Used to change 3 suits in a day. Must get that grey suit of mine turned by Messiahs. Hello, it's died. His wife forgot he's not married, or his landlady ought to have picked out those threads for him. The coffin dived out of sight, eased down by the men straddled on the grave trestles. They struggled up and out, and all uncovered. 20. Pause. If we were all suddenly somebody else. Far away a donkey brayed. Rain, no such ass. Never see a dead one, they say. Shame of death. They hide. Also poor papa went away. Gentle sweet air blew round the bared heads in a whisper. Whisper. The boy by the grave head held his wreath with both hands, staring quietly at the black open space. Mr. Bloom moved behind the portly kindly caretaker, well-cut frock coat, weighing them up perhaps to see which will go next. Well, it is a long rest. Feel no more. It's the moment you feel. Must be damned unpleasant. Can't believe it at first. Mistake must be. Someone else. Try the house opposite. Wait, I wanted to. I haven't yet. Then darkened death chamber. Light they want, whispering all around you. Would you like to see a priest? Then rambling and wandering, delirium all you hid your life. The death struggle. His sleep is not natural. Press his lower eyelid. Watching is his nose pointed in his jaw, sinking are the soles of his feet yellow. Pull the pillow away and finish it off on the floor, since he's doomed. Devil in that picture of sinner's death, showing him a woman, dying to embrace her in his shirt. Last act of Lucia. Shall I never more behold thee? Bam! He expires, gone at last. People talk about you a bit, forget you. Don't forget to pray for him. Remember him in your prayers, even Parnell, Ivy Day dying out. Then they follow, dropping into a hole one after the other. We are praying now for the repose of his soul, hoping you're well and not in hell. Nice change of air. Out of the frying pan of life into the fire of purgatory. Does he ever think of the hole waiting for himself? You say you do when you shiver in the sun. Someone walking over it. Call boy's warning. Near you. Mine over there towards Finglas, the plot I bought. Mama, poor Mama, and little Rudy. The grave diggers took up their spades and flung heavy clods of clay in on the coffin. Mr. Bloom turned away his face. And if he was alive all the time? Phew. By jingo, that would be awful. No, he is dead, of course. Of course he is dead. Monday he died. They ought to have some law to pierce the heart and make sure, or an electric clock, or a telephone in the coffin, and some kind of a canvas air hole. Flag of distress. 3 days. Rather long to keep them in summer. Just as well to get shut of them as soon as you are sure there's no. The clay fell softer. Begin to be forgotten. Out of sight, out of mind. The caretaker moved away a few paces and put on his hat. Had enough of it. The mourners took heart of grace, one by one, covering themselves without show. Mr. Bloom put on his hat and saw the portly figure make its way deftly through the maze of graves. Quietly, sure of his ground, he traversed the dismal fields. Heinz jotting down something in his notebook. Ah, the names. But he knows them all. No, coming to me. I am just taking the names, Heinz said below his breath. What is your Christian name? I am not sure. L, Mr. Bloom said. Leopold. And you might put down McCoy's name too. He asked me to. Charlie, Heinz said, writing. I know. He was on the Freeman once. So he was before he got the job in the morgue under Louis Byrne. Good idea, a post-mortem for doctors. Find out what they imagine they know. He died of a Tuesday. Got the run. Levanted with the cash of a few ads. Charlie, you're my darling. That was why he asked me to. Oh well, does no harm. I saw to that, McCoy. Thanks, old chap, much obliged. Leave him under an obligation, costs nothing. And tell us, Heinz said, do you know that fellow was over there in the... He looked around. Mackintosh. Yes, I saw him, Mr. Bloom said. Where is he now? Mackintosh, Heinz said, scribbling. I don't know who he is. Is that his name? He moved away, looking about him. No, Mr. Bloom began, turning and stopping. I say, Heinz. Didn't hear. What? Where has he disappeared to? Not a sign. Well, of all the... Has anyone here seen? K-E-double-L. Become invisible. Good Lord, what became of him? A seventh grave digger came beside Mr. Bloom to take up an idle spade. Oh, excuse me. He stepped aside nimbly. Clay, brown, damp, began to be seen in the hole. It rose, nearly over. A mound of damp clods rose more, rose, and the grave diggers rested their spades. All uncovered again for a few instants. The boy propped his wreath against a corner, the brother-in-law his on a lump. The gravediggers put on their caps and carried their earthy spades towards the burrow. They knocked the blades lightly on the turf, clean. One bent to pluck from the haft a long tuft of grass. One, leaving his mates, walked slowly on with shouldered weapon, its blade blue-glancing. Silently, at the grave head, another coiled the coffin band, his navel cord. The brother-in-law, turning away, placed something in his free hand. Thanks and silence. Sorry, sir, trouble. Headshake. I know that. For yourselves just. The mourners moved away slowly, without aim, by devious paths, staying at whiles to read a name on a tomb. Let us go round by the chief's grave, Heinz said. We have time. Let us, Mr. Power said. They turned to the right, following their slow thoughts. With awe Mr. Power's blank voice spoke. Some say he is not in that grave at all, that the coffin was filled with stones, that one day he will come again. Heinz shook his head. Parnell will never come again, he said. He's there, all that was mortal of him. Peace to his ashes. Mr. Bloom walked unheeded along his grove by saddened angels, crosses, broken pillars, family vaults, stone hopes praying with upcast eyes. old Ireland's hearts and hands. More sensible to spend the money on some charity for the living. Pray for the repose of the soul of. Does anybody really? Plant him and have done with him. Like down a coal chute. Then lump them together to save time. All Souls' Day. 27th I'll be at his grave. 10 shillings for the gardener. He keeps it free of weeds. Old man himself. Bent down double with his shears clipping. Near death's door. Who passed away? Who departed this life? As if they did it of their own accord. Got the shove, all of them. Who kicked the bucket? More interesting if they told you what they were. So-and-so, wheelwright. I travelled for Cork Lino. I paid 5 shillings in the pound. Or a woman's with her saucepan. I cooked good Irish stew. Eulogy on a country churchyard. It ought to be that poem. Of whose is it? Wordsworth or Thomas Campbell. Entered into rest, the Protestants put it. Oh, Dr. Murren's. The great physician called him home. Well, it's God's acre for them. Nice country residence. Newly plastered and painted. Ideal spot to have a quiet smoke and read the church Times. Marriage ads they never try to beautify. Rusty wreaths hung on knobs, garlands of bronze foil. Better value that for the money. Still, the flowers are more poetical. The other gets rather tiresome, never withering. Expresses nothing. Immortelles. A bird sat tamely perched on a poplar branch. Like stuffed. Like the wedding present Alderman Hooper gave us. Who? Not a budge out of him. Knows there are no catapults to let fly at him. Dead animal even sadder. Silly-milly burying the little dead bird in the kitchen matchbox, a daisy chain and bits of broken chainies on the grave. The Sacred Heart, that is, showing it. Heart on his sleeve. Ought to be sideways and red it should be painted like a real heart. Ireland was dedicated to it, or whatever that. Seems anything but pleased. Why this infliction? Would birds come then and peck like the boy with a basket of fruit? But he said no, because they ought to have been afraid of the boy. Apollo, that was. How many? All these here once walked around Dublin, faithful departed. As you are now, so once were we. Besides, how could you remember everybody? Eyes, walk, voice. Well, the voice, yes. Gramophone. Have a gramophone in every grave, or keep it in the house. After dinner on a Sunday. Put on poor old great-grandfather. Cra-rock. Hello, hello, hello. Or more fully glad crag. Awfully glad to see you again. Hello, hello. Remind you of the voice like a photograph reminds you of the face. Otherwise you couldn't remember the face after 15 years, they say. For instance, who? For instance, some fellow that died when I was in Wisdom Ely's. Strooch. A rattle of pebbles. Wait, stop. He looked down intently into a stone crypt. Some animal. Wait, there he goes. An obese grey rat toddled along the side of the crypt, moving the pebbles. An old stager, great-grandfather, he knows the ropes. The grey alive crushed itself in under the plinth, wriggled itself in under it. Good hiding place for treasure. Who lives there? I'll lay the remains of Robert Emery. Robert Emmet was buried here by torchlight, wasn't he? Making his rounds. Tail gone now. One of those chaps would make short work of a fellow. Pick the bones clean, no matter what it was, who it was. Ordinary meat for them. A corpse's meat gone by. Well, and what's cheese? Corpse of milk. I read in the Voyages in China that the Chinese say a white man smells like a corpse. Cremation better. Priests dared against it. Deviling for the other firm. Wholesale burners and Dutch oven dealers. Time of the plague. quicklime fever pits to eat them, lethal chamber, ashes to ashes. Or bury at sea. Where is that Parsee tower of silence, eaten by birds? Earth, fire, water. Drowning, they say, is the pleasantest. See a whole life in a flash. But being brought back to life? No. Can't bury in the air, however. Out of a flying machine. Wonder does the news go about whenever a fresh one is let down? Underground communication. We learned that from them. Wouldn't be surprised. Regular square feed for them. Flies come before he's well dead. Got wind of Dignam. They wouldn't care about the smell of it. Salt white crumbling mush of corpse. Smell, taste like raw white turnips. The gates glimmered in front, still open. Back to the world again. Enough of this place. Brings you a bit nearer every time. Last time he was here was Mrs. Sinico's funeral. Poor papa too. The love that kills. And even scraping up the earth at night with a lantern like that case I read of, to get at fresh buried females or even putrefied with running grave sores. Give you the creeps after a bit. I will appear to you after death. You will see my ghost after death. My ghost will haunt you after death. There is another world after death named Hell. I do not like that other world she wrote. No more do I. Plenty to see and hear and feel yet. Feel live warm beings near you. Let them sleep in their maggoty beds. They are not going to get me this innings. Warm beds. Warm full-blooded life. Martin Cunningham emerged from a side path, talking gravely. Solicitor, I think. I know his face. Minton, John Henry, solicitor, commissioner for oaths and affidavits. Dignam used to be in his office. Matt Dillon's long ago. Jolly Matt, convivial evenings. Cold fowl cigars, the Tantalus glasses. Heart of gold, really. Yes, Menton. Got his rag out that evening on the bowling green because I sailed inside him. Pure fluke of mine. The bias. Why, he took such a rooted dislike to me. Hate at first sight. Molly and Floey Dillon linked under the lilac tree, laughing. Fellow always like that, mortified if women are by. Got a dinge on the side of his hat. Carriage, probably. Excuse me, sir, Mr. Bloom said beside them. They stopped. Your hat is a little crushed, Mr. Bloom said, pointing. John Henry Menton stared at him for an instant without moving. There, Martin Cunningham helped, pointing also. John Henry Menton took off his hat, bulged out the dinge and smoothed the nap with care on his coat sleeve. He clapped the hat on his head again. It's all right now, Martin Cunningham said. John Henry Menton jerked his head down in acknowledgement. Thank you, he said shortly. They walked on towards the gates. Mr. Bloom, chapfallen, drew behind a few places so as not to overhear. Martin laying down the law. Martin could wind a sappy head like that round his little finger without his seeing it. Oyster eyes. Never mind. Be sorry after, perhaps, when it dawns on him. Get the pull over him that way. Thank you. How grand we are this morning. This is the end of section 6 of Ulysses by James Joyce. Read by Gesine in a cafe in Valletta, June 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 7. In the heart of the Hibernian metropolis. Before Nelson's pillar trams slowed, shunted, changed trolley, started for Blackrock, Kingstown and Dalkey, Clonskeagh, Rathgar and Terenure, Palmerston Park and Upper Rathmines, Sandymount Green, Rathmines, Ringsend and Sandymount Tower, Harold's Cross. The Horse Dublin United Tramway Company's timekeeper bawled them off. Rathgar and Terenure? Come on, Sandymount Green. Right and left, parallel clanging, ringing a double-decker and a single-deck moved from their railhead, swerved to the down line, glided parallel. Start Palmerston Park. The wearer of the crown. Under the porch of the General Post Office, shoeblacks called and polished. Parked in North Prince's Street, His Majesty's vermilion mail cars, bearing on their sides the royal initials E.R., received loudly flung sacks of letters, postcards, letter cards, parcels, insured and paid, for local, provincial, British and overseas delivery. Gentlemen of the press. Gross-booted draymen rolled barrels dull-thudding out of Prince's stores and bumped them up the brewery float. On the brewery float bumped dull-thudding barrels rolled by gross-booted draymen out of Prince's stores. There it is, Red Murray said. Alexander Keyes. Just cut it out, will you? Mr. Bloom said, and I'll take it round to the telegraph office. The door of Rutledge's office creaked again. Davy Stephens, minute in a large cape-coat, a small felt hat crowning his ringlets, passed out a roll of papers under his cape. A King's Courier. Red Murray's long shears sliced out the advertisement from the newspaper in 4 clean strokes, scissors and paste. I'll go through the printing works, Mr. Bloom said, taking the cut square. Of course, if he wants a par, Red Murray said earnestly, a pen behind his ear, we can do him one. Right, Mr. Bloom said with a nod. I'll rub that in. We. William Braden, Esquire of Oakland's Sandymount. Red Murray touched Mr. Bloom's arms with the shears and whispered, Braden. Mr. Bloom turned and saw the liveried porter raise his lettered cap as a stately figure entered between the newsboards of the Weekly Freeman and National Press and the Freeman's Journal and National Press. Dull-thudding Guinness's barrels. It passed statelily up the staircase, steered by an umbrella, a solemn beard-framed face. The broadcloth back ascended each step. Back. All of his brains are in the nape of his neck, Simon Dedalus says, welts of flesh behind on him. Fat folds of neck. Fat neck, fat neck. Don't you think his face is like our Saviour? Red Murray whispered. The door of Rutledge's office whispered. They always build one door opposite another for the wind to, way in, way out. Our Saviour, beard-framed oval face, talking in the dark. Mary, Martha, steered by an umbrella sword to the footlights. Mario the tenor. Or like Mario, Mr. Bloom said. Yes, Red Murray agreed, but Mario was said to be the very picture of our Saviour. Jesus Mario, with rougy cheeks, doublet and spindle legs, hand on his heart, in Martha. The crozier and the pen. His Grace phoned down twice this morning, Red Murray said gravely. They watched the knees, legs, boots vanish. Neck. A telegram boy stepped in nimbly, threw an envelope on the counter, and stepped off post-haste with a word. Freeman. Mr. Bloom said slowly, Well, he is one of our saviours also. A meek smile accompanied him as he lifted the counter-flap, as he passed in through a side door and along the warm dark stairs and passage, along the now reverberating boards. But will he save the circulation? Thumping, thumping. He pushed in through the glass swing door and entered, stepping over strewn packing paper. Through a lane of clanking drums he made his way toward Nannetti's reading closet. Hines here too, account of the funeral probably. Thumping, thump. With unfeigned regret, it is, we announce the dissolution of a most respected Dublin burgess. This morning the remains of the late Mr. Patrick Dignam. Machines, smash a man to atoms if they got him caught. Rule the world today. His machineries are pegging away too. Like these, got out of hand, fermenting, working away, tearing away, and that old grey rat tearing to get in. How a great daily organist turned out. Mr. Bloom halted behind the foreman's spare body, admiring a glossy crown. Strange he never saw his real country. Ireland, my country. Member for College Green. He boomed that workaday worker tack for all it was worth. It's the ads and side features sell a weekly, not the stale news in the official gazette. Queen Anne is dead. Published by authority in the year 1000 and demesne situate in the town of Rosenallis, barony of Tinnahinch. To all whom it may concern, schedule pursuant to statute showing return of number of mules and jennets exported from Ballina. Nature notes, cartoons, Phil Blake's weekly Pat and Bull story, Uncle Toby's page for tiny tots, Country Bumpkin's queries. Dear Mr. Editor, what is a good cure for flatulence? I'd like that part. Learn a lot teaching others. The personal note. M.A.P. mainly all pictures. Shapely bathers on Golden Strand. World's biggest balloon. Double marriage of sisters celebrated. 2 bridegrooms laughing heartily at each other. Caprani, too, printer. More Irish than the Irish. The machines clanked in 3/4 time. Thump, thump, thump. Now if he got paralysed there, and no one knew how to stop them, they'd clank on and on the same. Print it over and over and up and back. Monkey doodle the whole thing. Want a cool head. Well, get it into the evening edition, councillor, Hynes said. Soon be calling him my Lord Mayor. Long John is backing him, they say. The foreman, without answering, scribbled press on a corner of the sheet and made a sign to a typesetter. He handed the sheet silently over the dirty glass screen. Right, thanks, Hynes said, moving off. Mr. Bloom stood in his way. If you want to draw, the cashier is just going to lunch, he said, pointing backward with his thumb. Did you? Hynes asked. Mr. Bloom said, look sharp and you'll catch him. Thanks, old man, Hynes said. I'll tap him too. He hurried on eagerly toward the Freeman's Journal. 3 bob I lent him in Makers. 3 weeks. 3rd hint. We see the canvasser at work. Mr. Bloom laid his cutting on Mr. Nannetti's desk. Excuse me, councillor, he said. This ad, you see. Keys, you remember? Mr. Nannetti considered the cutting a while and nodded. He wants it in for July, Mr. Bloom said. The foreman moved his pencil toward it. But wait, Mr. Bloom said. He wants it changed. Keys, you see. He wants 2 keys at the top. Hell of a racket they make. He doesn't hear it. Iron nerves. Maybe he understands what I... The foreman turned round to hear patiently, and lifting an elbow began to scratch slowly in the armpit of his alpaca jacket. Like that, Mr. Bloom said, crossing his forefingers at the top. Let him take that in first. Mr. Bloom, glancing sideways up from the cross he had made, saw the foreman's sallow face, think he has a touch of jaundice, and beyond the obedient reels feeding in huge webs of paper. Clank it, miles of it unreeled. What becomes of it after? Oh, wrap up meat, parcels, various uses, 1,001 things. Slipping his words deftly into the pauses of the clanking, he drew swiftly on the scarred woodwork. House of Keys. Like that, see? 2 crossed keys here, a circle, then here the name. Alexander Keys, tea, wine, and spirit merchant. So on. Better not teach him his own business. You know yourself, councillor, just what he wants. Then round the top in leaded, the House of Keys. You see? Do you think that's a good idea? The foreman moved his scratching hand to his lower ribs and scratched there quietly. The idea, Mr. Bloom said, is the House of Keys. You know, councillor, the Manx Parliament. Innuendo of Home Rule. Tourists, you know, from the Isle of Man. Catches the eye, you see. Can you do that? I could ask him perhaps about how to pronounce that folio. But then if he didn't know, only make it awkward for him. Better not. We can do that, the foreman said. Have you the design? I can get it, Mr. Bloom said. It was in a Kilkenny paper. He has a house there too. I'll just run out and ask him. Well, you can do that, and just a little par calling attention. You know the usual, high-class licensed premises, long-felt wants, so on. The foreman thought for an instant. We can do that, he said. Let him give us a 3 months' renewal. A typesetter brought him a limp galley page. He began to check it silently. Mr. Bloom stood by, hearing the loud throbs of cranks, watching the silent typesetters at their cases. Orthographical. Wanting to be sure of his spelling. Proof fever. Martin Cunningham forgot to give us his spelling bee conundrum this morning. It is amusing to view the unpar one or an alleled embara 2 R's, is it? Double S-ment of a harassed peddler while gauging AU the symmetry with a Y of a peeled pear under a cemetery wall. Silly, isn't it? Cemetery put in, of course, on account of the symmetry. I should have said when he clapped on his topper. Thank you. I ought to have said something about an old hat or something. No, I could have said, looks as good as new now. See his phiz then. The nethermost deck of the first machine jogged forward its flyboard with the first batch of quire-folded papers. Almost human the way it sulked to call attention, doing its level best to speak. That door, too, creaking, asking to be shut. Everything speaks in its own way. Noted churchman, an occasional contributor. The foreman handed back the galley page suddenly, saying, Wait, where's the Archbishop's letter? It's to be repeated in the Telegraph. Where's what's-his-name? He looked about him round his loud, unanswering machines. Monks, sir? A voice asked from the casting-box. Aye, where's Monks? Monks? Mr. Bloom took up his cutting. Time to get out. Then I'll get the design, Mr. Nannetti, he said, and you'll give it a good place, I know. Monks? Yes, sir? 3 months' renewal. Want to get some wind off my chest first. Try it anyhow. Rub in August. Good idea. Horse show month. Ballsbridge. Tourists over for the show. A day father. He walked on through the case room, passing an old man, bowed, spectacled, aproned. Old Monks, the day father. Queer lot of stuff he must have put through his hands in his time. Obituary notices, pubs ads, speeches, divorce suits, found drowned. Nearing the end of his tether now. Sober, serious man, with a bit in the savings bank, I'd say. Wife a good cook and washer. Daughter working a machine in the parlour. Plain Jane. No damn nonsense. And it was the feast of the Passover. He stayed in his walk to watch a typesetter neatly distributing type. Reads it backwards first. Quickly he does it. Must require some practice, that. Poor papa with his Haggadah book, reading backwards with his finger to me. Pesach. Next year in Jerusalem. Dear, oh dear. All that long business about that brought us out of the land of Egypt and into the house of bondage. Alleluia, Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu. No, that's the other one. Then the 12 brothers, Jacob's sons, and then the lamb and the cat and the dog and the stick in the water and the butcher, and then the angel of death kills the butcher and he kills the ox and the dog kills the cat. Sounds a bit silly till you come to look into it well. Justice it means, but it's everybody eating everybody else. That's what life is, after all. How quickly he does that job. Practice makes perfect. Seems to see with his fingers. Mr. Bloom passed on out of the clanking noises through the gallery onto the landing. Now am I going to tram it out all the way and then catch him out, perhaps. Better phone him up first. Number? Yes. Same as Citron's house. 28. 2844. Only once more that soap. He went down the house staircase. Who the deuce scrawled all over these walls with matches? Looks as if they did it for a bet. Heavy greasy smell there always is in those works. Lukewarm glue in Tom's next door when I was there. He took out his handkerchief to dab his nose. Citron lemon. Ah, the soap I put there. Lose it out of that pocket. Putting back his handkerchief, he took out the soap and stowed it away, buttoned, into the hip pocket of his trousers. What perfume does your wife use? I could go home still. Tram. Something I forgot. Just to see, before dressing. No, here. No. A sudden screech of laughter came from the Evening Telegraph office. Know who that is? What's up? Pop in a minute to phone. Ned Lambert it is. He entered softly. Aaron, green gem of the silver sea. The ghost walks, Professor MacHugh murmured softly, biscuitfully to the dusty windowpane. Mr Dedalus, staring from the empty fireplace at Ned Lambert's quizzing face, asked a bit sourly, Agonizing Christ, wouldn't it give you a heartburn on your arse? Ned Lambert, seated on the table, read on. Or again, note the meanderings of some purling rill as it babbles on its way, though quarrelling with the stony obstacles, to the tumbling waters of Neptune's blue domain, mid mossy banks, fanned by gentlest zephyrs, played on by the glorious sunlight or neath the shadows cast o'er its pensive bosom by the overarching leafage of the giants of the forest. What about that, Simon? He asked over the fringe of his newspaper. How's that for high? Changing his drink, Mr Dedalus said. Ned Lambert, laughing, struck the newspaper on his knees, repeating, The pensive bosom and the overarching leafage. Oh, boys, oh, boys. And Xenophon looked upon Marathon, Mr Dedalus said, looking again in the fireplace and to the windows, and Marathon looked on the sea. That will do, Professor MacHugh cried from the window. I don't want to hear any more of the stuff. He ate off the crescent of water biscuit he had been nibbling, and, hungered, made ready to nibble the biscuit in his other hand. Highfalutin stuff. Bladder bags. Ned Lambert is taking a day off, I see. Rather upsets a man's day, a funeral does. He has influence, they say. Old Chatterton, the vice-chancellor, is his granduncle or his great-granduncle. Close on 90, they say. Sub-leader for his death written this long time, perhaps. Living to spite them. Might go first himself. Johnny, make room for your uncle. The Right Honourable Hedges Eyre Chattington. Daresay he writes him an odd shaky cheque or two on gale days. Windfall when he kicks out. Alleluia. Just another spasm, Ned Lambert said. What is it? Mr Bloom asked. A recently discovered fragment of Cicero, Professor MacHugh answered with pomp of tone. Our lovely land. Short but to the point. Whose land? Mr Bloom said simply. Most pertinent question, the professor said between his chews, with an accent on the whose. Dan Dawson's land, Mr Dedalus said. Is it his speech last night? Mr Bloom asked. Ned Lambert nodded. But listen to this, he said. The doorknob hit Mr Bloom in the small of the back as the door was pushed in. Excuse me, J. O'Molloy said, entering. Mr Bloom moved nimbly aside. I beg yours, he said. Good day, Jack. Come in, come in. Good day. How are you, Dedalus? Well, and yourself? J. O'Molloy shook his head. Sad. Cleverest fellow at the junior bar he used to be. Declined, poor chap. That hectic flush spells finis for a man. Touch and go with him. What's in the wind, I wonder? Money worry. Or again, if we but climb the serried mountain peaks. You're looking extra. Is the editor to be seen? J. O'Molloy asked, looking towards the inner door. Very much so, Professor MacHugh said. To be seen and heard. He's in his sanctum with Lenehan. J. O'Molloy strolled to the sloping desk and began to turn back the pink pages of the file. Practice dwindling. A might have been. Losing heart. Gambling. Debts of honour. Reaping the whirlwind. Used to get good retainers from D&T Fitzgerald. Their wigs to show the grey matter. Brains on their sleeve, like the statue in Glasnevin. Believe he does some literary work for the Express with Gabriel Conroy. Well-read fellow. Miles Crawford began on the Independent. Funny the way those newspapermen veer about when they get wind of a new opening. Weathercocks, hot and cold in the same breath. Wouldn't know which to believe. One story good till you hear the next. Go for one another bald-headed in the papers and then all blows over. Hail fellow well met the next moment. Ah, listen to this for God's sake, Ned Lambert pleaded. Or again, if we but climb the serried mountain peaks. Bombast, the professor broke in testily. Enough of the inflated windbag. Peaks, Ned Lambert went on, towering high on high, to bathe our souls, as it were. Bathe his lips, Mr Dedalus said. Blessed and eternal God. Yes, is he taking anything for it? As 'twere, in the peerless panorama of Ireland's portfolio, unmatched, despite their well-praised prototypes in other vaunted prize regions, for very beauty, of bosky grove and undulating plain and luscious pastureland of vernal green, steeped in the transcendent translucent glow of our mild mysterious Irish twilight. His native Doric. The moon, Professor MacHugh said. He forgot Hamlet. That mantles the vista far and wide, and wait till the glowing orb of the moon shine forth to irradiate her silver effulgence. Oh, Mr Dedalus cried, giving vent to a hopeless groan. Shite and onions! That'll do, Ned. Life is too short. He took off his silk hat and, blowing out impatiently his bushy moustache, Welsh-combed his hair with raking fingers. Ned Lambert tossed the newspaper aside, chuckling with delight. An instant after a hoarse bark of laughter burst over Professor MacHugh's unshaven black-spectacled face. Doughy daw, he cried. What Weatherup said. All very fine to jeer at it now in cold print, but it goes down like hot cake, that stuff. He was in the bakery line too, wasn't he? Why they call him Doughy daw. Feathered his nest well, anyhow. Daughter engaged to that chap in the Inland Revenue office with the motor. Hooked that nicely. Entertainments, open house, big blowout. Weatherup always said that. Get a grip of them by the stomach. The inner door was opened violently, and a scarlet-beaked face, crested by a comb of feathery hair, thrust itself in. The bold blue eyes stared about them, and the harsh voice asked, What is it? And here comes the sham squire himself, Professor MacHugh said grandly. Get out of that, you bloody old pedagogue, the editor said in recognition. Come, Ned, Mr Dedalus said, putting on his hat. I must get a drink after that. Drink, the editor cried. No drinks served before mass. Quite right, too, Mr Dedalus said, going out. Come on, Ned. Ned Lambert sidled down from the table. The editor's blue eyes roved toward Mr Bloom's face, shadowed by a smile. Will you join us, Miles? Mr Lambert asked. Memorable battles recalled. North Cork militia, the editor cried, striding to the mantelpiece. We won every time. North Cork and Spanish officers. Where was that, Miles? Ned Lambert asked with a reflective glance at his toecaps. In Ohio, the editor shouted. So it was, begad, Ned Lambert agreed. Passing out, he whispered to J. O'Molloy. Incipient jigs. Sad case. Ohio, the editor crowed in high treble from his uplifted scarlet face. My Ohio. A perfect critic, the professor said. Long, short, and long. O harp Aeolian. He took a reel of dental floss from his waistcoat pocket and, breaking off a piece, twanged it smartly between 2 and 2 of his resonant unwashed teeth. Bing bang, bing bang. Mr Bloom, seeing the coast clear, made for the inner door. Just a moment, Mr Crawford, he said. I just want to phone about an ad. He went in. What about that leader this evening? Professor MacHugh asked, coming to the editor and laying a firm hand on his shoulder. That'll be all right, Miles Crawford said, more calmly. Never you fret. Hello, Jack, that's all right. Good day, Miles, J. O'Molloy said, letting the pages he held slip limply back on the file. Is that Canada swindle case on today? The telephone whirred inside. 28, no, 20, 44, yes. Spot the winner. Lenehan came out of the inner office with sports tissues. Who wants a dead cert for the Gold Cup? He asked. Sceptre with O'Madden up. He tossed the tissues onto the table. Screams of newsboys barefoot in the hall rushed near, and the door was flung open. Hush, Lenehan said. I hear feet-stoops. Professor McHugh strode across the room and seized the cringing urchin by the collar as the others scampered out of the hall and down the steps. The tissues rustled up in the draught, floated softly in the air-blue scrawls, and under the table came to earth. It wasn't me, sir. It was the big fellow shoved me, sir. Throw him out and shut the door, the editor said. There's a hurricane blowing. Lenehan began to paw the tissues up from the floor, grunting as he stooped twice. Waiting for the racing special, sir, the newsboy said. It was Pat Farrell shoved me, sir. He pointed to two faces peering in round the doorframe. Him, sir. Out of this with you, Professor McHugh said gruffly. He hustled the boy out and banged the door to. J. O'Molloy turned the files crackingly over, murmuring, seeking. Continued on page 6, column 4. Yes, Evening Telegraph here. Mr. Bloom phoned from the inner office. Is the boss... Yes, telegraph. To where? Aha, which auction rooms? I see. Right, I'll catch him. A collision ensues. The bell whirred again as he rang off. He came in quickly and bumped against Lenehan, who was struggling up with the second tissue. Pardon, monsieur, Lenehan said, clutching him for an instant and making a grimace. My fault, Mr. Bloom said, suffering his grip. Are you hurt? I'm in a hurry. Knee, Lenehan said. He made a comic face and whined, rubbing his knee. The accumulation of the Anno Domini. Sorry, Mr. Bloom said. He went to the door and, holding it ajar, paused. J. O'Molloy slapped the heavy pages over. The noise of two shrill voices, a mouth organ, echoed in the bare hallway from the newsboys squatted on the doorsteps. We are the boys of Wexford who fought with heart and hand. Exit Bloom. I'm just running round to Bachelor's Walk, Mr. Bloom said, about this ad of Keyes. Want to fix it up. They tell me he's round there in Dillon's. He looked indecisively for a moment at their faces. The editor, who, leaning against the mantel-shelf, had propped his head on his hand, suddenly stretched forth an arm amply. Begone, he said. The world is before you. Back in no time, Mr. Bloom said, hurrying out. J. O'Molloy took the tissues from Lenehan's hand and read them, blowing them apart gently, without comment. He'll get that advertisement, the professor said, staring through his black-rimmed spectacles over the cross-blind. Look at the young scamps after him. Show. Where? Lenehan cried, running to the window. A street cortege. Both smiled over the cross-blind at the file of capering newsboys in Mr. Bloom's wake, the last zigzagging white on the breeze, a mocking kite, a tail of white bowknots. Look at the young gutter-snipe behind him hue and cry, Lenehan said, and you'll kick. Oh, my rib risible, taking off his flat spogs in the walk, small nines steal upon marks. He began to mazurka in swift caricature across the floor on sliding feet past the fireplace to J. O'Molloy, who placed the tissues in his receiving hands. What's that? Miles Crawford said with a start. Where are the other two gone? Who? The professor said, turning. They're gone round to the Oval for a drink. Paddy Hooper is there with Jack Hall. Came over last night. Come on, then, Miles Crawford said. Where's my hat? He walked jerkily into the office behind, parting the vent of his jacket, jingling his keys in his back pocket. They jingled then in the air and against the wood as he locked his desk drawer. He's pretty well on, Professor McHugh said in a low voice. Seems to be, J. O'Molloy said, taking out a cigarette case in murmuring meditation, but it is not always as it seems. Who has the most matches? The Calumet of Peace. He offered a cigarette to the professor and took one himself. Lenehan promptly struck a match for them and lit their cigarettes in turn. J. O'Molloy opened his case again and offered it. Thanky-vous, Lenehan said, helping himself. The editor came from the inner office, a straw hat awry on his brow. He declaimed in song, pointing sternly at Professor McHugh. 'Twas rank and fame that tempted thee, 'twas empire charmed thy heart. The professor grinned, locking his long lips. Eh, you bloody old Roman Empire, Miles Crawford said. He took a cigarette from the open case. Lenehan, lighting it for him with quick grace, said, Silence for my brand-new riddle. Imperium Romanum, J. O'Molloy said gently. It sounds nobler than British or Brixton. The word reminds one somehow of fat in the fire. Miles Crawford blew his first puff violently towards the ceiling. That's it, he said. We are the fat. You and I are the fat in the fire. We haven't got the chance of a snowball in hell. The grandeur that was Rome. Wait a moment, Professor McHugh said, raising two quiet claws. We mustn't be led away by words, by sounds of words. We think of Rome, imperial, imperious, imperative. He extended elocutionary arms from frayed stained shirt-cuffs, pausing. What was their civilization? Vast, I allow, but vile. Cloacae, sewers, the Jews in the wilderness and on the mountain-top said, It is meet to be here. Let us build an altar to Jehovah. The Roman, like the Englishman who follows in his footsteps, brought to every new shore on which he set his foot, on our shore he never set it, only his cloacal obsession. He gazed about him in his toga, and he said, It is meet to be here. Let us construct a water-closet. Which they accordingly did do, Lenehan said. Our old ancient ancestors, as we read in the first chapter of Guinnesses, were partial to the running stream. They were nature's gentlemen, J. O'Molloy murmured. But we have also Roman law. And Pontius Pilate is its prophet, Professor McHugh responded. Do you know that story about Chief Baron Pallas? J. O'Molloy asked. It was at the Royal University dinner. Everything was going swimmingly. First my riddle, Lenehan said. Are you ready? Mr. O'Madden Burke, tall in copious grey of Donegal tweed, came in from the hallway. Stephen Dedalus, behind him, uncovered as he entered. Entrez, mes enfants, Lenehan cried. I escort a suppliant, Mr. O'Madden Burke said melodiously. Youth led by experience visits notoriety. How do you do? The editor said, holding out a hand. Come in. Your governor has just gone. Lenehan said to all, Silence! What opera resembles a railway line? Reflect, ponder, excogitate, reply. Stephen handed over the typed sheets, pointing to the title and signature. Who? The editor asked. Bit torn off. Mr. Garrett Deasy, Stephen said. That old Pelters, the editor said. Who tore it? Was he short-taken? On swift sail flaming from Sorman south he comes, pale vampire, mouth to my mouth. Good day, Stephen, the professor said, coming to peer over their shoulders. Foot and mouth. Are you turned? Bullock-befriending bard. Shindy in well-known restaurant. Good day, sir, Stephen answered, blushing. The letter is not mine. Mr. Garrett Deasy asked me to... Oh, I know him, Miles Crawford said, and I knew his wife, too. The bloodiest old Tartar God ever made. By Jesus, she had the foot-and-mouth disease, and no mistake. The night she threw the soup in the waiter's face in the Star and Garter. A woman brought sin into the world. For Helen, the runaway wife of Menelaus, 10 years the Greeks. O'Rourke, Prince of Breffni. Is he a widower? Stephen asked. Aye, a grass one, Miles Crawford said, his eye running down the typescript. Emperor's horses, Habsburg, an Irishman saved his life on the ramparts of Vienna. Don't you forget, Maximilian Karl O'Donnell, Graf von Tyrconnell in Ireland. Sent his heir over to make the king an Austrian field marshal now. Going to be trouble there one day. Wild geese. Oh yes, every time. Don't you forget it. The moot point is, did he forget it? J. O'Molloy said quietly, turning a horseshoe paperweight. Saving princes is a thank-you job. Professor McHugh turned on him. And if not, he said. I'll tell you how it was, Miles Crawford began. A Hungarian it was one day. Lost causes. Noble Marquess mentioned. We were always loyal to lost causes, the professor said. Success for us is the death of the intellect and of the imagination. We were never loyal to the successful. We serve them. I teach the blatant Latin language. I speak the tongue of a race the acme of whose mentality is the maxim, time is money. Material domination. Dominus, Lord, where's the spirituality? Lord Jesus, Lord Salisbury? A sofa in a West End club. But the Greek... Kyrie eleison. A smile of light brightened his dark-rimmed eyes, lengthened his long lips. The Greek, he said again. Kyrios, shining word. The vowels the Semite and the Saxon know not. Kyrie, the radiance of the intellect. I ought to profess Greek, the language of the mind. Kyrie eleison. The closet-maker and the cloaca-maker will never be lords of our spirit. We are liege subjects of the Catholic chivalry of Europe that foundered at Trafalgar and of the empire of the spirit, not an imperium that went under with the Athenian fleets at Aegospotami. Yes, yes, they went under. Pyrrhus, misled by an oracle, made a last attempt to retrieve the fortunes of Greece, loyal to a lost cause. He strode away from them towards the window. They went forth to battle, Mr. O'Madden Burke said greyly, but they always fell. Boo-hoo, Lenehan wept with a little noise, owing to a brick received in the latter half of the matinee. Poor, poor, poor Pyrrhus. He whispered then near Stephen's ear. Lenehan's Limerick. There's a ponderous pundit MacHugh who wears goggles of ebony hue. As he mostly sees double, to wear them, why trouble? I can't see the Joe Miller, can you? In mourning for Sallust, Mulligan says, whose mother is beastly dead. Miles Crawford crammed the sheets into a side pocket. That'll be all right, he said. I'll read the rest after. That'll be all right. Lenehan extended his hands in protest. But my riddle, he said, what opera is like a railway line? Opera? Mr. O'Madden Burke's sphinx face re-riddled. Lenehan announced gladly. The Rose of Castile. See the wheeze? Rose of cast steel. Gee. He poked Mr. O'Madden Burke mildly in the spleen. Mr. O'Madden Burke fell back with grace on his umbrella, feigning a gasp. Help, he sighed. I feel a strong weakness. Lenehan, rising to tiptoe, fanned his face rapidly with the rustling tissues. The professor, returning by way of the files, swept his hand across Stephen's and Mr. O'Madden Burke's loose ties. Paris, past and present, he said, you look like communards. Like fellows who had blown up the Bastille, J. O'Molloy said in quiet mockery. Or was it you shot the Lord Lieutenant of Finland between you? You look as though you had done the deed, General Bobrikov. Omnium gatherum. We were only thinking about it, Stephen said. All the talents, Miles Crawford said. Law, the classics. The turf, Lenehan put in. Literature, the press. If Bloom were here, the professor said, the gentle art of advertisement. And Madame Bloom, Mr. O'Madden Burke added, the vocal muse, Dublin's prime favourite. Lenehan gave a loud cough. Ahem, he said very softly. Oh, for a fresh of breath air. I caught a cold in the park. The gate was open. You can do it. The editor laid a nervous hand on Stephen's shoulder. I want you to write something for me, he said. Something with a bite in it. You can do it. I see it in your face. In the lexicon of youth. See it in your face, see it in your eye. Lazy, idle little schemer. Foot and mouth disease, the editor cried in scornful invective. Great nationalist meeting in Boris in Ossory. All balls, bulldozing the public. Give them something with a bite in it. Put us all into it, damn its soul, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and Jakes McCarthy. We can all supply mental pabulum, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Stephen raised his eyes to the bold, unheeding stare. He wants you for the press gang, J. O'Molloy said. The great Gallagher. You can do it, Miles Crawford repeated, clenching his hand in emphasis. Wait a minute. We'll paralyse Europe, as Ignatius Gallagher used to say when he was on the Charente doing billiard-making in the Clarence. Gallagher, that was a pressman for you. That was a pen. You know how he made his mark? I'll tell you, that was the smartest piece of journalism ever knowed. That was in 81, 6th of May, time of the Invincibles. Murder in the Phoenix Park, before you were born, I suppose. I'll show you. He pushed past them to the files. Look at here, he said, turning. The New York World cabled for a special. Remember that time? Professor MacHugh nodded. New York World, the editor said, excitingly pushing back his straw hat. Where it took place. Tim Kelly, or Kavanagh, I mean, Joe Brady and the rest of them. Where Skin the Goat drove the car. Whole route, you see? Skin the Goat, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Fitzharris. He has that cabman's shelter, they say, down there at Butt Bridge. Holohan told me. You know Holohan? Hop and carry one, is it? Miles Crawford said. And poor Gumley is down there too, so he told me, minding stones for the corporation. A night watchman. Stephen turned in surprise. Gumley, he said. You don't say so. A friend of my father's, is it? Never mind Gumley, Miles Crawford cried angrily. Let Gumley mind the stones, see they don't run away. Look at here, what did Ignatius Gallagher do? I'll tell you. Inspiration of genius. Cabled right away. Have you Weekly Freeman of 17 March? Right, have you got that? He flung back pages of the files and stuck his finger on a point. Take page 4, advertisement for Bransom's coffee, let us say. Have you got that? Right. The telephone whirred. A distant voice. I'll answer it, the professor said, going. B is Parkgate. Good. His finger leaped and struck point after point, vibrating. T is Viceregal Lodge. C is where murder took place. K is Knockmaroon Gate. The loose flesh of his neck shook like a cock's wattles. An ill-starched dicky jutted up, and with a rude gesture he thrust it back into his waistcoat. Hello, Evening Telegraph here. Hello, who's there? Yes, yes. F to P is the route Skin the Goat drove the car for an alibi. Inchicore, Roundtown, Windy Arbour, Palmerston Park, Ranelagh, F-A-B-P. Got that? X is Davy's public house in Upper Leeson Street. The professor came to the inner door. Bloom is at the telephone, he said. Tell him to go to hell, the editor said promptly. X is Davy's public house, see? Clever, very. Clever, Lenehan said, very. Gave it to them on a hot plate, Miles Crawford said, the whole bloody history. Nightmare from which you will never awake. I saw it, the editor said proudly. I was present. Dick Adams, the best bloody corkman the Lord ever put the breath of life in, and myself. Lenehan bowed to a shape of air, announcing, Madam, I'm Adam, and Abel was I ere I saw Elba. History, Miles Crawford cried. The old woman of Prince's Street was there first. There was weeping and gnashing of teeth over that, out of an advertisement. Gregor Gray made the design for it. They gave him the leg up. Then Paddy Hooper worked Tepe, who took him on to the Star. Now he's got in with Blumenfeld. That's press. That's talent. He was all their daddies. The father of scare journalism, Lenehan confirmed, and the brother-in-law of Chris Callanan. Hello, are you there? Yes, he's still here. Come across yourself. Where do you find a pressman like that now, eh? The editor cried. He flung the pages down. Clam Dever, Lenehan said to Mr. O'Madden Burke. Very smart, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Professor MacHugh came from the inner office. Talking about the Invincibles, he said, did you see that some hawkers were up before the Recorder? Oh, yes, yes, J.J. Molloy said eagerly. Lady Dudley was walking home through the park to see all the trees that were blown down by the cyclone last year, and she thought she'd buy a view of Dublin. And it turned out to be a commemoration postcard of Joe Brady or Number 1 or Skin the Goat, right outside the Viceregal Lodge, imagine. They're only in the hook and eye department, Miles Crawford said. Pshaw, press on the bar. Where have you a man now at the bar like those fellows, like Whiteside, like Isaac Butt, like Silvertongue O'Hagan? Ah, bloody nonsense, only in the halfpenny place. His mouth continued to twitch unspeaking in nervous curls of disdain. Would anyone wish that mouth for her kiss? How do you know? Why did you write it then? Rhymes and reasons. Mouth, south. Is the mouth south some way? Or the south a mouth? Must be some. South, pout, out, shout, drouth. Rhymes. Two men dressed the same, looking the same, 2 by 2. La tua pace, che parlar ti piace, mentrem che il vento come fa si tace. He saw them 3 by 3, approaching girls in green, in rose, in russet, entwining, per l'perso in mauve, in purple, che la pacifica ora fiamma, gold of oriflame, de rimerar fe più ardenti. But I, old men, penitent, leaden-footed, under dark neath the night, mouth south, tomb womb. Speak up for yourself, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Sufficient for the day. J.J. O'Malloy, smiling palely, took up the gauge. My dear Miles, he said, flinging his cigarette aside, you put a false construction on my words. I hold no brief, as at present advised, for the third profession qua profession, but your cork legs are running away with you. Why not bring in Henry Grattan and Flood and Demosthenes and Edmund Burke? Ignatius Gallagher, we all know, and his Chapelizode boss, Harmsworth of the Farthing Press, and his American cousin of the Bowery Gutter Sheet, not to mention Paddy Kelly's Budget, Pugh's Occurrences, and our watchful friend the Skibbereen Eagle. Why bring in a master of forensic eloquence like Whiteside? Sufficient for the day is the newspaper thereof. Links with bygone days of yore. Grattan and Flood wrote for this very paper, the editor cried in his face. Irish Volunteers, where are you now? Established 1763. Dr. Lucas, who have you now like John Philpot Curran? Pshaw. Well, J.J. O'Malloy said, Bush K.C., for example. Bush? The editor said. Well, yes, Bush, yes. He has a strain of it in his blood. Kendall Bush, or I mean Seymour Bush. He would have been on the bench long ago, the professor said, only for... but no matter. J.J. O'Malloy turned to Stephen and said quietly and slowly, one of the most polished periods I think I ever listened to in my life fell from the lips of Seymour Bush. It was in that case of fratricide, the child murder case. Bush defended him. And in the porches of mine ear did pour. By the way, how did he find that out? He died in his sleep, or the other story, Beast with the Two Backs. What was that? The professor asked. Talia, magistra artium. He spoke on the law of evidence, J.J. O'Malloy said, of Roman justice as contrasted with the earlier Mosaic Code, the Lex Talionis, and he cited the Moses of Michelangelo in the Vatican. Ha! A few well-chosen words, Lenehan prefaced. Silence. Pause. J.J. O'Malloy took out his cigarette case. False lull. Something quite ordinary. Messenger took out his matchbox thoughtfully and lit his cigar. I have often thought, since looking back over that strange time, that it was that small act, trivial in itself, that striking of the match, that determined the whole aftercourse of both our lives. A polished period. J. O'Molloy resumed, moulding his words. He said of it, that stony effigy in frozen music, horned and terrible, of the human form divine, that eternal symbol of wisdom and of prophecy, which, if aught that the imagination or the hand of sculptor has wrought in marble of soul transfigured and of soul transfiguring deserves to live, deserves to live. His slim hand with a wave graced echo and fall. Fine, Miles Crawford said at once. The divine afflatus, Mr. O'Maddenburg said. You like it? J. O'Molloy asked Stephen. Stephen, his blood wooed by grace of language and gesture, blushed. He took a cigarette from the case. J. O'Molloy offered his case to Miles Crawford. Lenehan lit their cigarettes as before and took his trophy, saying, Muchibus thankibus. A man of high morale. Professor Magennis was speaking to me about you, J. O'Molloy said to Stephen. What do you think really of that hermetic crowd, the opal hush poets, A.E. the master mystic? The Blavatsky woman started it. She was a nice old bag of tricks. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer that you came to him in the small hours of the morning to ask him about planes of consciousness. Magennis thinks you must have been pulling A.E.'s leg. He is a man of the very highest morale, Magennis. Speaking about me. What did he say? What did he say? What did he say about me? Don't ask. No, thanks, Professor McHugh said, waving the cigarette case aside. Wait a moment. Let me say one thing. The finest display of oratory I ever heard was a speech made by John F. Taylor at the College Historical Society. Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon, the present Lord Justice of Appeal, had spoken, and the paper under debate was an essay, new for those days, advocating the revival of the Irish tongue. He turned towards Miles Crawford and said, You know Gerald Fitzgibbon, then you can imagine the style of his discourse. He is sitting with Tim Healy, J. O'Molloy says, rumour has it, on the Trinity College Estates Commission. He is sitting with a sweet thing, Miles Crawford said, in a child's frock. Go on, well? It was the speech, mark you, the professor said, of a finished orator, full of courteous haughtiness and pouring in chastened diction, I will not say the vials of his wrath, but pouring the proud man's contumely on the new movement. It was then a new movement. We were weak, therefore worthless. He closed his long thin lips an instant, but eager to be on, raised an outspanned hand to his spectacles, and with trembling thumb and ring finger touching lightly the black rims, steadied them to a new focus. Impromptu. In ferial tone he addressed J. O'Molloy. Taylor had come there, you must know, from a sick-bed. That he had prepared his speech I do not believe, for there was not even one shorthand writer in the hall. His dark lean face had a growth of shaggy beard round it. He wore a loose white silk neckcloth, and altogether he looked, though he was not, a dying man. His gaze turned at once but slowly from J. O'Molloy's toward Stephen's face, and then bent at once to the ground, seeking. His unglazed linen collar appeared behind his bent head, soiled by his withering hair. Still seeking, he said. When Fitzgibbon's speech had ended, John F. Taylor rose to reply. Briefly, as well as I can bring them to mind, his words were these. He raised his head firmly. His eyes bethought themselves once more. Witless shellfish swam in the gross lenses to and fro, seeking outlet. He began. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, great was my admiration in listening to the remarks addressed to the youth of Ireland, a moment since, by my learned friend. It seemed to me that I had been transported into a country far away from this country, into an age remote from this age, that I stood in ancient Egypt, and that I was listening to the speech of some high priest of that land addressed to the youthful Moses. His listeners held their cigarettes poised to hear, their smokes ascending in frail stalks that flowered with his speech. And let our crooked smokes, noble words coming, look out, could you try your hand at it yourself? And it seemed to me that I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest raised in a tone of like haughtiness and like pride. I heard his words, and their meaning was revealed to me. From the Fathers. It was revealed to me that those things are good which yet are corrupted, which neither, if they were supremely good, nor unless they were good, could be corrupted. Ah, curse you, that's St. Augustine. Why will you Jews not accept our culture, our religion, and our language? You are a tribe of nomad herdsmen. We are a mighty people. You have no cities or wealth. Our cities are hives of humanity, and our galleys, trireme and quadrireme, laden with all manner merchandise, furrow the waters of the known globe. You have but emerged from primitive conditions. We have a literature, a priesthood, an age-long history and a polity. Nile, child, man, effigy. By the Nile bank the babe Maries kneel, cradle of bulrushes, a man supple in combat, stone-horned, stone-bearded, heart of stone. You pray to a local and obscure idol. Our temples, majestic and mysterious, are the abodes of Isis and Osiris, of Horus and Amun-Ra. Yours serfdom, awe, and humbleness. Ours thunder and the sea. Israel is weak, and few are her children. Egypt is a host, and terrible are her arms. Vagrants and day labourers are you called. The world trembles at our name. A dumb belch of hunger cleft his speech. He lifted his voice above it boldly. But, ladies and gentlemen, had the youthful Moses listened to and accepted that view of life, had he bowed his head and bowed his will and bowed his spirit before the arrogant admonition, he would never have brought the chosen people out of their house of bondage, nor followed the pillar of cloud by day. He would never have spoken with the Eternal amid lightnings on Sinai's mountain top, nor ever have come down with the light of inspiration shining in his countenance, and bearing in his arms the tables of the law, graven in the language of the outlaw. He ceased, and looked at them, enjoying a silence. Ominous for him. J. O'Molloy said, not without regret, and yet he died without having entered the land of promise. A sudden at the moment, though from lingering illness often previously expectorated demise, Lenehan added, and with a great future behind him. The troop of bare feet was heard rushing along the hallway and pattering up the staircase. That is oratory, the professor said, uncontradicted. Gone with the wind. Hosts at Mullaghmast and Terra of the Kings. Miles of ears of porches. The tribune's words howled and scattered to the four winds. A people sheltered within his voice. Dead noise, Akashic records of all that ever anywhere wherever was. Love and laud him, me no more. I have money. Gentlemen, Stephen said, as the next motion on the agenda paper, may I suggest that the House do now adjourn? You take my breath away. It is not, perchance, a French compliment? Mr. O'Madden Burke asked. 'Tis the hour, methinks, when the wine-jug, metaphorically speaking, is most grateful in ye ancient hostelry. That it be, and hereby is resolutely resolved. All that are in favour say aye, Lenehan announced. The contrary no. I declare it carried. To which particular boozing shed, my casting vote is Mooney's. He led the way, admonishing, We will sternly refuse to partake of strong waters, will we not? Yes, we will not, by no manner of means. Mr. O'Madden Burke, following close, said with an ally's lunge of his umbrella, Lay on, Macduff! Chip off the old block, the editor cried, clapping Stephen on the shoulder. Let us go. Where are those blasted keys? He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out the crushed type-sheets. Foot and mouth. I know. That'll be all right. That'll go in. Where are they? That's all right. He thrust the sheets back and went into the inner office. Let us hope. J. O'Molloy, about to follow him in, said quietly to Stephen, I hope you will live to see it published. Miles, one moment. He went into the inner office, closing the door behind him. Come along, Stephen, the professor said. That is fine, isn't it? It has the prophetic vision. Fuit Ilium, the sack of windy Troy. Kingdoms of this world. The masters of the Mediterranean are fellaheen today. The first newsboy came pattering down the stairs at their heels and rushed out into the street, yelling, Racing special? Dublin. I have much, much to learn. They turned to the left along Abbey Street. I have a vision too, Stephen said. Yes, the professor said, skipping to get into step. Crawford will follow. Another newsboy shot past them, yelling as he ran, Racing special? Dear dirty Dublin. Dubliners. 2 Dublin Vestals, Stephen said, elderly and pious, have lived 50 and 53 years in Fumbally's Lane. Where is that? The professor asked. Off Blackpits, Stephen said. Damp night reeking of hungry dough. Against the wall, face glistering tallow under her fustian shawl. Frantic hearts, Akashic records. Quicker, darlint. On now, dare it. Let there be life. They went to see the views of Dublin from the top of Nelson's Pillar. They save up 3 and 10 pence in a red tin letterbox money-box. They shake out the 3-penny bits and 6 pences and coax out the pennies with the blade of a knife. 2 and 3 in silver and 1 and 7 in coppers. They put on their bonnets and best clothes and take their umbrellas for fear it may come to rain. Life on the raw. They buy 1 and 4 pennyworth of brawn and 4 slices of panloaf at the North City dining rooms in Marlborough Street from Miss Kate Collins, proprietress. They purchase 4 and 20 ripe plums from a girl at the foot of Nelson's Pillar to take off the thirst of the brawn. They give 2 threepenny bits to the gentleman at the turnstile, and begin to waddle slowly up the winding staircase, grunting, encouraging each other, afraid of the dark, panting, one asking the other, have you the brawn, praising God and the Blessed Virgin, threatening to come down, peeping at the air-slits. Glory be to God, they had no idea it was that high. Their names are Anne Kearns and Florence McCabe. Anne Kearns has the lumbago, for which she rubs on Lourdes water, given her by a lady who got a bottleful from a Passionist father. Florence McCabe takes a crabine and a bottle of double X for supper every Saturday. Antithesis, the professor said, nodding twice. Vestal Virgins. I can see them. What's keeping our friend? He turned. A bevy of scampering newsboys rushed down the steps, scattering in all directions, yelling, their white papers fluttering. Hard after them, Miles Crawford appeared on the steps, his hat aureoling his scarlet face, talking with J. O'Molloy. Come along, the professor cried, waving his arm. He set off again to walk by Stephen's side. Return of Bloom. Yes, he said, I see them. Mr. Bloom, breathless, caught in a whirl of wild newsboys near the offices of the Irish Catholic and Dublin Penny Journal, called, Mr. Crawford, a moment. Telegraph, racing special. What is it? Miles Crawford said, falling back a pace. A newsboy cried in Mr. Bloom's face. Terrible tragedy in Rathmines. A child bit by a bellows. Interview with the editor. Just this ad, Mr. Bloom said, pushing through towards the steps, puffing and taking the cutting from his pocket. I spoke with Mr. Keyes just now. He'll give a renewal for 2 months, he says. After he'll see. But he wants a par to call attention in the Telegraph too, the Saturday Pink. And he wants it copied if it's not too late, I told Councillor Nannetti from the Kilkenny people. I can have access to it in the National Library. House of Keyes, don't you see? His name is Keyes. It's a play on the name, but he practically promised he'd give the renewal. But he wants just a little puff. What will I tell him, Mr. Crawford? Will you tell him he can kiss my arse? Miles Crawford said, throwing out his arm for emphasis. Tell him that straight from the stable. A bit nervy. Look out for squalls. All off for a drink, arm in arm. Lenehan's yachting cup on the cadge beyond. Usual blarney. Wonder, is that young Daedalus the moving spirit? Has a good pair of boots on him today. Last time I saw him he had his heels on view. Been walking in muck somewhere, careless chap. What was he doing in Irishtown? Well, Mr. Bloom said, his eyes returning, if I can get the design, I suppose it's worth a short par. He'd give the ad, I think. I'd tell him. K-M-R-I-A. He can kiss my royal Irish arse, Miles Crawford cried loudly over his shoulder. Any time he likes, tell him. While Mr. Bloom stood weighing the point and about to smile, he strode on jerkily. Raising the wind. Nulla bona, Jack, he said, raising his hand to his chin. I'm up to here. I've been through the hoop myself. I was looking for a fellow to back a bill for me no later than last week. Sorry, Jack, you must take the will for the deed. With a heart and a half if I could raise the wind anyhow. J. O'Molloy pulled a long face and walked on silently. They caught up on the others and walked abreast. When they have eaten the brawn and the bread and wiped their 20 fingers in the paper the bread was wrapped in, they go nearer to the railings. Something for you, the professor explained to Miles Crawford. 2 old Dublin women on the top of Nelson's Pillar. Some column, that's what Waddler once said. That's new, Miles Crawford said. That's copy. Out for the Waxies Dargle. 2 old trickies, what? But they are afraid the pillar will fall, Stephen went on. They see the roofs and argue about where the different churches are. Rathmines' Blue Dome, Adam and Eve's, St. Lawrence O'Toole's. But it makes them giddy to look, so they pull up their skirts. Those slightly rambunctious females. Easy all, Miles Crawford said. No poetic license. We're in the archdiocese here. And settle down on their striped petticoats, peering up at the statue of the one-handled adulterer. One-handled adulterer? The professor cried. I like that. I see the idea. I see what you mean. Dames donate Dublin Sitz speed pill. Velocitus aeroliths belief. It gives them a crick in their necks, Stephen said, and they are too tired to look up or down or to speak. They put the bag of plums between them and eat the plums out of it, one after another, wiping off with their handkerchiefs the plum juice that dribbles out of their mouths, and splitting the plumstones slowly out between the railings. He gave a sudden loud young laugh as a close. Lenehan and Mr. O'Madden Burke, hearing, turned, beckoned, and led on across toward Mooney's. Finished, Miles Crawford said, so long as they do no worse. Sophist wallops haughty Helen square on proboscis, Spartans gnash molars, Ithacans vow pen is champ. You remind me of Antisthenes, the professor said, a disciple of Gorgias the sophist. It is said of him that none could tell if he were bitterer against others or against himself. He was the son of a noble and a bondwoman, and he wrote a book in which he took away the palm of beauty from Argive Helen and handed it to poor Penelope. Poor Penelope, Penelope rich. They made ready to cross O'Connell Street. Hello there, Central. At various points along the 8 lines, tramcars with motionless trolleys stood in their tracks, bound for or from Rathmines, Rathfarnham, Blackrock, Kingstown and Dalkey, Sandymount Green, Ringsend and Sandymount Tower, Donnybrook, Palmerston Park and Upper Rathmines, all still becalmed in short circuit. Hackney cars, cabs, delivery wagons, mail vans, private broughams, aerated mineral water floats with rattling crates of bottles, rattled, rolled, horse-drawn rapidly. What, and likewise where? But what do you call it? Miles Crawford asked. Where did they get the plums? Virgilian says pedagogue, sophomore plumps for old man Moses. Call it, wait, the professor said, opening his long lips to reflect. Call it, let me see, call it Deus nobis haec otia fecit. No, Stephen said, I call it A Pisgah of Palestine, or the Parable of the Plums. I see, the professor said. He laughed richly. I see, he said again with new pleasure. Moses and the Promised Land. We gave him that idea, he added to J. O'Molloy. Horatio is cynosure this fair June day. J. O'Molloy sent a weary sidelong glance toward the statue and held his peace. I see, the professor said. He halted on Sir John Gray's pavement island and peered aloft at Nelson through the meshes of his wry smile. Diminished digits prove too titillating for frisky frumps, and wimbles, flow wangles, yet can you blame them? One-handled adulterer, he said, smiling grimly. That tickles me, I must say. Tickled the old ones too, Miles Crawford said, if the God Almighty's truth was known. End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annie Coleman in St. Louis, Missouri in February 2006. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 8. Part 1. Pineapple rock, lemon, platt, butterscotch. A sugar-sticky girl shoveling scoopfuls of creams for a Christian brother. Some school treat, bad for their tummies. Lozenge and comfit manufacturer to His Majesty the King. God, save, our, sitting on his throne sucking red jujubes white. A sombre YMCA young man watchful among the warm sweet fumes of Graham lemons placed a throwaway in a hand of Mr. Bloom. Heart-to-heart talks. Me? No. Blood of the Lamb. His slow feet walked him riverward, reading. Are you saved? All are washed in the blood of the Lamb. God wants blood victim. Birth, hymen, martyr, war, foundation of a building, sacrifice, kidney burnt offering, druids, altars. Elijah is coming. Dr. John Alexander Dowie, restorer of the church in Zion, is coming. Is coming, is coming, is coming, all heartily welcome. Paying game. Tory and Alexander last year. Polygamy. His wife will put the stopper on that. Where was that ad some Birmingham firm, the luminous crucifix? Our Saviour. Wake up in the dead of night and see him on the wall, hanging. Pepper's ghost idea. Iron nails ran in. Phosphorus it must be done with. If you leave a bit of codfish, for instance, I could see the bluey silver over it. Night I went down to the pantry and the kitchen. Don't like all the smells in it waiting to rush out. What was it she wanted? The Malaga raisins. Thinking of Spain, before Rudy was born. The phosphorescence, that bluey-greeny. Very good for the brain. From Butler's Monument House corner he glanced along Bachelor's Walk. Daedalus's daughter there still, outside Dillon's auction rooms. Must be selling off some old furniture. Knew her eyes at once from the father. Lobbing about waiting for him. Home always breaks up when the mother goes. 15 children he had. Birth every year almost. That's in their theology, or the priest won't give the poor woman the confession, the absolution. Increase and multiply. Did you ever hear such an idea? Eat you out of house and home. No families themselves to feed. Living on the fat of the land. Their butteries and larders. I'd like to see them do the black fast Yom Kippur. Cross buns. 1 meal and a collation for fear he'd collapse on the altar. A housekeeper of one of those fellows, if you could pick it out of her. Never pick it out of her. Like getting LSD out of him. Does himself well. No guests. All for number 1. Watching his water. Bring your own bread and butter. His reverence. Mum's the word. Good Lord, that poor child's dress is in flitters. Underfed she looks too. Potatoes and marge. Marge and potatoes. It's after they feel it. Proof of the pudding. Undermines the constitution. As he set foot on O'Connell Bridge, a puff-ball of smoke plumed up from the parapet. Brewery barge with export stout. England. Sea air sours it, I heard. Be interesting some day, get a pass through Hancock to see the brewery. Regular world in itself. Vats of porter wonderful. Rats get in too. Drink themselves bloated as big as a collie floating. Dead drunk on the porter. Drink till they puke again like Christians. Imagine drinking that. Rats. Vats. Well, of course, if we knew all the things. Looking down, he saw, flapping strongly, wheeling between the gaunt quay walls, gulls. Rough weather outside. If I threw myself down. Reuben J's son must have swallowed a good bellyful of that sewage. 1 and 8p too much. It's the droll way he comes out with the things. Knows how to tell a story too. They wheeled lower, looking for grub. Wait. He threw down among them a crumpled paper ball. Elijah, 32 feet per sec, is come. Not a bit. The ball bobbed unheeded on the wake of swells, floated under by the bridge piers. Not such damn fools. Also the day I threw that stale cake out of Aaron's King, picked it up in the wake 50 yards astern. Live by their wits. They wheeled, flapping. The hungry famished gull flaps o'er the waters dull. That is how poets write, the similar sounds. But then Shakespeare has no rhymes, blank verse. The flow of the language it is. The thoughts. Solemn. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain time to walk the earth. 2 apples a penny, 2 for a penny. His gaze passed over the glazed apples, serried on her stand. Australians they must be this time of year. Shiny peels, polishes them up with a rag or a handkerchief. Wait, those poor birds. He halted again, and bought from the old apple-woman 2 Banbury cakes for a penny, and broke the brittle paste and threw its fragments down into the Liffey. See that? The gulls swooped silently, 2, then all, from their heights, pouncing on prey. Gone, every morsel. Aware of their greed and cunning, he shook the powdery crumb from his hands. They never expected that. Manna. Live on fish, fishy flesh they have. All seabirds, gulls, sea-goose. Swans from Anna Liffey swim down here sometimes to preen themselves. No accounting for tastes. Wonder what kind is swan meat. Robinson Crusoe had to live on them. They wheeled, flapping weakly. I'm not going to throw any more. Penny quite enough. Lot of thanks I get, not even a caw. They spread foot and mouth disease too. If you cram a turkey, say, on chestnut meal, it tastes like that. Eat pig like pig. But then why is it that saltwater fish are not salty? How is that? His eyes sought answer from the river and saw a rowboat rock at anchor on the treacly swells lazily its plastered board. Kino's 11. Trousers. Good idea, that. Wonder if he pays rent to the corporation. How can you own water, really? It's always flowing in a stream, never the same. which in the stream of life we trace, because life is a stream. All kinds of places are good for ads. That quack doctor for the clap used to be stuck up in all the greenhouses. Never see it now. Strictly confidential. Dr. High Franks. Didn't cost him a red like McGeaney, the dancing master's self-advertisement. Got fellows to stick them up, or stick them up himself for that matter on the QT, running in to loosen a button. Fly-by-night. Just the place, too. Post no bills. Post 110 pills. Some chap with a dose burning him. If he... Oh! Eh? No. No. No, I don't believe it. He wouldn't, surely. No. Mr. Bloom moved forward, raising his troubled eyes. Think no more about that. After 1. Time ball on the ballast office is down. Dunsink time. Fascinating little book, that is, of Sir Robert Ball's. Parallax. I never exactly understood. There's a priest. Could ask him. It's Greek. Parallel. Parallax. Met him pike hoses, she called it, till I told her about the transmigration. Oh, rocks. Mr. Bloom smiled oh, rocks at 2 windows of the ballast office. She's right after all. Only big words for ordinary things on account of the sound. She's not exactly witty. Can be rude, too. Blurt out what I was thinking. Still, I don't know. She used to say Ben Dollard had a bass barrel-tone voice. He has legs like barrels and you'd think he was singing into a barrel. Now, isn't that wit? They used to call him Big Ben. Not half as witty as calling him bass barrel-tone. Appetite like an albatross. Get outside of a baron of beef. Powerful man he was at stowing away No. 1 bass. Barrel of bass. See? It all works out. A procession of white-smocked sandwichmen marched slowly towards him along the gutter. Scarlet sashes across their boards. Bargains. Like that priest they are this morning. We have sinned. We have suffered. He read the scarlet letters on their 5 tall white hats. H-E-L-Y-S. Wisdom Healy's. Y, lagging behind, drew a chunk of bread from under his floorboard, crammed it into his mouth and munched as he walked. Our staple food. 3 bob a day, walking along the gutters, street after street. Just keep skin and bone together, bread and skilly. They are not Boyle. No. M. Glade's men. Doesn't bring in any business either. I suggested to him about a transport show-cart with 2 smart girls sitting inside, writing letters, copybooks, envelopes, blotting paper. I bet that would have caught on. Smart girls writing something catch the eye at once. Everyone dying to know what she's writing. Get 20 of them round you, if you stare at nothing. Have a finger in the pie. Women, too. Curiosity. Pillar of salt. Wouldn't have it, of course, because he didn't think of it himself first. Or the ink bottle I suggested with a false stain of black celluloid. His ideas for ads like plum trees potted under the obituaries. Cold meat department. You can't lick 'em. What? Our envelopes. Hello, Jones, where are you going? Can't stop, Robinson. I am hastening to purchase the only reliable ink eraser. Cancel. Sold by Healy's Limited, 85 Dame Street. Well, out of that ruck I am. Devil of a job it was collecting accounts of those convents. Tranquilla convent. That was a nice nun there, really sweet face. Wimple suited her small head. Sister? Sister. I am sure she was crossed in love by her eyes. Very hard to bargain with that sort of a woman. I disturbed her at her devotions that morning, but glad to communicate with the outside world. Our great day, she said. Feast of Our Lady of Mount Carmel. Sweet name, too. Caramel. She knew I think she knew by the way she. If she had married she would have changed. I suppose they really were short of money. Fried everything in the best butter all the same. No lard for them. My heart's broke eating dripping. They like buttering themselves in and out. Molly, tasting it, her veil up. Sister? Pat Claffey, the pawnbroker's daughter. It was a nun they say invented barbed wire. He crossed Westmoreland Street when ''S had plodded by. Rover Cycle Shop. Those races are on today. How long ago is that? Year Phil Gilligan died. We were in Lombard Street West. Wait, was it Tom's? Got the job in Wisdom Healy's year we married. 6 years. 10 years ago. 94 he died, yes, that's right, the big fire at Arnott's. Val Dillon was Lord Mayor. The Glencree dinner. Alderman Robert O'Reilly emptying the port into his soup before the flag fell. Bob, lapping it for the inner alderman. Couldn't hear what the band played. For what we have already received may the Lord make us. Milly was a kiddie then. Molly had that elephant-grey dress with the braided frogs. Man tailored with self-covered buttons. She didn't like it because I sprained my ankle first day she wore choir picnic at the Sugarloaf. As if that. Old Goodwin's tall hat done up with some sticky stuff. Fly's picnic too. Never put a dress on her back like it. Fitted her like a glove, shoulders and hips. Just beginning to plump it out well. Rabbit pie we had that day. People looking after her. Happy. Happier then. Snug little room that was with the red wallpaper. Dockrells, 1 and 9p a dozen. Milly's tubbing night. American soap I bought. Elderflower. Cosy smell of her bathwater. Funny she looked, soaped all over. Shapely too. Now photography. Poor Papa's daguerreotype atelier he told me of. Hereditary taste. He walked along the curbstone. Stream of life. What was the name of that priestly-looking chap was always squinting in when he passed? Weak eyes, woman. Stopped in Citron's St. Kevin's parade. Penn something. Pendennis? My memory is getting... Penn? Of course it's years ago. Noise of the trams, probably. Well, if he couldn't remember the day father's name, that he sees every day... Bartell D'Arcy was the tenor, just coming out then. Seeing her home after practice. Conceited fellow, with his waxed-up moustache. Gave her that song, Winds That Blow from the South. Windy night that was, I went to fetch her. There was that lodge meeting on about those lottery tickets after Goodwin's concert, in the supper-room, or oak-room, of the mansion house. He and I behind. Sheet of her music blew out of my hand against the high school railings. Lucky it didn't. Thing like that spoils the effect of a night for her. Professor Goodwin linking her in front. Shaky on his pins, poor old sot. His farewell concerts. Positively last appearance on any stage. May be for months and may be for never. Remember her laughing at the wind. Her blizzard collar up. Corner of Harcourt Road. Remember that gust? Brrfoo! Blew up all her skirts and her boa nearly smothered old Goodwin. She did get flustered in the wind. Remember when we got home, raking up the fire and frying up those pieces of lap of mutton for her supper with the chutney sauce she liked, and the mulled rum. Could see her in the bedroom from the hearth unclamping the busk of her stays. White. Swish and soft flop her stays made on the bed. Always warm from her. Always liked to let herself out. Sitting there, after till near 2 taking out her hairpins. Milly tucked up in Betty house. Happy. Happy. That was the night. Oh, Mr. Bloom, how do you do? Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Breen? No use complaining. How is Molly those times? Haven't seen her for ages. In the pink, Mr. Bloom said gaily. Milly has a position down in Mullingar, you know. Go away. Isn't that grand for her? Yes, in a photographer's there. Getting on like a house on fire. How are all your charges? All on the baker's list, Mrs. Breen said. How many has she? No other in sight. You're in black, I see. You have no... No, Mr. Bloom said. I have just come from a funeral. Going to crop up all day, I foresee. Who's dead when, and what did he die of? Turn up like a bad penny. Oh, dear me, Mrs. Breen said. I hope it wasn't any near relation. May as well get her sympathy. Dignam, Mr. Bloom said. An old friend of mine. He died quite suddenly, poor fellow. Heart trouble, I believe. Funeral was this morning. Your funeral's tomorrow while you're coming through the rye. Diddle-diddle-dum-dum, diddle-diddle. Sad to lose the old friends, Mrs. Breen's woman eyes said melancholily. Now that's quite enough about that. Just quietly. Husband. And your lord and master? Mrs. Breen turned up her 2 large eyes. Hasn't lost them anyhow. "Oh, don't be talking," she said. "He's a caution to rattlesnakes. He's in there now with his law books finding out the law of libel. He has me heart scalded. Wait till I show you." Hot mock turtle vapour and steam of new-baked jam puffs roly-poly poured out from Harrison's. The heavy noon reek tickled the top of Mr. Bloom's gullet. Want to make good pastry, butter, best flour, demerara sugar, or they'd taste it with the hot tea. Or is it from her? A barefoot Arab stood over the grating, breathing in the fumes. Deaden the gnaw of hunger that way. Pleasure or pain, is it? Penny dinner. Knife and fork, chained to the table. Opening her handbag, chipped leather, hat-pin. Ought to have a guard on those things. Stick it in a chap's eye in the tram. Rummaging. Open. Money. Please take 1. Devils if they lose 6pence. Raise Cain. Husband barging. Where's the 10 shillings I gave you on Monday? Are you feeding your little brother's family? Soiled handkerchief. Medicine bottle. Pastille that was fell. What is she? There must be a new moon out, she said. He's always bad then. Do you know what he did last night? Her hands ceased to rummage. Her eyes fixed themselves on him, wide in alarm yet smiling. What? Mr. Bloom asked. Let her speak. Look straight in her eyes. I believe you. Trust me. Woke me up in the night, she said. Dream he had, a nightmare. Indiges. Said the ace of spades was walking up the stairs. The ace of spades, Mr. Bloom said. She took a folded postcard from her handbag. Read that, she said. He got it this morning. What is it? Mr. Bloom asked, taking the card. U.P.? U.P. Up, she said. Someone taking a rise out of him. It's a great shame for them, whoever he is. Indeed it is, Mr. Bloom said. She took the card back, sighing. And now he's going round to Mr. Benton's office. He's going to take an action for £10,000, he says. She folded the card into her untidy bag and snapped the catch. Same blue serge dress she had 2 years ago, the nap bleaching. Seen its best days. Wispish hair over her ears, and that dowdy toque, 3 old grapes to take the harm out of it. Shabby genteel. She used to be a tasty dresser. Lines round her mouth, only a year or so older than Molly. See the eye that woman gave her passing. Cruel. The unfair sex. He looked still at her, holding back behind his look of his discontent. Pungent mock turtle oxtail mulligatawny. I'm hungry too. Flakes of pastry on the gusset of her dress. Daub of sugary flour stuck to her cheek. Rhubarb tart with liberal fillings. Rich fruit interior. Josie Powell that was. In Luke Doyle's long ago. Dolphin's Barn. The charades. U. P. Up. Change the subject. Do you ever see anything of Mrs. Beaufoy? Mr. Bloom asked. Mina Purefoy? She said. Philip Beaufoy, I was thinking. Playgoers Club. Matcham often thinks of the masterstroke. Did I pull the chain? Yes, the last act. Yes. I just called to ask on the way in. Is she over it? She's in the lying-in hospital in Hollis Street. Dr. Horne got her in. She's 3 days bad now. Oh, Mr. Bloom said. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, Mrs. Breen said, and a house full of kids at home. It's a very stiff berth, the nurse told me. Oh, Mr. Bloom said. His heavy, pitying gaze absorbed her news. His tongue clacked in compassion. Tch, tch. I'm sorry to hear that, he said. Poor thing, 3 days. That's terrible for her. Mrs. Breen nodded. She was taken bad on the Tuesday. Mr. Bloom touched her funny bone gently, warning her. Mind, let this man pass. A bony form strode along the curbstone from the river, staring with a rapt gaze into the sunlight through a heavy-stringed glass. Tight as a skull-piece a tiny hat gripped his head. From his arm a folded dustcoat, a stick and an umbrella dangled to his side. Watch him, Mr. Bloom said. He always walks outside the lampposts. Watch. Who is he, if it's a fair question? Mrs. Breen asked. Is he dotty? His name is Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdale Farrell, Mr. Bloom said, smiling. Watch. He has enough of them, she said. Denis will be like that one of these days. She broke off suddenly. There he is, she said. I must go after him. Goodbye. Remember me to Molly, won't you? I will, Mr. Bloom said. He watched her dodge through passers towards the shop fronts. Denis Breen, in skimpy frock coat and blue canvas shoes, shuffled out of Harrison's, hugging 2 heavy tomes to his ribs. Blown in from the bay, like old times. He suffered her to overtake him without surprise and thrust his dull grey beard towards her, his loose jaw wagging as he spoke earnestly. Meshuggah. Off his chump. Mr. Bloom walked on again easily, seeing ahead of him in sunlight the tight skullpiece, the dangling stick umbrella dustcoat. Going the 2 days. Watch him. Out he goes again. One way of getting on in the world. And that other old mosey lunatic in those duds. Hard time she must have with him. U.P. Up. I'll take my oath that's Alf Bergen or Richie Goulding. Wrote it for a lark in the Scotch House, I bet anything. Round to Menton's office. His oyster eyes staring at the postcard. Be a feast for the gods. He passed the Irish Times. There might be other answers lying there. Like to answer them all. Good system for criminals. Code. At their lunch now. Clerk with the glasses there doesn't know me. Oh, leave them there to simmer. Enough bother wading through 44 of them. Wanted, smart lady typist to aid gentlemen in literary work. I called you naughty, darling, because I do not like that other world. Please tell me what is the meaning. Please tell me what perfume does your wife. Tell me who made the world. The way they spring those questions on you. And the other one Lizzie Twigg. My literary efforts have had the good fortune to meet with the approval of the eminent poet A.E. Mr. Geo. Russell. No time to do her hair drinking sloppy tea with a book of poetry. Best paper by long chalks for a small ad. Got the provinces now. Cook and general, ex-cuisine, housemaid kept. Wanted live man for spirit counter. Resp girl, R.C., wishes to hear of post in fruit or pork shop. James Carlyle made that. 6.5% dividend. Make a big deal on Coates' shares. Cocanny, cunning old Scotch hunks. All the toady news. Our gracious and popular Vicereine. Bought the Irish Field now. Lady Mountcashel has quite recovered after her confinement and rode out with the Ward Union stagehounds at the enlargement yesterday at Rathoath. Uneatable fox. Pot hunters too. Fear injects juices make it tender enough for them. Riding astride. Sit her horse like a man. Weight-carrying huntress. No side saddle or pillion for her. Not for Joe. First to the meet and in at the death. Strong as a brood mare some of those horsey women. Swagger around livery stables. Toss off a glass of brandy neat while you'd say knife. That one in the Grosvenor this morning. Up with her on the car, wish, swish. Stonewall or 5-barred gate put her mount to it. Think that pug-nosed driver did it out of spite. Who is this, she was like? Oh, yes, Mrs. Miriam Dandrade that sold me her old wraps in black underclothes in the Shelbourne Hotel. Divorced Spanish-American. Didn't take a feather out of her my handling them, as if I was her clothes horse. Saw her in the vice-regal party when Stubbs the park ranger got me in with Whalen of the Express. Scavenging what the quality left. High tea. Mayonnaise I poured on the plums, thinking it was custard. Her ears ought to have tingled for a few weeks after. Want to be a bull for her. Born courtesan. No nursery work for her, thanks. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. Methodist husband. Method in his madness. Saffron bun and milk and soda lunch in the educational dairy. Y. M. C. A. Eating with a stopwatch, 32 chews to the minute, and still his mutton-chop whiskers grew. Supposed to be well connected. Theodore's cousin in Dublin Castle. One Tony relative in every family. Hearty annuals he presents her with. Saw him out at the 3 Jolly Topers marching along bareheaded and his eldest boy carrying one in a market net. The squallers. Poor thing. Then having to give the breast year after year all hours of the night. Selfish those T.T.'s are. Dog in the manger. Only 1 lump of sugar in my tea, if you please. He stood at Fleet Street crossing. Luncheon interval. A 6-penny at Rose? Must look up that ad in the National Library. An 8-penny in the Burton. Better. On my way. He walked on past Bolton's Westmoreland House. Tea. 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 I forgot to tap Tom Kernan. 3 days, imagine groaning on a bed with a vinegared handkerchief round her forehead, her belly swollen out. Phew! Dreadful, simply. Child's head too big, forceps. Doubled up inside her, trying to butt its way out blindly, groping for the way out. Kill me, that would. Lucky Molly got over hers lightly. They ought to invent something to stop that. Life with hard labour. Twilight, sleep idea. Queen Victoria was given that. 9 she had. A good lair. Old woman that lived in a shoe, she had so many children. Suppose he was consumptive. Time someone thought about it instead of gassing about the what was it, the pensive bosom of the silver effulgence. Flapdoodle to feed fools on. They could easily have big establishments, whole thing quite painless, out of all the taxes, give every child born 5 quid, at compound interest up to 21.5%, is 100 shillings and 5 tiresome pounds, multiply by 20 decimal system, encourage people to put by money, save 110, and a bit 21 years want to work it out on paper, come to a tidy sum, more than you think. Not stillborn, of course. They are not even registered. Trouble for nothing. Funny sight, 2 of them together, their bellies out, Molly and Mrs. Moisel. Mothers' meeting. Pathesis retires for the time being, then returns. How flat they look all of a sudden after. Peaceful eyes, weight off their mind. Old Mrs. Thornton was a jolly old soul. All my babies, she said. The spoon of pap in her mouth before she fed them. Oh, that's yum yum yum. Got her hand crushed by old Tom Wall's son. His first bow to the public. Head like a prize pumpkin. Snuffy Dr. Murrin. People knocking them up at all hours. For God's sake, doctor, wife in her throes. Then keep them waiting months for their fee. 2 attendants on your wife. No gratitude in people. Humane doctors, most of them. Before the huge high door of the Irish House of Parliament a flock of pigeons flew, their little frolic after meals. Who will we do it on? I pick the fellow in back. Here goes. Here's good luck. Must be thrilling from the air. Apjohn, myself, and Owen Goldberg up in the trees near Goose Green playing the monkeys. Mackerel, they called me. A squad of constables debouched from College Street, marching in Indian file. Goose-step. Food-heated faces. Sweating helmets patting their truncheons. After their feed with a good load of fat soup under their belts. Policeman's lot is oft a happy one. They split up in groups and scattered, saluting towards their beats. Let out to graze. Best moment to attack one in pudding time. A punch in his dinner. A squad of others marching irregularly, rounded Trinity railings making for the station. Bound for their troughs. Prepare to receive cavalry. Prepare to receive soup. He crossed under Tommy Moore's roguish finger. They did right to put him up over a urinal, meeting of the waters. Ought to be places for women. Running into cake shops. Settle my hat straight. There is not in this wide world a valley. Great song of Julia Morkan's. Kept her voice up to the very last. Pupil of Michael Balfe's, wasn't she? He gazed after the last broad tunic. Nasty customers to tackle. Jack Bauer could a tale unfold. Father a G man. If a fellow gave them trouble being lagged, they let him have it hot and heavy in the bridewell. Can't blame them after all with the job they have, especially the young hornies. That horse policeman, the day Joe Chamberlain was given his degree in Trinity, he got a run for his money, my word he did. His horse's hoofs clattering after us down Abbey Street. Lucky I had the presence of mind to dive into Manning's, or I was souped. He did come a wallop, by George. Must have cracked his skull on the cobblestones. I oughtn't to have got myself swept along with those medicals, and the Trinity jibs in their mortarboards, looking for trouble. Still, I got to know that young Dixon who dressed that sting for me in the Mater, and now he's in Hollis Street where Mrs. Purefoy. Wheels within wheels. Police whistle in my ears still. All skedaddled. Why he fixed on me. Give me in charge. Right here it began. Up the Boers! 3 cheers for De Wet! We'll hang Joe Chamberlain on a sour apple tree. Silly billies, mob of young cubs yelling their guts out. Vinegar Hill. The butter exchange band. Few years' time half of them magistrates and civil servants. War comes on. Into the army helter-skelter. Same fellows used to. Whether on the scaffold high. Never know who you're talking to. Corny Kelleher, he has Harvey Duff in his eye. Like that Peter or Dennis or James Carey that blew the gaff on the Invincibles. Member of the corporation, too. Egging raw youths on to get in the know, at the time drawing Secret Service pay from the castle. Drop him like a hot potato. Why those plainclothes men are always courting slaveys. Easily twig a man used to uniform. Square pushing up against a back door. Maul her a bit. Then the next thing on the menu. And who is the gentleman does be visiting there? Was the young master saying anything? Peeping Tom through the keyhole. Decoy duck. Hot-blooded young student fooling round her fat arms ironing. Are those yours, Mary? I don't wear such things. Stop, or I'll tell the missus on you. Out half the night. There are great times coming, Mary. Wait till you see. Ah, gelong with your great times coming. Barmaids, too. Tobacco-shop girls. James Stephens's idea was the best. He knew them. Circles of 10 so that a fellow couldn't round on more than his own ring. Sin fine. Back out you, get the knife. Hidden hand. Stay in. The firing squad. Turnkey's daughter got him out of Richmond, off from Lusk. Putting up in the Buckingham Palace Hotel under their very noses. Garibaldi. You must have a certain fascination. Parnell. Arthur Griffith is a square-headed fellow, but he has no go in him for the mob, or gas about our lovely land. Gammon and spinach. Dublin Bakery Company's tea-room. Debating societies. That republicanism is the best form of government. That the language question should take precedence of the economic question. Have your daughters inveigling them to your house. Stuff them up with meat and drink. Michaelmas goose. Here's a good lump of thyme seasoning under the apron for you. Have another quart of goose grease before it gets too cold. Half-fed enthusiasts. Penny roll and a walk with the band. No grace for the carver. The thought that the other chap pays best sauce in the world. Make themselves thoroughly at home. Show us over those apricots, meaning peaches. The not far distant day. Home rule sun rising in the northwest. His smile faded as he walked, a heavy cloud hiding the sun slowly, shadowing Trinity's surly front. Trams passed one another, ingoing, outgoing, clanging. Useless words. Things go on same, day after day. Squads of police marching out, back. Trams, in, out. Those 2 loonies mooching about. Dignam carted off. Mina Purefoy, swollen belly on a bed groaning to have a child tugged out of her. One born every second somewhere. Other dying every second. Since I fed the birds, 5 minutes. 300 kicked the bucket. Other 300 born, washing the blood off. All are washed in the blood of the Lamb, bawling, Ma. Cityful passing away. Other cityful coming, passing away too. Other coming on, passing on. Houses, lines of houses, streets, miles of pavements, piled up bricks, stones, changing hands. This owner that. Landlord never dies, they say. Other steps into his shoes when he gets his notice to quit. They buy the place up with gold, and still they have all the gold. Swindlin' it somewhere. Piled up in cities, worn away age after age. Pyramids in sand, built on bread and onions. Slaves, Chinese wall, Babylon, big stones left, round towers. Rest rubble, sprawling suburbs, jerry-built. Kerwin's mushroom houses built of breeze. Shelter for the night. No one is anything. This is the very worst hour of the day. Vitality. Dull, gloomy. Hate this hour. Feel as if I had been eaten and spewed. Provost's house. The Reverend Dr. Salmon. Tinned salmon. Well, tinned in there. Like a mortuary chapel. Wouldn't live in it if they paid me. Hope they have liver and bacon today. Nature abhors a vacuum. The sun freed itself slowly and lit glints of light among the silverware opposite in Walter Sexton's window, by which John Howard Parnell passed, unseeing. There he is, the brother. Image of him. Haunting face. Now that's a coincidence. Course hundreds of times you think of a person and don't meet him. Like a man walking in his sleep. No one knows him. Must be a corporation meeting today. They say he never put on the city marshal's uniform since he got the job. Charlie Kavanagh used to come out on his high horse, cocked hat, puffed, powdered and shaved. Look at the woebegone walk of him. Eaten a bad egg. Poached eyes on a ghost. I have a pain. Great man's brother. His brother's brother. He'd look nice on the city charger. Drop into the DBC probably for his coffee, play chess there. His brother used men as pawns. Let them all go to pot. Afraid to pass a remark on him. Freeze them up with that eye of his. That's the fascination, the name. All a bit touched. Mad Fanny and his other sister, Mrs. Dickinson, driving about with scarlet harness. Bolt upright like Surgeon McArdle. Still David Sheehy beat him for South Meath. Apply for the Chiltern Hundreds and retire into public life. The Patriots' Banquet. Eating orange peels in the park. Simon Daedalus said when they put him in Parliament that Parnell would come back from the grave and lead him out of the House of Commons by the arm. Of the two-headed octopus, one of whose heads is the head upon which the ends of the world have forgotten to come, while the other speaks with a Scotch accent, the tentacles... They pass from behind Mr. Bloom along the curbstone. Beard and bicycle. Young woman. And there he is too. Now that's really a coincidence, second time. Coming events cast their shadows before. With the approval of the eminent poet, Mr. Geo. Russell. That might be Lizzie Twigg with him. A.E. What does that mean? Initials, perhaps. Albert Edward, Arthur Edmund, Alphonsus Eb Ed L. Esquire. What was he saying? The ends of the world with a Scotch accent. Tentacles. Octopus. Something occult. Symbolism. Holding forth. She's taking it all in, not saying a word. To aid gentlemen in literary work. His eyes followed the high figure in homespun, beard and bicycle, a listening woman at his side. Coming from the vegetarian. Only wedgebobbles and fruit. Don't eat a beefsteak. If you do, the eyes of the cow will pursue you through all eternity. They say it's healthier. Wind and watery, though. Tried it. Keep you on the run all day, bad as a bloater. Dreams all night. Why do they call that thing they gave me nutsteak? Nutarians, fruitarians, to give you the idea you were eating rump steak. Absurd. Salty, too. They cook in soda, keep you sitting by the tap all night. Her stockings are loose over her ankles. I detest that, so tasteless. Those literary, ethereal people they are all. Dreamy, cloudy, symbolistic. Aesthetes they are. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that kind of food you see produces the like waves of the brain, the poetical. For example, one of those policemen sweating Irish stew into their shirts. You couldn't squeeze a line of poetry out of him. Don't know what poetry is, even. Must be in a certain mood. The dreamy, cloudy gull waves o'er the waters dull. He crossed at Nassau Street corner and stood before the window of Yeats and Son, pricing the field glasses. Or will I drop into old Harris's and have a chat with young Sinclair? Well-mannered fellow, probably at his lunch. Must get those glasses of mine set right. Goer's lenses 6 guineas. Germans making their way everywhere. Sell on easy terms to capture trade. Undercutting. Might chance on a pair in the railway, lost property office. Astonishing the things which people leave behind them in trains and cloakrooms. What do they be thinking about? Women, too. Incredible. Last year travelling to Ennis had to pick up that farmer's daughter's bra and hand it to her at Limerick Junction. Unclaimed money, too. There's a little watch up there on the roof of the bank to test those glasses by. His lids came down on the lower rims of his irides. Can't see it. If you imagine it's there you can almost see it. Can't see it. He faced about and, standing between the awnings, held out his right hand at arm's length towards the sun. Wanted to try that often. Yes, completely. The tip of his little finger blotted out the sun's disk. Must be the focus where the rays cross. If I had black glasses. Interesting. There was a lot of talk about those sunspots when we were in Lombard Street West, looking up from the back garden. Terrific explosions they are. There'll be a total eclipse this year, autumn sometime. Now that I come to think of it, that ball falls at Greenwich time. It's the clock is worked by an electric wire from Dunsink. Must go out there some first Saturday of the month. If I could get an introduction to Professor Joly, or learn up something about his family. That would do too. Man always feels complimented. Flattery where least expected. Nobleman, proud to be descended from some king's mistress, his foremother. Lay it on with a trowel. Cap in hand goes through the land. Now go in and blurt out what you know you're not to. What's parallax? Show this gentleman the door. Ah. His hand fell to his side again. Never know anything about it. Waste of time. Gas balls spinning about, crossing each other, passing. Same old ding-dong always. Gas, then solid, then world, then cold, then dead shell drifting around, frozen rock like that pineapple rock. The moon. Must be a new moon out, she said. I believe there is. He went on by La Maison Claire. Wait, the full moon was the night we were Sunday fortnight exactly. There is a new moon. Waiting down by the Tolka. Not bad for a Fairview moon. She was humming. The young May moon, she's beaming, love. He, other side of her. Elbow, arm. He. Glowworms lay a lamp, is gleaming, love. Touch, fingers, asking, answer. Yes. Stop, stop. If it was, it was. Must. Mr. Bloom, quick breathing, slowlier walking past Adam Court. With a keep quiet relief, his eyes took note that this is the street here middle of the day of Bob Doran's bottle shoulders. On his annual bend, M. Coy said, they drink in order to say or do anything, or cherchez la femme. Up in the combe with chummies and streetwalkers, and then the rest of the year sober as a judge. Yes, thought so. Sloping into the Empire. Gone. Plain soda would do him good. Where Pat Kinsella had his harp theatre before Whitbread ran the Queen's. Broth of a boy. Dion Boucicault business with his harvest moon face in a poky bonnet. 3 pretty maids from school. How time flies, eh? Showing long red pantaloons under his skirts. Drinkers drinking, laughed, spluttering, their drink against their breath. More power, Pat. Coarse red, fun for drunkards. Guffaw and smoke. Take off that white hat. His parboiled eyes. Where is he now? Beggar somewhere. The harp that once did starve us all. I was happier then. Or was that I? Or am I now I? 28 I was, she 23. When we left Lombard Street West something changed. Could never like it again after Rudy. Can't bring back time. Like holding water in your hand. Would you go back to then? Just beginning then. Would you? Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? Wants to sew on buttons for me. I must answer. Write it in the library. End of Part 1 of Chapter 8 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Annie Coleman in St. Louis, Missouri in March 2006. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 8, Part 2. Grafton Street, gay with housed awnings, lured his senses. Muslin prints, silk dames and dowagers, jingle of harnesses, hoof-thuds low ringing in the baking causeway. Thick feet that woman has in the white stockings, hope the rain mucks them up on her. Country-bred chaw-bacon, all the beef to the heels we're in, always gives a woman clumsy feet. Molly looks out of plumb. He passed, dallying the windows of Brown Thomas, silk mercers, cascades of ribbons, flimsy china silks, a tilted urn poured from its mouth a flood of blood-hued poplin, lustrous blood. The Huguenots brought that here. La causa è santa. Terra, terra. Great chorus that. Tari, tara. Must be washed in rainwater. Meyer beer. Terra bum bum bum. Pincushions. I'm a long time threatening to buy one, sticking them all over the place. Needles and window curtains. He bared slightly his left forearm. Scrape, nearly gone. Not today, anyhow. Must go back for that lotion. For her birthday, perhaps. June, July, August, September 8th. Nearly 3 months off. Then she mightn't like it. Women won't pick up pins. Say it cuts low. Gleaming silks, petticoats on slim brass rails, rays of flat silk stockings. Useless to go back. Had to be. Tell me all. High voices, sun-warm silk, jingling harnesses, all for a woman, home and houses, silk webs, silver, rich fruits, spicy from Jaffa. Agendeth Nataeum, wealth of the world. A warm human plumpness settled down on his brain yielded. Perfume of embraces all him assailed. With hungered flesh obscurely he mutely craved to adore. Duke Street, here we are, must eat. The Burton. Feel better then. He turned Combridge's corner, still pursued. Jingling, hoof-thuds, perfumed bodies, warm, full. All kissed, yielded. And deep summer fields tangled pressed grass in trickling hallways of tenements, along sofas, creaking beds. Jack, love, darling, kiss me, Reggie, my boy, love. His heart astir, he pushed in the door of the Burton restaurant. Stink gripping his trembling breath, pungent meat juice, slush of greens. See the animals feed. Men, men, men. Perched on high stools by the bar, hats shoved back at the tables calling for more bread, no charge, swilling, wolfing gobfuls of sloppy food, their eyes bulging, wiping wetted mustaches. A pallid, suet-faced young man polished his tumbler knife, fork and spoon with his napkin. New set of microbes. A man with an infant sauce-stained napkin tucked round him shoveled gurgling soup down his gullet. A man spitting back on his plate, half-masticated gristle. Gums, no teeth to chew it. Chomp, chomp from the grill, bolting to get it over, sad boozer's eyes, bitten off more than he can chew. Am I like that? See ourselves as others see us. Hungry man is an angry man. Working tooth and jaw. Don't! Oh, a bone! That last pagan king of Ireland, Cormac, in the school poem, choked himself at Sletty, southward of the Boyne. Wonder what he was eating. Something galoptious. St. Patrick converted him to Christianity. Couldn't swallow it all, however. Roast beef and cabbage. One stew. Smells of men, his gorge rose. Spat and sawdust, Swedish, warmish cigarette smoke, reek of plug, spilt beer, men's beery piss, the stale of ferment. Couldn't eat a morsel here. Fellow sharpening knife and fork to eat all before him, old chap picking his tootles. Slight spasm, full, chewing the cud. Before and after. Grace after meals. Look on this picture then, on that. Scoffing up stew gravy with sopping sippets of bread. Lick it off the plate, man. Get out of this. He gazed round the stooled and tabled eaters, tightening the wings of his nose. 2 stouts, here. 1 corned and cabbage. That fellow ramming a knifeful of cabbage down as if his life depended on it. Good stroke. Give me the fidgets to look. Safer to eat from his 3 hands. Tear it limb from limb, second nature to him, born with a silver knife in his mouth. That's witty, I think. Or no, silver means born rich, born with a knife. But then the illusion is lost. An ill-girt server gathered sticky clattering plates. Rock, the head bailiff, standing at the bar, blew the foamy crown from his tankard. Well up, it splashed yellow near his boot. A diner, knife and fork upright, elbows on table, ready for a second helping, stared towards the food lift across his stained square of newspaper. Other chap telling him something with his mouth full. Sympathetic listener. Table talk. I munched hum on the Unchester monk on bunch day. Ha? Did you, Faith? Mr. Bloom raised 2 fingers doubtfully to his lips. His eyes said, not here, don't see him. Out. I hate dirty eaters. He backed towards the door. Get a light snack in Davy Byrne's. Stopgap. Keep me going. Had a good breakfast. Roast and mashed here. Pint of stout. Every fellow for his own, tooth and nail. Gulp, grub, gulp, gob stuff. He came out into clearer air and turned back towards Grafton Street. Eat or be eaten. Kill. Kill. Suppose that communal kitchen years to come, perhaps. All trotting down with porringers and tommycans to be filled. Devour contents in the street. John Howard Parnell, example, the provost of Trinity. Every mother's son, don't talk of your provost and provost of Trinity. Provost of Trinity, women and children, cabmen, priests, parsons, field marshals, archbishops. From Aylesbury Road, Clyde Road, artisans' dwellings, North Dublin Union, Lord Mayor in his gingerbread coach, old Queen in a bath chair. My plate's empty. After you with our incorporated drinking cup, like Sir Philip Crampton's fountain. Rub off the microbes with your handkerchief. Next chap rubs on a new patch with his. Father O'Flynn would make hares of them all. Have rows all the same. All for number 1. Children fighting for the scrapings of the pot. Want a soup pot as big as the Phoenix Park. Harpooning flitches and hind quarters out of it. Hate people all around you. City Arms Hotel. Table d'hote, she called it. Soup, joint and sweet. Never know whose thoughts you're chewing. Then who'd wash up all the plates and forks? Might be all feeding on tabloids that time. Teeth getting worse and worse. After all, there's a lot in that vegetarian fine flavour of things from the earth. Garlic, of course it stinks after Italian organ grinders, crisp of onions, mushrooms, truffles. Pain to the animal, too. Pluck and draw fowl. Wretched brutes there at the cattle market, waiting for the poleaxe to split their skulls open. Moo. Poor trembling calves. Meh. Staggering bob. Bubble and squeak. Butcher's bucket's wobbly lights. Give us that brisket off the hook. Plup. Raw head and bloody bones. Flayed, glass-eyed sheep hung from their haunches. Sheep snouts, bloody-papered snivelling nose-jam on sawdust. Top and lashers going out. Don't maul them pieces, young one. Hot, fresh blood they prescribe for decline. Blood, always needed, insidious. Lick it up, smoking hot, thick, sugary. Famished ghosts. Ah, I'm hungry. He entered Davy Byrne's. Moral pub. He doesn't chat. Stands a drink now and then. But in leap year once in 4. Cashed a cheque for me once. What will I take now? He drew his watch. Let me see. Shandygaff? Hello, Bloom, Nosey Flynn said from his nook. Hello, Flynn. How's things? Tip-top. Let me see, I'll take a glass of Burgundy and... Let me see. Sardines on the shelves, almost taste them by looking. Sandwich? Ham and his descendants, mustard and bread there. Potted meats. What is home without Plumtree's potted meats? Incomplete. What a stupid ad. Under the obituary notices they stuck it. All up a Plumtree. Dignam's potted meat. Cannibals would with lemon and rice. White missionary too salty, like pickled pork. Expect the chief consumes the parts of honour. Ought to be tough from exercise. His wives in a row to watch the effect. There was a right royal old nigger who ate or something the somethings of the Reverend Mr. McTrigger. With it an abode of bliss. Lord knows what concoction. Calls, mouldy tripes, windpipes, faked and minced up. Puzzle find the meat. Kosher. No meat and milk together. Hygiene that was what they call now. Yom Kippur, fast spring cleaning of inside. Peace and war depend on some fellow's digestion. Religions, Christmas turkeys and geese, slaughter of innocents, eat, drink, and be merry. Then casual wards full after, heads bandaged, cheese digests all but itself. Mighty cheese. Have you a cheese sandwich? Yes, sir. Like a few olives, too, if they had them. Italian I prefer. Good glass of Burgundy, take away that. Lubricate. A nice salad, cool as a cucumber. Tom Kerning can dress. Puts gusto into it. Pure olive oil. Milly served me that cutlet with a sprig of parsley. Take one Spanish onion. God made food. The devil the cooks. Devilled crab. Wife well? Quite well, thanks. A cheese sandwich, then. Gorgonzola, have you? Yes, sir. Nosey Flynn sipped his grog. Doing any singing these times? Look at his mouth. Could whistle in his own ear. Flap ears to match. Music. Knows as much about it as my coachman. Still better tell him does no harm. Free ad. She's engaged for a big tour end of this month. You may have heard, perhaps. No. Oh, that's the style. Who's getting it up? The curate served. How much is it? 7d, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloom cut his sandwich into slender strips. Mr. McTrigger, easier than the dreamy, creamy stuff. His 500 wives had the time of their lives. Mustard, sir? Thank you. He studied under each lifted strip yellow blobs. Their lives. I have it. It grew bigger and bigger and bigger. Getting it up? He said. Well, it's like a company idea, you see. Part shares and part profits. Eh, now I remember, Nosey Flynn said, putting his hand in his pocket to scratch his groin. Who is this was telling me? Isn't Blazes Boylan mixing up in it? A warm shock of air, heat of mustard, launched on Mr. Bloom's heart. He raised his eyes and met the stare of a bilious clock. 2. Pub clock 5 minutes fast. Time going on, hands moving. 2. Not yet. His midriff yearned then upward, sank within him, yearned more longingly. Wine. He sipped the cordial juice and, bidding his throat strongly to speed it, set his wineglass delicately down. Yes, he said, he's the organizer in point of fact. No fear, no brains. Nosey Flynn snuffled and scratched, Flea having a good square meal. He had a slice of luck, Jack Mooney was telling me, over that boxing match Myler Keogh won against that soldier in the Portobello barracks. By God, he had the little kipper down in the County Carlow, he was telling me. Hope that dewdrop doesn't come down into his glass. No, snuffled it up. For near a month, man, before it came off. Sucking duck eggs, by God, till further orders. Keep him off the booze, see? Oh, by God, Blazes is a hairy chap. Davy Byrne came forward from the hind bar in tuck-stitched shirt-sleeves, cleaning his lips with 2 wipes of his napkin. Herring's blush, whose smile upon each feature plays with such and such replete. Too much fat on the parsnips. And here's himself and pepper on him, Nosey Flynn said. Can you give us a good one for the Gold Cup? I'm off that, Mr. Flynn, Davy Byrne answered. I never put anything on a horse. You're right there, Nosey Flynn said. Mr. Bloom ate his strips of sandwich, fresh clean bread with relish of disgust pungent mustard, the feety savour of green cheese. Sips of his wine soothed his palate. Not logwood, that. Tastes fuller this weather with the chill off. Nice quiet bar. Nice piece of wood in that counter. Nicely planed. Like the way it curves there. I wouldn't do anything at all in that line, Davy Byrne said. It ruined many a man, the same horses. Vintner's sweepstake. License for the sale of beer, wine and spirits for consumption on the premises. Heads I win, tails you lose. True for you, Nosey Flynn said. Unless you're in the know. There's no straight sport going now. Lenehan gets some good ones. He's giving a sceptre today. Zinfandel's the favourite. Lord Howard de Walden's won at Epsom. Morny Cannon is riding him. I could have got 7-1 against Saint Amant a fortnight before. That so? Davy Britton said. He went towards the window and, taking up the petty cash book, scanned its pages. I could, faith, Nosey Flynn said, snuffling. That was a rare bit of horseflesh. Saint Frusquin was her sire. She won in a thunderstorm. Rothschild's filly, with wading in her ears, blue jacket and yellow cap. Bad luck to Big Ben Dollard and his John O'Gaunt. He put me off it, eh? He drank resignedly from his tumbler, running his fingers down the flutes. Eh, he said, sighing. Mr. Bloom, champing standing, looked upon his sigh. Nosey numbskull. Will I tell him that horse Lenehan? He knows already. Better let him forget. Go and lose more. Fool and his money. Dewdrop coming down again. Cold nose he'd have kissing a woman. Still, they might like that. Prickly beards they like. Dogs' cold noses. Old Mrs. Riordan with the rumbling stomach Skye Terrier in the City Arms Motel. Molly fondling him in her lap. Oh, the big doggy bow wow wowsy wowsy. Wine soaked and softened rolled pith of bread mustered a moment mawkish cheese. Nice wine it is. Taste it better because I'm not thirsty. Bath, of course, does that. Just a bite or two. Then about 6 o'clock I can. 6. Time will be gone by then. She... Mild fire of wine kindled his veins. I wanted that badly. Felt so off colour. His eyes unhungrily saw shelves of tins, sardines, gaudy lobsters' claws, all the odd things people pick up for food. Out of shells, periwinkles with a pin, off trees, snails out of the ground the French eat, out of the sea with bait on a hook. Silly fish learn nothing in 1,000 years. If you didn't know risky putting anything in your mouth. Poisonous berries, Johnny Majories. Roundness you think good. Gaudy colour warns you off. One fellow told another and so on. Try it on the dog first. Led on by the smell or the look. Tempting fruit. Ice cones. Cream. Instinct. Orange groves, for instance, need artificial irrigation. Bleibtreustrasse. Yes, but what about oysters? Unsightly, like a clot of phlegm. Filthy shells, devil to open them too. Who found them out? Garbage, sewage they feed on. Fizz and Red Bank oysters. Effect on the sexual. Aphrodis. He was in the Red Bank this morning. Was he oysters old fish at table? Perhaps he young flesh in bed, no June has no no oysters. But there are people like things high. Tainted game. Jugged hare. First catch your hare. Chinese eating eggs 50 years old, blue and green again. Dinner of 30 courses, each dish harmless might mix inside. Idea for a poison mystery. That Archduke Leopold, was it no, yes, or was it Otto, one of those Habsburgs? Or who was it used to eat the scruff off his own head? Cheapest lunch in town. Of course aristocrats, then the others copy to be in the fashion. Millie too, rock oil and flour. Raw pastry, I like myself. Half the catch of oysters they throw back in the sea to keep up the price. Cheap, no one would buy. Caviar, do the grand. Hock and green glasses. Swell blowout. Lady this. Powdered bosom pearls. The elite. Creme de la creme. They want special dishes to pretend they're. Hermit with a platter of pulse keep down the stings of the flesh. Know me, come eat with me. Royal sturgeon, high sheriff Coffey the butcher, write to venisons of the forest from his ex. Send him back the half of a cow. Spread I saw down in the master of the rolls kitchen area. White-hatted chef like a rabbi. Combustible duck. Curly cabbage à la Duchesse de Parme. Just as well to write it on the bill of fare so you can know what you've eaten. Too many drugs spoil the broth. I know it myself. Dosing it with Edward's desiccated soup. Geese stuffed silly for them. Lobsters boiled alive. Do take some ptarmigan. Wouldn't mind being a waiter in a swell hotel. Tips. Evening dress. Half-naked ladies. May I tempt you to a little more filleted lemon sole, Miss Dubedat? Yes, do, bedad. And she did, bedad. Huguenot name, I expect, that. A Miss Dubedat lived in Killiney, I remember. Dieu de la French. Still, it's the same fish. Perhaps old Mickey Hanlon of Moore Street ripped the guts out of making money, hand over fist, finger, and fish's gills. Can't write his name on a cheque. Think he was painting the landscape with his mouth twisted. Muakil a chita, ha. Ignorant as a kish of brogues, worth 50,000 pounds. Stuck on the pane, 2 flies buzzed. Stuck. Glowing wine on his palate, lingered, swallowed, crushing in the winepress grapes of Burgundy. Sun's heat it is, seems to a secret touch telling me memory. Touching his sense, moistened, remembered. Hidden under wild ferns on Howth, below us, bay, sleeping, sky. No sound, the sky. The bay purple by the Lion's Head, green by Drumleck, yellow-green towards Sutton. Fields of undersea, the lines, faint brown and grass, buried cities. Pillowed on my coat she had her hair, earwigs in the heather scrub, my hand under her nape. You'll toss me all. Oh, wonder! Cool soft with ointments her hand touched me, caressed. Her eyes upon me did not turn away. Ravished over her I lay, full lips full open, kissed her mouth. Yum. Softly she gave me in her mouth the seed cake, warm and chewed. Mawkish pulp her mouth had mumbled, sweet sour of her spittle. Joy, I ate it. Joy. Young life, her lips they gave me pouting. Soft, warm, sticky gum jelly lips. Flowers her eyes were. Take me, willing eyes. Pebbles fell, she lay still. A goat, no one. High on Ben Howth, rhododendrons, a nannygoat walking sure-footed, dropping currants. Screened under ferns she laughed warm-folded. Wildly I lay on her, kissed her. Eyes, her lips, her upstretched neck beating, woman's breasts full in her blouse of nun's veiling, fat nipples upright. Hot I tongued her. She kissed me. I was kissed. All yielding she tossed my hair. Kissed, she kissed me. Me, and me now. Stuck, the flies buzzed. His downcast eyes followed the silent veining of the oaken slab. Beauty, it curves. Curves are beauty. Shapely goddesses, Venus, Juno, curves the world admires. Can see them, library museum standing in the round hall. Naked goddesses. Aids to digestion. They don't care what a man looks. All to see, never speaking. I mean to say to fellows like Flynn. Suppose she did Pygmalion in Galatia. What would she say first? Mortal, put you in your proper place. Quaffing nectar at mess with God's golden dishes all ambrosial. Not like a tanner lunch we have, boiled mutton, carrots and turnips, bottles of Alsop. Nectar, imagine it drinking electricity. God's food. Lovely forms of women, sculpted Junonian, immortal lovely. And we stuffing food in one hole and out behind. Food, child, blood, dung, earth, food. Have to feed it like stoking an engine. They have, no, never looked. I'll look today. Keeper won't see. Bend down, let something drop, see if she... Dribbling a quiet message from his bladder came to go, to do, not to do, there, to do. A man and ready he drained his glass to the lees and walked. 2 men too they gave themselves, manly conscience. Lay with men lovers, a youth enjoyed her. To the yard. When the sound of his boots had ceased, Davy Byrne said from his book, "What is this he is? Isn't he in the insurance line?" "He's out of that long ago," Nosey Flynn said. "He does canvassing for the Freeman." "I know him well to see," Davy Byrne said. "Is he in trouble?" "Trouble?" Nosey Flynn said. "Not that I heard of. Why?" "I noticed he was in mourning." "Was he?" Nosey Flynn says. So he was, faith. I asked him how he was all at home. You're right, by God, so he was. I never broached the subject, David Byrne said humanely. If I see a gentleman is in trouble that way, it only brings it up fresh in their minds. It's not the wife, anyhow, Nosey Flynn said. I met him the day before yesterday, and he coming out of that Irish farm dairy John Wise Nolan's wife has in Henry Street, with a jar of cream in his hand, taking it home to his better half. She's well nourished, I tell you. Plovers on toast. And is he doing the freeman? And is he doing for the freeman? David Byrne said. Nosey Flynn pursed his lips. He doesn't buy cream on the ads he picks up. You can make bacon of that. How so? Davy Byrne asked, coming from his book. Nosey Flynn made swift passages in the air with juggling fingers. He winked. He's in the craft, he said. Do you tell me so? David Byrne said. Very much so, Nosey Flynn said. Ancient, free, and accepted order. He's an excellent brother. Light, life, and love, by God. They give him a leg up. I was told that by well, I won't say who. Is that a fact? Oh, it's a fine order, Nosey Flynn said. They stick to you when you're down. I know a fellow was trying to get into it, but they're as close as damn it. By God, they did right to keep the woman out of it. David Byrne smiled, yawned, nodded, all in one. Yuck. There was one woman, Nosey Flynn said, hid herself in a clock to find out what they do be doing. But be damned, they smelt her out and swore her in on the spot a master mason. That was one of the St. Legers of Doneraile. David Byrne, sated after his yawn, said with tear-washed eyes, And is that a fact? Decent quiet man he is. I often saw him in here, and I never once saw him, you know, over the line. God Almighty couldn't make him drunk, Nosey Flynn said firmly. Slips off when the fun gets too hot. Didn't you see him look at his watch? Ah, you weren't there. If you ask him to have a drink, first thing he does, he outs with his watch to see what he ought to imbibe. Declare to God he does. There are some like that, Davy Byrne says. He's a safe man, I'd say. He's not too bad, Nosey Flynn said, snuffling it up. He's been known to put his hand down to help a fellow. Give the devil his due. Oh, Bloom has his good points, but there's one thing he'll never do. His hand scrawled a dry-penned signature beside his grog. I know, Davy Byrne said. Nothing in black and white, Nosey Flynn said. Paddy Leonard and Bantam Lyons came in. Tom Rochford followed, frowning, a plaining hand on his claret waistcoat. Day, Mr. Byrne. Day, gentlemen. They paused at the counter. Who's standing? Paddy Leonard asked. I'm sitting, anyhow, Nosey Flynn answered. Well, what'll it be? Paddy Leonard asked. I'll take a stone ginger, Bantam Lyons said. How much? Paddy Leonard cried. Since when, for God's sake? What's yours, Tom? How was the main drainage? Nosey Flynn asked, sipping. For answer, Tom Rochford pressed his hand to his breastbone and hiccuped. Would I trouble you for a glass of fresh water, Mr. Byrne? He said. Certainly, sir. Paddy Leonard eyed his ale-mates. Lord love a duck, he said. Look at what I'm standing drinks to. Cold water and ginger pop. 2 fellows that could suck whiskey off a sore leg. He has some bloody horse up his sleeve for the gold cup. A dead snip. Zinfandel, is it? Nosey Flynn asked. Tom Rochford split powder from a twisted paper into the water set before him. That cursed dyspepsia, he said before drinking. Bread soda is very good, Davy Byrne said. Tom Rochford nodded and drank. Is it Zinfandel? Say nothing, Bantam Lyons winked. I'm going to plunge 5 bob on my own. Tell us if you're worth your salt, and be damned to you, Paddy Leonard said. Who gave it to you? Mr. Bloom, on his way out, raising 3 fingers in greeting. So long, Nosey Flynn said. The others turned. That's the man that gave it to me, Bantam Lyons whispered. Psht, Paddy Leonard said with scorn. Mr. Burns, sir, will take 2 of your small Jamesons, after that, and a stone ginger, Davy Byrne added civilly. Eh, Paddy Leonard said, a sucking bottle for the baby. Mr. Bloom walked towards Dawson Street, his tongue brushing his teeth smooth. Something green it would have to be, spinach, say. Then with those Rontgen rays searchlight you could. At Duke Lane a ravenous terrier choked up a sick knuckly cud on the cobblestones and lapped it with new zest. Surfeit. Returned with thanks, having fully digested the contents. First sweet, then savoury. Mr. Bloom coasted warily. Ruminants. His second course. Their upper jaw they moved. Wonder if Tom Rochford will do anything with that invention of his. Wasting time explaining it to Flynn's mouth. Lean people, long mouths. Ought to be a hall or a place where inventors could go in and invent free. Course then you'd have all the cranks pestering. He hummed, prolonging in solemn echo the closes of the bars. Don Giovanni a Sinartico, mi invitasti. Feel better. Burgundy. Good pick-me-up. Who distilled first? Some chap in the blues. Dutch courage. That Kilkenny people in the National Library now, I must. Bare, clean, closet tools waiting in the window of William Miller, plumber. Turn back his thoughts. They could, and watch it all the way down, swallow a pin sometimes, come out of the ribs years after, tour around the body, changing biliary ducts, spleens, squirting liver gastric juice coils of intestines like pipes. But the poor buffer would have to stand all the time with his inside entrails on show. Science. Ah, Canarteco. What does that teco mean? Tonight, perhaps. Don Giovanni, thou hast me invited to come to supper tonight. The rum-dum. Doesn't go properly. Keys. 2 months if I get to Nanetti too. That'll be £2.10, about £2, 8. 3 Hines owes me, 2.11. Prescott's Dye Works van over there. If I get Billy Prescott's ad, 2.15. 5 guineas about, on the pig's back. Could buy one of those silk petticoats for Molly, colour of her new garters. Today, not think. Tour the south, then. What about English watering places? Brighton, Margate, piers by moonlight. Her voice floating out. Those lovely seaside girls. Against John Long's, a drowsing loafer, lounged in heavy thought, gnawing a crusted knuckle. Handyman wants job, small wages, will eat anything. Mr. Bloom turned at Gray's confectioner's window of unbought tarts and passed the Reverend Thomas Connellan's bookstore. Why I left the Church of Rome, Bird's Nest. Women run him. They say they used to give pauper children soup to change to Protestants in the time of the potato blight. Society over the way Papa went to for the conversion of poor Jews. Same bait. Why we left the Church of Rome. A blind stripling stood tapping the curbstone with a slender cane. No tram in sight. Wants to cross. Do you want to cross? Mr. Bloom asked. The blind stripling did not answer. His wall face frowned weakly. He moved his head uncertainly. You're in Dawson Street, Mr. Bloom said. Molesworth Street is opposite. Do you want to cross? There's nothing in the way. The cane moved out trembling to the left. Mr. Bloom's eye followed its line and saw again the Dye Works van drawn up before Drago's, where I saw his brilliantined hair just when I was, horse drooping, driver in John Long's, slicking his drouth. There's a van there, Mr. Bloom said, but it's not moving. I'll see you across. Do you want to go to the Molesworth Street? Yes, the stripling answered. South Frederick Street. Come, Mr. Bloom said. He touched the thin elbow gently, then took the limp, seeing hands to guide it forward. Say something to him. Better not do the condescending. They mistrust what you tell them. Pass a common remark. The rain kept off. No answer. Stains on his coat. Slobbers his food, I suppose. Tastes all different for him. Have to be spoon-fed first. Like a child's hand, his hand, like Milly's was. Sensitive. Sizing me up, I dare say, from my hand. Wonder if he has a name. Van, keep his cane clear of the horse's legs. Tired drudge get his doze. That's right, clear. Behind a bull, in front of a horse. Thanks, sir. Knows I'm a man. Voice. Right now? First turn to the left. The blind stripling tapped the curbstone and went on his way, drawing his cane back, feeling again. Mr. Bloom walked behind the eyeless feet, a flat-cut suit of herringbone tweed. Poor young fellow. How on earth did he know that van was there? Must have felt it. See things in their forehead, perhaps. Kind of sense of volume. Weight or size of it. Something blacker than the dark. Wonder would he feel it if something was removed? Feel a gap. Queer idea of Dublin he must have, tapping his way round by the stones. Could he walk in a beeline if he hadn't that cane? Bloodless, pious face like a fellow going in to be a priest. Penrose, that was the chap's name. Look at all the things they can learn to do. Read with their fingers, tune pianos, or we are surprised they have any brains. Why we think a deformed person or a hunchback clever if he says something we might say. Of course the other senses are more. Embroider, plait baskets. People ought to help. Work basket I could buy for Molly's birthday. Hates sewing, might take an objection. Dark men they call them. Sense of smell must be stronger too. Smells on all sides bunched together. Each street, different smell. Each person too. Then the spring, the summer, smells. Tastes? They say you can't taste wines with your eyes shut or a cold in the head. Also smoke in the dark they say get no pleasure. And with a woman, for instance, more shame not seeing. And with a woman, for instance, more shameless not seeing. That girl passing the Stewart Institution, head in the air. Look at me, I have them all on. Must be strange not to see her. Kind of a form in his mind's eye. The voice, temperatures, when he touches her with his fingers, must almost see the lines, the curves. His hands on her hair, for instance. Say it was black, for instance. Good, we call it black. Then passing over her white skin. Different feel, perhaps. Feeling of white. Post office. Must answer. Fag today. Send her a postal order 2 shillings, half a crown. Accept my little present. Stationer's just here too. Wait. Think it over. With a gentle finger he felt ever so slowly the hair combed back above his ears. Again. Fibres of fine, fine straw. Then gently his finger felt the skin of his right cheek. Downy hair there too. Not smooth enough. The belly is the smoothest. No one about. There he goes into Frederick Street. Perhaps to Levinston's Dancing Academy piano. Might be settling my braces. Walking by Doran's public house, he slid his hand between his waistcoat and trousers and, pulling aside his shirt gently, felt a slack fold of his belly. But I know it's whitey yellow. Want to try in the dark to see. He withdrew his hand and pulled his dress too. Poor fellow. Quite a boy. Terrible, really terrible. What dreams would he have, not seeing? Life, a dream for him. Where is the justice being born that way? All those women and children, excursion, beanfest, burned and drowned in New York. Holocaust. Karma, they call that transmigration for sins you did in a past life. The reincarnation met him pike hoses. Dear, dear, dear. Pity, of course, but somehow you can't cotton on to them some way. Sir Frederick Falconer going into the Freemasons' Hall, solemn as Troy, after his good lunch in Earlsfort Terrace, old legal cronies cracking a magnum, tales of the bench and assizes and annals of the blue-coat school. I sentenced him to 10 years. I suppose he'd turn his nose up at that stuff I drank. Vintage wine for them, the year marked on a dusty bottle. Has his own ideas of justice in the recorder's court. Well-meaning old man. Police charge sheets crammed with cases get their percentage manufacturing crime. Sends them to the right-about. The devil on moneylenders. Gave Reuben J. a great straw calling. Now he's really what they call a dirty Jew. Power those judges have. Crusty old topers and wigs. bear with a sore paw, and may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Hello, placard. Myris Bazaar. His Excellency the Lord Lieutenant, 16th. Today it is, in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital. The Messiah was first given for that. Yes, Handel. What about going out there, Ballsbridge, drop in on Keys? No use sticking to him like a leech. Wear out my welcome. Sure to know someone on the gate. Mr. Bloom came to Kildare Street. First I must. Library. Straw hat in sunlight, tan shoes, turned-up trousers. It is. It is. His heart quapped softly. To the right, museum, goddesses. He swerved to the right. Is it? Almost certain. Won't look. Wine in my face. Why did I? Too heady. Yes, it is. The walk. Not see. Get on. Making for the museum gate with long, windy steps, he lifted his eyes. Handsome building. Sir Thomas Deane designed. Not following me? Didn't see me, perhaps. Light in his eyes. The flutter of his breath came forth in short sighs. Quick. Cold statues. Quiet there. Safe in a minute. No, didn't see me. After 2, just at the gate. My heart. His eyes, beating, looked steadfastly at cream curves of stone. Sir Thomas Deane was the Greek architecture. Look for something, aye. His hasty hand went quick into a pocket, took out, read, unfolded Agendath Netaeum. Where did I? Busy looking. He thrust back quick Agendath. Afternoon, she said. I am looking for that. Yes, that. Try all pockets. Handker. Freeman. Where did I? Ah, yes. Trousers. Potato. Purse. Where? Hurry, walk quietly. A moment more. My heart. His hand looking for the where did I put found in his hip pocket. Soap lotion half to call tepid paper stuck. Ah, soap. There I. Yes. Gate. Safe. End of chapter 8.
Ulysses by James Joyce, Section 9.
A.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Hugh McGuire,
Michael Hind,
Amanda Blythe,
Colin Robertson,
Wilson Layton, Christine Myers,
Andrew Skinner,
Mike Trevino,
Jean-François Rondeau.
Urbane, to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred. And we have we not, those priceless pages of Wilhelm Meister, a great poet on a great brother poet, a hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles torn by conflicting doubts as one sees in real life. He came a step, a sync pace forward, on a neat's leather creaking, and a step backwards, a sync pace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant, setting open the door but slightly, made him a noiseless beck. Directly, said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering, the beautiful, ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts, one always feels that Goethe's judgments are so true in the larger analysis. Twice creakingly analysis he corantoed off. Bald, most zealous by the door, he gave his large ear all to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone. 2 left. Monsieur de la Palisse, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. Have you found those 6 brave medicals? John Eglinton asked with elder's gall, to write Paradise Lost at your dictation? The sorrows of Satan, he calls it. Smile, smile, Cranley, smile. First he tickled her, then he patted her, then he passed the female catheter, for he was a medical, jolly old Maudie. I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind. The shining 7, W.B. calls them. Glitter-eyed, his rufous skull close to his green-capped desk lamp sought the face, bearded amid dark greener shadow. And ole, holy-eyed, he laughed low, a Caesar's laugh of Trinity, unanswered. Orchestral Satan weeping many a road, tears such as angels weep. Ed elgi avia del cul fato trombetta. He holds my follies hostage. Cranley's 11 true Wicklow women to free their sireland. Gap-toothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house, and one more to hail him, Ave Rabbi. The Tinahi 12, in the shadow of the glen he cooees for them. My soul, youth, I gave him, night by night, Godspeed, God hunting. Mulligan has my telegram. Folly, persist. Our young Irish bards, John Eglinton censured, have yet to create a figure which the world will set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him as old Ben did, on this side idolatry. All these questions are purely academic, Russell oracled out of the shadow. I mean whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James I or Essex, clergymen's discussions in the historicity of Jesus. Art has to reveal to us ideas, formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is out of how deep a life does it spring. The painting of Gustave Moreau is a painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet, bring our mind into contact with the eternal wisdom. Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is the speculation of schoolboys for schoolboys. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer, "Wall, tarnation strike me." The schoolmen were schoolboys first, Stephen said super politely. Aristotle was once Plato's schoolboy. And has remained so, one should hope, John Eglinton sedately said. One can see him, a model schoolboy, with his diploma under his arm. He laughed again at the now smiling bearded face, formless, spiritual. Father, Word, and Holy Breath. All-Father, the Heavenly Man. Hesios Christos, Magician of the Beautiful, the Logos who suffers in us at every moment. This verily is that. I am fire upon the altar. I am the sacrificial butter. Dunlop, Judge, the noblest Roman of them all. A.E., Arvel, the name ineffable. In heaven height, K.H., their master, whose identity is no secret to adepts. Brothers of the great white lodge, always watching to see if they can help. The Christ with the bride sister, moisture of light, born of an ensouled virgin, repentant Sophia, departed to the plate of Buddhi. The life esoteric is not for ordinary person. O.P. must work off bad karma first, Mrs. Cooper Oakley once glimpsed. Our very illustrious sister H.P.B.'s elemental. Oh, fie. Out, befightful, you naughtn't look, Mrs., so you naughtn't when a lady's showing off her elemental. Mr. Best entered, tall, young, mild, light. He bore in his hand with grace a notebook, new, large, clean, bright. That model schoolboy, Stephen said, would find Hamlet's musings about the afterlife of his princely soul, the improbable, insignificant, and undramatic monologue as shallow as Plato's. John Eglinton, frowning, said, waxing wroth, "Upon my word, it makes my blood boil to hear anybody compare Aristotle with Plato." Which of the two, Stephen asked, would have banished me from his commonwealth? Unsheath your dagger definitions. Hoarseness is the whatness of all horse. Streams of tendency and eons they worship. God, noise in the street, very peripatetic. Space, what you damn well have to see. Through spaces smaller than red globules of man's blood, they creepy crawl after Blake's buttocks into eternity, of which this vegetable world is but a shadow. Hold to the now, the here, through which all future plunges to the past. Mr. Best came forward, amiable, towards his colleague. Haines is gone, he said. Is he? I was showing him Jubainville's book. He's quite enthusiastic, don't you know, about Hyde's love songs of Connaught. I couldn't bring him to hear the discussion. He's gone to Gill's to buy it.
Bound thee forth, my booklet, quick, to greet the callous public. Writ, I ween, 'twas not my wish, in lean, unlovely English. The peat smoke's going to his head, John Eglinton opined. We feel in England, pertinent thief, gone. I smoked his baccy, green twinkling stone, an emerald set in the ring of the sea. People do not know how dangerous love songs can be, the auric egg of Russell warned occultly. The movements which work revolutions in the world are born out of the dreams and visions in the peasant's heart of the hillside. For them, the earth is not an exploitable ground, but the living mother. The rarefied egg of the academy and the arena produced the 6-shilling novel, the music hall song. France produces the finest flower of corruption in Mallarmé, but the desirable life is revealed only to the poor of heart, the life of Homer's Phaeacians. From these words, Mr. Best turned an unoffending face to Stephen. Mallarmé, don't you know, he said, has written these wonderful prose poems Stephen McKenna used to read to me in Paris. The one about Hamlet. He says,
Il se promène, lisant, au livre de lui-même.
Don't you know, reading the book of himself. He describes Hamlet given in a French town, don't you know, a provincial town. They advertised it. His free hand graciously wrote tiny signs in the air.
Hamlet ou le distrait, pièce de Shakespeare.
He repeated it to John Eglinton's new-gathered frown.
Pièce de Shakespeare.
Don't you know, it's so French, the French point of view. Hamlet ou the absent-minded beggar, Stephen ended. John Eglinton laughed. Yes, I suppose it would be, he said. Excellent people, no doubt, but distressingly short-sighted in some matters. Sumptuous and stagnant exaggeration of murder. A deathsman of the soul, Robert Greene called him, Stephen said. Not for nothing was he a butcher's son, wielding the sledded poleaxe and spitting in his palm. 9 lives are taken off for his father's 1, our Father who art in purgatory. Khaki Hamlets don't hesitate to shoot. The blood-bolted shambles in Act 5 is a forecast of the concentration camps sung by Mr. Swinburne. Cannily, I, his mute orderly, followed battles from afar. Whelps and dams of murderous foes, whom none but he had spared. Between the Saxon smile and Yankee whelp, the devil in the deep sea. We will have it that Shakespeare is a ghost story, John Eglinton said for the Mr. Best's behoof. Like the fat boy in Pickwick, he wants to make our flesh creep. List, list, oh list. My flesh hears him, creeping, hears, if thou didst ever... What is a ghost? Stephen said with tingling energy. One who has faded into impalpability through death, through absence, through change of manners. Elizabethan London lay as far from Stratford as corrupt Paris lies from virgin Dublin. Who is the ghost from limbo patrum returned to the world that has forgotten him? Who is King Hamlet? John Eglinton shifted his spare body, leaning back to judge. Lifted. It is this hour of the day in mid-June, Stephen said, begging with a swift glance their hearing. The flag is up on the playhouse by the bankside. The bear sacristan growls in the pit near it, Paris garden. Canvas climbers who sailed with Drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Local colour. Work in all you know. Make them accomplices. Shakespeare has left the Huguenot's house in Silver Street and walks by the Swan Mews along the riverbank, but he does not stay to feed the pen, chivying her game with cygnets toward the rushes. The Swan of Avalon has other thoughts. Composition of place. Ignatius Loyola, make haste to help me. The play begins. A player comes on under the shadow, made up of the cast-off mail of a court buck, a well-set man with a bass voice. It is the ghost, the king, a king and no king, and the player is Shakespeare, who has studied Hamlet all the years of his life, which were not vanity, in order to play the part of the spectre. He speaks the word to Burbage, the young player who stands before him beyond the rack of cerecloth, calling him by name. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, but bidding him to list. To a son he speaks, the son of the soul, the prince, young Hamlet, and to the son of his body, Hamnet, Shakespeare, who has died in Stratford, that his namesake may live on forever. Is it possible that the player Shakespeare, a ghost by absence, and in the vesture of buried Denmark, a ghost by death, speaking his own words to his own son's name? Had Hamnet Shakespeare lived, he would have been the Prince Hamlet's twin. Is it possible, I want to know, or probable, that he did not draw or foresee the logical conclusion of those premises? You are the dispossessed son. I am the murdered father. Your mother is the guilty queen. And Shakespeare, born Hathaway? But this prying into the family life of a great man, Russell began impatiently. Art thou there, Truepenny? Interesting only to the Paris clerk. We have the plays. We read the poetry of King Lear. What is it to know how the poet lived? As for living, our servants can do that for us, Villiers de L'Isle has said. Peeping and prying into the green-room gossip of the day, the poet's thinking, the poet's debts. We have King Lear, and it is immortal. Mr. Best's face appealed to, agreed.
How now, sirrah, that pound he lent you when you were hungry? Marry, I wanted it. Take thou this noble. Go to, you spent most of it in Georgina Johnson's bed, clergyman's daughter, Agenbite of Inwit. Do you intend to pay it back? Oh, yes. When? Now? Well, no. When then? I paid my way. Steady on. He's from Bayant Boyne-Water, the northeast corner. You owe it. Wait. 5 months. Molecules all change. I'm other. I now. Other. I got pound. Buzz. Buzz. But I, entelechy, form of forms, am I by memory because under ever-changing forms, I that sinned and prayed and fasted, a child con me saved from pandies, I and I, A-E-I-O-U. Do you mean to fly in the face of the tradition of 3 centuries? John Eglinton's carping voice asked. Her ghost, at least, has been laid forever. She died, for literature at least, before she was born. She died, Stephen retorted, 67 years after she was born. She saw him into and out of the world. She took his first embraces. She bore his children, and she laid pennies on his eyes to keep his eyelids closed when he lay on his deathbed. Mother's deathbed, candle, the sheeted mirror. Who brought me into this world lies there, bronze-lidded, under few cheap flowers. Liliata rutilantium. I wept alone. John Eglinton looked in the tangled glowworm of his lamp. The world believes that Shakespeare made a mistake, he said, and got out of it as quickly and as best he could. Bosh, Stephen said rudely. A man of genius makes no mistakes. His errors are volitional and are the portals of discovery. Portals of discovery open to let in the Quaker librarian, soft, creak-footed, bald, eared, and assiduous. A shrew, John Eglinton said shrewdly, is not a useful portal of discovery, one should imagine. What useful discovery did Socrates learn from Xanthippe? Dialectic, Stephen answered, and from his mother how to bring thoughts into the world. What he learnt from his other wife, Myrto, absit nomen, Socratidonians, Epipsychidian, no man, not a woman, will ever know. But neither the midwife's lore nor the caudal lectures saved him from the archons of Sinn Fein and their noggin of hemlock. But Anne Hathaway? Mr. Best's voice said forgetfully. Yes, we seem to be forgetting her, as Shakespeare himself forgot her. His look went from Bruder's beard to Carper's skull, to remind, to chide them not unkindly, then to the bald pink lollard costard, guiltless though maligned. He had a good groat's worth of wit, Stephen said, and no truant memory. He carried a memory in his wallet as he trudged to Romeville, whistling "The Girl I Left Behind Me." If the earthquake did not time it, we should know where to place poor Watt, sitting in his form, the cry of hounds, the studded bridle, and her blue windows. That memory, Venus and Adonis, lay in the bedchamber of every light of love in London. Is Catherine the shrew ill-favoured? Hortensio calls her young and beautiful. Do you think the writer of Antony and Cleopatra, a passionate pilgrim, had his eyes in the back of his head, that he chose the ugliest doxy in all Warwickshire to lie with all? Good. He left her and gained the world of men. But his boy women are the women of a boy. Their life, thought, speech are lent them by males. He chose badly? He was chosen, it seems to me. If others have their will, Anne hath a way. By cock, she was to blame. She put the comether on him, sweet and 26, the grey-eyed goddess who bends over the boy Adonis, stooping to conquer, as prologue to the swelling act, is a bold-faced Stratford wench who tumbles in a cornfield, a lover younger than herself. And my turn? When? Come. Ryefield, Mr. Best said brightly, gladly, raising his new book, gladly, brightly. He murmured then with blonde delight for all, between the acres of the rye, these pretty country folk would lie.
Paris, the well-pleased pleaser. A tall figure in bearded homespun rose from shadow and unveiled its cooperative watch. I'm afraid I am due at the homestead. Whither away, exploitable ground? Are you coming? John Eglinton's active eyebrows asked. Shall we see you at Moore's tonight? Piper is coming. Piper! Mr. Best piped. Is Piper back? Peter Piper pecked a peck of pickled pepper. I don't know if I can. Thursday? We have our meeting, if I can get away in time. Yogi Bogey Box in Dawson Chambers. Isis unveiled. Their pally book we tried to pawn. Cross-legged,
Under an umbershoot he thrones and Aztec logos functioning on astral levels. Their oversoul, Mahamatma, the famous Hermetus, await the light ripe for Chelship, ring round about him. Lewis H. Victory, T. Caulfield Irwin, lotus ladies, tend them, e'th eyes, their pineal glands aglow. Filled with his god, he thrones Bud under plantain, gulfer of souls, engulfer. He souls, she souls, shoals of souls, engulfed with wailing Cree cries, whirled, whirling, they bewail. In quintessential triviality, for years in this flesh case a she-soul dwelt. They say we are to have a literary surprise, the Quaker librarian said, friendly and earnest. Mr. Russell, rumour has it, is gathering together a sheaf of our younger poets' verses. We are all looking forward anxiously. Anxiously he glanced in the cone of lamplight where three faces, lighted, shone. See this. Remember. Stephen looked down at a wide headless caubeen hung on his ash plan handle over his knee. My cask and sword, touched lightly with 2 index fingers. Aristotle's experiment. 1 or 2. Necessity is that in virtue of which it is impossible that one can be otherwise. Argal, 1 hat, is 1 hat. Listen, young Colum and Starkey, George Roberts is doing the commercial part. Longworth will give it a good puff in the Express. Oh, Billy, I like Colum's Drover. Yes, I think he has that queer thing, genius. Do you think he has genius really? Yeats admired his line, as in wild earth a Grecian vase. Did he? I hope you'll be able to come tonight. Malachi Mulligan is coming too. Moore asked him to bring Haynes. Did you hear Miss Mitchell's joke about Moore and Martin? That Moore is Martin's wild oats? Awfully clever, isn't it? They remind one of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Our national epic has yet to be written. Dr. Surgeson says, Moore is the man for it. A knight of the rueful countenance here in Dublin. With a saffron kilt? O'Neill Russell? Oh yes, he must speak the grand old tongue. And his Dulcinea? James Stephens is doing some clever sketches. We are becoming important, it seems. Cordoglio, Lear's loneliest daughter. Nookshotten. Now, your best French polish. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, Stephen said, rising. If you will be so kind as to give the letter to Mr. Norman. Oh, yes, if he considers it important, it will go in. We have so much correspondence. I understand, Stephen said. Thanks. Good it'll you. The pig's paper. Bollock befriending. Singe has promised me an article for Dana too. Are we going to be read? I feel we are. The Gaelic tongue wants something in Irish. I hope you will come around tonight. Bring Starkley. Stephen sat down.
The Quaker librarian came from the leave-takers. Blushing, his mask said, Mr. Daedalus, your views are most illuminating. He creaked to and fro, tiptoeing up nearer heaven by the altitude of a chopine, and covered by the noise of outgoing, said low, Is it your view, then, that she was not faithful to the poet? Alarmed face asks me, why did he come? Courtesy or an inward light? When there is a reconciliation, Stephen said, there must have been first a sundering. Yes. Christ Fox in leather trews hiding a runaway in blighted tree forks from hue and cry, knowing no vixen, walking lonely in the chase. Women he won to him, tender people, a whore of Babylon, ladies of justices, bully tapsters, wives, fox and geese, and in new place a slack, dishonoured body that once was comely, once as sweet, as fresh as cinnamon, now her leaves falling, all bare, frighted of the narrow grave and unforgiven. Yes, so you think. The door closed behind the outgoer. Rest suddenly possessed the discreet vaulted cell, rest or warm and brooding air. A vestal's lamp. Here he ponders things that were not. What Caesar would have lived to do had he believed the soothsayer. What might have been. Possibilities of the possible as possible. Things not known. What name Achilles bore when he lived among women. Coffined thoughts around me in mummy cases, embalmed in spice or words. Thoth, god of libraries, a bird god, moony crowned. And I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest, in painted chambers loaded with tile books. They are still. Once quick in the brains of men. Still but an itch of death is in them to tell me in my ear a maudlin tale, urge me to wreck their will. Certainly, John Engleton mused, of all great men, he is the most enigmatic. We know nothing but that he lived and suffered. Not even so much. Others abide our question. A shadow hangs over all the rest. But Hamlet is so personal, isn't it? Mr. Best pleaded. I mean, a kind of private paper, don't you know, of his private life. I mean, I don't care a button, don't you know, who was killed or who was guilty. He rested an innocent book on the edge of the desk, smiling his defiance. His private papers in the original. Ta and Bal, Aran Tir, Time Ino Shaggart. Put Burla on it, Little John, quoth Little John Engleton. I was prepared for paradoxes from what Malachi Mulligan told us, but I may as well warn you that if you want to shake my belief that Shakespeare is Hamlet, you have a stern task before you. Bear with me. Stephen withstood the bane of miscreant eyes, glinting stern under wrinkled brows. A basilisk, and quando vedi l'uomo latica, Messer Brunetto, I thank thee for thy word. As we, or Mother Dana, weave and unweave our bodies, Stephen said, from day to day, their molecules shuttled to and fro, so does the artist weave and unweave his image. And as the mole on my right breast is where it was when I was born, through all my body has woven of new stuff, time after time, so though the ghost of the unquiet father, the image of the unliving son looks forth. In the intense instant of imagination, when the mind, Shelley says, is a fading coal, that which I was is that which I am, and that which in possibility I may come to be. So in the future, the sister of the past, I may see myself as I sit here now, but by reflection from that which then I shall be. Drummond of Hawthornden helped you at that style. Yes, Mr. Best said youngly, I feel Hamlet quite young. The bitterness might be from the father, but the passages with Ophelia are surely from the son. Has the wrong sow by the lug? Is he in my father? I am his son. That mole is the last to go, Stephen said, laughing. John Engleton made a nothing pleasing mow. If that were the birthmark of genius, he said, genius would be a drug in the market. the plays of Shakespeare's later years which Renan admired so much breath and other spirit. The spirit of reconciliation the Quaker librarian breathed. There can be no reconciliation, Stephen said, if there has not been a sundering, said that. If you want to know what are the events which cast their shadow over the hell of time, of King Lear, Othello, Hamlet, Troilus and Cressida, look to see when and how the shadow lifts. What softens the heart of a man, shipwrecked in storms dire, tried, like another Ulysses, Pericles, Prince of Tyre. Head, recondicapped, buffeted, pride blighted. A child, a girl placed in his arms, Marina. The leaning of sophists towards the bypass, or apocrypha, is a constant quantity, John Angleton detected. The highroads are dreary, but they lead to the town.
Good bacon gone musty. Shakespeare Bacon's wild oats. Cipher jugglers going the high roads. Seekers on the great quest. What town, good masters? Mummed in names. A. E. Eon. Magee. John Eglinton. East of the sun, west of the moon. Tir na nog. Booted the twain and staved. How many miles to Dublin? 70, sir. Will we be there by candlelight? Mr. Brandes accepts it, Stephen says, as the first play of the closing period. Does he? What does Mr. Sidney Lee, or Mr. Simon Lazarus, as some aver his name is, say of it? Marina, Stephen says, a child of storm. Miranda, a wonder. Perdita, that which was lost. What was lost is given back to him, his daughter's child. My dearest wife, Pericles says, was like this maid. Will any man love the daughter if he has not loved the mother? The art of being a grandfather, Mr. Best can murmur. L'art d'être grand. His own image to a man with that queer thing genius is the standard of all experience, material and moral. Such an appeal will touch him. The images of other males of his blood will repel him. He will see in them grotesque attempts of nature to foretell or repeat himself. The benign forehead of the Quaker librarian enkindled rosily with hope. I hope Mr. Dedalus will work out his theory for the enlightenment of the public. And we ought to mention another Irish commentator, Mr. George Bernard Shaw, nor should we forget Mr. Frank Harris. His articles on Shakespeare in the Saturday Review were surely brilliant. Oddly enough, he too draws for us an unhappy relation with the dark lady of the sonnets. The favoured rival is William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke. I own that if the poet must be rejected, such a rejection would seem more in harmony with, what shall I say, our notions of what ought not to have been. Felicitously he ceased, and held a meek head among them, ox egg, prize of their fray. He thous and these her with grave husband words. Dost love, Miriam? Dost love thy man? That may be too, Stephen said. There is a saying of Goethe's which Mr. Magee likes to quote. Beware of what you wish for in youth, because you will get it in middle life. Why does he send to one who is a buona roba, a bay where all men ride, a maid of honour with a scandalous girlhood, a lordling to woo for him? He was himself a lord of language, and had made himself a cloistral gentleman, and had written Romeo and Juliet. Why? Belief in himself has been untimely killed. He was overborn in a cornfield first, ryefield I should say, and he will never be a victor in his own eyes after nor play victoriously in the game of laugh and lie down. Assumed Don Giovannism will not save him. No later undoing will undo the first undoing. The tusk of the boar has wounded him there where love lies a-bleeding. If the shrew is worsted, yet there remains to her woman's invisible weapon. There is, I feel in the words, some goad of the flesh driving him into a new passion, a darker shadow of the first, darkening even his own understanding of himself. A like fate awaits him, and the two rages commingle in a whirlpool. They list, and in the porches of their ears I pour. The soul has been before stricken mortally, a poison poured in the porch of a sleeping ear. But those who are done to death in sleep cannot know the manner of their quell unless their Creator endow their souls with that knowledge in the life to come. The poisoning and the beast with two backs that urged it, King Hamlet's ghosts, could not know were he not endowed with knowledge by his Creator. That is why the speech, his lean, unlovely English, is always turned elsewhere, backward. Ravisher and ravished, what he would but would not, go with him from Lucrece's blue-circled ivory globes to Imogen's breast, bare with its mole sink-spotted. He goes back, weary of the creation he has piled up to hide him from himself, an old dog licking an old sore. But because loss is his gain, he passes on towards eternity in undiminished personality, untaught by the wisdom he has written or by the laws he has revealed. His beaver is up. He is a ghost, a shadow now, the wind by Elsinore's rocks, or what you will, the sea's voice, a voice heard only in the heart of him who is the substance of his shadow, the Son consubstantial with the Father. Amen, responded from the doorway. Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? Entr'acte.
A ribald face, sullen as a dean's, Buck Mulligan came forwards then, blithe and motley, towards the greeting of their smiles. My telegram. You were speaking of the gaseous vertebrate, if I mistake not, he asked of Stephen. Primrose vested, he greeted gaily with his doffed Panama, as with a bauble. They make him welcome. Was du verlagst, wirst du noch deinen. Brood of mockers, Photius, Pseudomalaki, Johann Most. He who himself begot, middler the Holy Ghost, and himself sent himself, Eigenbier, between himself and others, who, put upon by his fiends, stripped and whipped, was nailed like bat to barn door, starved on cross tree, who let him bury, stood up, harrowed hell, fared into heaven, and there these 1900 years sitteth on the right hand of his own self, but yet shall come in the latter day to doom the quick and dead, when all the quick shall be dead already. He lifts hands. Veils fall. O flowers, bells with bells acquiring. Yes, indeed, the Quaker librarian said. A most instructive discussion, Mr. Mulligan, I'll be bound, has his theory too of the play and of Shakespeare. All sides of life should be represented. He smiled on all sides equally. Buck Mulligan thought, puzzled. Shakespeare, he said. I seem to know the name. A flying sunny smile rayed in his loose features. To be sure, he said, remembering brightly, the chap that writes like Singe. Mr. Best turned to him. Haynes missed you, he said. Did you meet him? He'll see you after at the DBC. He's gone to Gill's to buy Hyde's Love Songs of Connacht. I came through the museum, Buck Mulligan said. Was you there? The bard's fellow countrymen, John Eglinton answered, are rather tired, perhaps, of our brilliancies of theorizing. I hear that an actress played Hamlet for the 408th time last night in Dublin. Vining held that the prince was a woman. Has no one made him out to be an Irishman? Judge Barton, I believe, is searching for some clues. He swears, His Highness not His Lordship, by St. Patrick. The most brilliant of all is that the story of Wilde's, Mr. Best said, lifting his brilliant notebook, that portrait of Mr. W.H., where he proves that the sonnets were written by William Hughes, a man all Hughes. For Willie Hughes, is it not? The Quaker librarian asked. Or Hughie Wills, Mr. William himself, W.H., who am I? I mean, for Willie Hughes, Mr. Best said, amending his gloss easily. Of course it's all paradox, don't you know? Hughes and Hughes and Hughes the colour. But it's so typical the way he works it out. It's the very essence of Wilde, don't you know? The light touch. His glance touched their faces lightly as he smiled, a blonde ephebe. Tame essence of Wilde. You're darn witty. The 3 drams of Usbach Whiskey bottle you drank with dandies ducats. How much did I spend? Oh, a few shillings. For a plump of pressman. Humour wet and dry. Wit. You would give your 5 wits for youth's proud livery, he pranks in. Lineaments of gratified desire. There may be mo. Take her for me, in pairing time. Jove, a cool time send them. Yea, turtle of her. Eve, naked wheat-bellied sin. A snake coils her, fang in's kiss. Do you think it is only a paradox, the Quaker librarian was asking? The mocker is never taken seriously when he is most serious. They talked seriously of Mocker's seriousness. Buck Mulligan's again heavy face eyed Stephen a while. Then, his head wagging, he came near, drew a folded telegram from his pocket. His mobile lips read, smiling with new delight. Telegram, he said. Wonderful inspiration. Telegram. A papal bull. He sat in a corner of the unlit desk, reading aloud joyfully. The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Signed, Daedalus. Where do you launch it from? The Kips? No. College Green. Have you drunk the 4 quid? The aunt is going to call on your unsubstantial father. Telegram, Malachi Mulligan, the ship lower, Abbey Street. Oh, you peerless mummer. Oh, you priestified kinshite. Joyfully he thrust the message and envelope into a pocket, but keened in querulous brogue. It's what I'm telling you, Mr. Honey. It's queer and sick we were. Haines and myself. The time himself brought it in. 'Twas murmur we did for a gallus potion would rouse a friar, I'm thinking, and he limp with leching. And we 1 hour and 2 hours and 3 hours in Connery sitting civil, waiting for pints apiece. He wailed. And we to be there, Mavrone, and you to be unbeknownst, sending us your conglomerations the way we have our tongues. Oudyard like the drouthy clerics to be fainting for a pussful. Stephen laughed.
Quickly, warningfully, Buck Mulligan bent down. The tramper Singe is looking for you, he said, to murder you. He heard you pissed on his hall door in Glasgow. He's out in Pampooties to murder you. Me! Stephen exclaimed. That was your contribution to literature. Buck Mulligan gleefully bent back, laughing to the dark eavesdropping ceiling. Murder you, he laughed. Harsh gargoyle face, and that warred against me over our mess of hash, of lights in Rue Saint-André-des-Arts. In words of words, for words, palabras. Oisin with Patrick. Fonman, he met me in Claremont Woods, brandishing a wine bottle. C'est Vendredi Saint. Mothering Irish. His image wandering, he met. I mine. I met a fool in the forest. Mr. Lister, an attendant said from the door ajar, in which everyone can find his own. So Mr. Justice Madden, in his diary of master silence, has found the hunting terms. Yes? What is it? There's a gentleman here, sir, the attendant said, coming forward and offering a card. From the Freeman. He wants to see the files of the Kilkenny people for last year. Certainly. Is the gentleman... He took the eager card, glanced, not saw, laid down, unglanced, looked, asked, creaked, asked. Is he... Oh, there! Brisk in a Gillard he was off and out. In the daylit corridor he talked with voluble pains of zeal, in duty bound, most fair, most kind, most honest, broad-brim. This gentleman? Freeman's Journal? Kilkenny people? To be sure. Good day, sir. Kilkenny? We have certainly. A patient silhouette waited, listening. All the leading provincial, Northern Whig, Cork Examiner, Enniscorth 3, Guardian, 1903. Will you please? Evans, conduct this gentleman. If you just follow the or please allow me. This way, please, sir. Voluble, dutiful, he led the way to all the provincial papers, a bowing dark figure following his hasty heels. The door closed. The Sheeny! Buck Mulligan cried. He jumped up and snatched the card. What's his name? Ikimos? Bloom, he rattled on. Jehovah, collector of prepuces, is no more. I found him over in the museum, where I went to hail the foam-born Aphrodite. The Greek mouth that has never twisted in prayer. Every day we must do homage to her. Life of life, the lips akindle. Suddenly he turned to Stephen. He knows you. He knows your old fellow. Oh, I fear me, he is Greeker than the Greeks. His pig Galilean eyes were upon her mesial groove. Venus Callipyge. Oh, the thunder of those loins. The god pursuing the maiden hid. We want to hear more, John Eglinton decided, with Mr. Best's approval. We begin to be interested in Mrs. S. Till now, we had thought of her, if at all, as a patient Griselda. A Penelope stay-at-home. Antizathism. Pupil of Gorgas. Stephen said, took the palm of beauty from Kyrios Melanos, brood dam, Agrive Helen, the woodman, mayor of Troy, in whom a score of heroes slept, and handed it to poor Penelope. 20 years he lived in London, and during part of that time he drew a salary equal to that of the Lord Chancellor of Ireland. His life was rich, his art more than the art of feudalism, as Walt Whitman called it, is the art of surfeit. Hot herring pies, green mugs of sack, honey sauces, sugar of roses, marchpane, gooseberried pigeons, Ringo candies. Sir Walter Raleigh, when they arrested him, had 500,000 francs on his back, including a pair of fancy stays. The Gonbin woman, Eliza Tudor, and underlinen enough to vie with her of Sheba. 20 years he dallied there, between conjugal love and its chaste delights of scoratory love and its foul pleasures. You know Manningham's story of the burgher's wife who bade Dick Barbage to her bed after she had seen him in Richard III, and how Shakespeare, overhearing, without more ado about nothing, took the cow by the horns, and, when Burbage came knocking at the gate, answered from the capon's blankets. William the Conqueror came before Richard III, and the gay Lakin Mistress Fitton, Mountain Cryo, and his dainty bird's nest. Lady Penelope Rich, a clean quality woman, is suited for a player, and the punks of the Bankside a penny a time. Cours la reine. Encore 20 sous. Nous ferons de petites cochonneries. Minette, tu veux? The height of fine society, and Sir William Davenant of Oxford's mother, with her cup of canary for every cock canary. Buck Mulligan, his pious eyes upturned, prayed, Blessed Mary, Margaret Mary, Anycock, and Harry of 6 wives' daughters, and other lady friends, from neighbour seats as Lon Tennyson, gentleman poet, sings. But all those 20 years, what do you do? Poor Penelope in Stratford was doing behind the diamond panes. Do, thing done. In a rosary of Fetter Lane of Gerard, herbalist he walks, greyed auburn, and azured harebell like her veins. Lids of Juno's eyes, violets. He walks. One life is all. One body. Do, but do. Afar in a reek of lust and squalor, hands are laid on whiteness.
End of section 9A.